saying that students should follow the uniform code, and that is what government is going to do.
Now, one of the pro-hijab protesters has accused the ABVP of stopping them from entering the premises. They're now trying to shift blame as the state government has drawn the line and they will not be allowed to sit for their examinations. These pro-hijab protesters are now claiming that they wanted to write the exams, but they were not allowed to do so by the ABVP.
तो हमने तो जानबूझकर एग्ज़ाम स्किप नहीं किए थे क्योंकि हमारा हक, हमारी हिजाब पहनकर हमें अंदर जाने की परमिशन नहीं थी, इसलिए हम एग्ज़ाम्स नहीं लिख रहे थे। और मैं तो हमारे कॉलेज में तो एग्ज़ाम्स लिखने गए थे, परमिशन था हमें एग्ज़ाम लिखने की। तो हम जब एग्ज़ाम लिख रहे थे तो एबीवीपी के लोगों ने आके हमें कॉलेज से बाहर निकाला। यानी ये ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने खुद एग्ज़ाम नहीं लिखेंगे बोल के बाहर गए, हमें तो बाहर निकाला गया था। तो हम लोगों ने जानबूझकर तो कुछ नहीं किया, तो हमें री एग्ज़ाम क्यों नहीं कंडक्ट कर सकते वो।
Imran's live with me for more on this. Now, Imran, this looks like a diversionary tactic or a tactic to really deflect blame, because these students might come out and say that the ABVP blocked us from entering, but the fact of the matter is the High Court was very, very clear. You cannot be wearing a hijab as you enter your classroom, and which is why these students were blocked from appearing for their examinations. They would have been allowed had they agreed or complied with the High Court order.
Well, it's very clear that the High Court said that whatever the order the Karnataka government has issued on February 5th, saying that the college development committees have the right to decide whether to allow hijab inside classrooms or not. And this is part of their, what you call the uniformity, and which is left to the CDC. And now many of the CDCs have taken the decision to not to allow hijab inside classrooms. And that is very clearly, categorically been done by the state government. There was an appeal with the state government that if you can relook all the students who have missed out on the exams because of the hijab protests. In fact, even Congress raised this issue saying that they should be allowed to allowed to reappear for the exams because their fundamental rights have been violated. Now the state government is saying that since day one they have asked students to come inside classrooms, and wherever the hijab however will not be allowed. And they are firm on this. Today that's been clarified by the education minister and the law minister also, that hijab will not be allowed inside classrooms, and they said that there will also be no reconducting of the exams. That has been made clear. Just now Campus Front of India did a press conference, also demanding the state government to allow it. In fact, they also petitioned that.
Absolutely, and just as you talk about the Campus Front of India, let's get in that reaction for our viewers, because the Popular Front or the Campus Front has been accused of instigating this entire controversy of using these students as pawn. But they've now come out and said that just because democratic protests were launched by these students, their right is being trampled upon.
The students have participated in a democratic way, and that is their fundamental right. And they're stating that he is not going to allow for the second appearance of the examination. This is totally condemnable and this is unacceptable. Peaceful protest is a democratic right of the students.
Now, Imran, the hidden hand is something that the Karnataka government has often spoken of. They said that these students were instigated, they were provoked into breaking the rules. The High Court has also drawn the line, but yet we see the Campus Front of India, one organization that is under the scanner of the state government for its role, once again coming out and siding with these pro-hijab protesters.
Well, since day one, the state government has blamed the Campus of India for instigating it. They said that there's a hidden agenda of them, and since the elections are coming up next year in Karnataka, so they are in order to popularize themselves and to gain the votes among the community, they have instigated the issue. And the state government also ordered an investigation in this regard, whereas the Bangalore South MP Tejasvi Surya, Shobha Karandlaje, Union Minister of State for Agriculture, even went ahead and demanded an investigation into this entire issue, which started from ODP but saw protests happening entire state. And now the state is blaming the Campus Front of India for instigating it. They're saying that they are the hidden hand behind this entire hijab protest which happened across the state. The Campus Front of India, however, says that the girls sought their help. They are helping them because it's an issue which they're part of the community, they feel, and they have been supporting them. But the state government
so
is
even
blaming
after a
Campus of
unanimous
India
verdict from the High Court, a verdict that made it very, very clear the fact that these students cannot be allowed inside the schools or inside the classrooms with their hijab. The Karnataka government has also drawn that line, but unfortunately the controversy continues for the moment. Thank you so much, Imran, for getting us that perspective. But the political fight over this entire thing continues. The opposition in Karnataka is now batting for these students, seeking a second chance for them.
Second opportunity kodi sir yara makkalige bhavishya ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗುತ್ತೆ second opportunity kodi ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ second opportunity kodi ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು
ಇಲ್ಲ ರೀ ಬೇರೆಗಳು please try to bear others.
The Education Minister of Karnataka should give them chance to appear in exam, because the exam is their life, and government should not destroy their life, and government should not kill their life. Therefore, I think this is my opinion. Karnataka government and Education Minister of Karnataka, he should allow these girls to appear the exam.
देखिए, हम देश हमारा कानून से चलता है, जुडिशरी से चलता है. हमें अगर हमारी जुडिशरी का ये फैसला है तो हम सबको उसे मानना चाहिए. जो फैसला जुडिशरी ने दे दिया उससे सब मानते हैं.
News coming in, it's the 4th week of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and a big claim has now been made by one of the members of parliament of Ukraine. The member of parliament says that the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, is going to be visiting Kyiv to show support for Ukraine in this particular war. We, of course, we do not have confirmation of this claim from the Britain's side. But for now, a Ukrainian member of parliament has claimed that the Prime Minister of UK is considering an immediate trip to Kyiv, and that would be sending a clear message to Vladimir Putin and Russia. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition, but we'll be back with the top headlines on the other side of a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है, तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा।
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now. Thanks for joining us. Let's get you started with the top story. This is the Aam Aadmi Party, after the victory in Punjab, has nominated Raghav Chadha, former cricketer Harbhajan Singh, and IIT professor Dr. Sanjeev Pathak, Ashok Mittal and Sanjeev Arora, 5 people who are now being sent from AAP's quota to Rajya Sabha. The list of the nomination has sparked a massive controversy, with the opposition lashing out at the Aam Aadmi Party by saying outsiders are being given an opportunity, not people from Punjab.
मैं अपनी मदर के साथ आज राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन भरने आया हूं और मेरे लीडर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री मेरे बड़े भाई भगवंत मान साहब ने इतना विश्वास मुझ में दिखाया है कि इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में, इतनी कम आयु में इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मेरे कंधों पे डाल ली है। मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि इतनी शक्ति बख्शे कि हम ईमानदारी की राह पे चल के जो जिम्मेदारी मेरी पार्टी, मेरे नेता, मेरे लीडर, मेरे मेंटोर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुझे दे रहे हैं, मैं उसे बखूबी निभा सकूं।
बहुत बड़ा दिन है मुझे इस काबिल आप सबने समझा कि मैं पंजाब की बात, हिंदुस्तान की बात जो है वो सबके सामने रख सकूँ और स्पोर्ट्स को मैं जो है बढ़ावा दे सकूँ।
तो राज्यसभा में किस तरह के जो इशू है वो रेज करोगे? देखिए
फिलहाल तो मेरा जो फोकस है वो स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर है। मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि जो स्पोर्ट्स है पंजाब की या फिर हिंदुस्तान की, इसमें जो यूथ है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोड़ा जाए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो इतना बढ़िया क्रिएट किया जाए ताकि यूथ जो है वो बहुत कुछ सीख के पंजाब का, देश का नाम जो है।
More reactions coming in, and this is what I was talking about. Manjinder Singh Sirsa has questioned the Aam Aadmi Party He's put out a tweet. He says, I've been exposing Kejriwal and his East India company-like plans. Sending other state people for Punjab Rajya Sabha seat is unfortunate. Do we rely on outsiders to raise Punjab Sikhism issues in Rajya Sabha? Kejriwal could not trust 5 Punjabi people for Rajya Sabha nomination. Let's also listen into what Mr. Sirsa said.
5 राज्यसभा के मेंबर भेजे और उन लोगों को भेजा जिनका पंजाब के मुद्दों से, पंजाब के लोगों से और सिक्खी से कुछ सरोकार नहीं है। मुझे दुख और खेद है, पंजाब जो दस्तार से पहचाना जाता था, जाना जाता था, हम बार बार कहते थे अरविंद केजरीवाल आएगा, ये ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी है। जैसे वो आए थे लोभ लालच देकर, यह बताकर कि हम तुम्हारे भले के लिए आए हैं, फिर लूटते लूटते और एक दिन वाइस रॉय यहां पर आकर बैठ गया और क्वीन को रिपोर्ट करने लगा। वही अरविंद केजरीवाल का मॉडल है। बेची हुई राज्यसभा, दूसरे प्रदेशों को दी हुई राज्यसभा, और आज ना कोई सिक्खी की बात उठाने वाला रह गया, ना कोई पंजाबी की।
It's not just the BJP, even the Congress is now taking pot shots at the Aam Aadmi Party by saying Raghav Chadha has been given a seat in the Rajya Sabha, but he has been absent as MLA of Rajendra Nagar in the national capital.
पंजाब के लोग ही राज्यसभा में होने चाहिए, ये उन्हीं का अधिकार है, वो किसी को भी बनाए। मेरे को इस बात से दिक्कत है क्योंकि मैं पंजाब का रहने वाला हूं, मैं पंजाब की बात करता हूं, मैं पंजाबियत की बात करता हूं। भगवंत मान जी पंजाब और पंजाबियत की बात करते हैं। वो किसी को भी राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाए, चाहे कोई रेडी वाले मेरे भाई को बना दे, चाहे कोई समोसे बेचने वाले को बना दे, ये उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन होना पंजाब से चाहिए।
Now you heard the reactions from the BJP and the Congress party. Let me open this up. Gurpreet is joining us. Ankit Tyagi will be with us shortly. Gurpreet, has the Congress party forgotten that even Manmohan Singh was nominated as member of Rajya Sabha from Assam?
Well, yes, of course, if we can talk about Punjab Vidhan Sabha, today we have confronted a number of MLAs here. But again, this is a very, very important information. Some of the MLAs, they have an opinion that they don't have any problem. Because when we talk to Pratap Singh Bajwa, he has said that it's Aam Aadmi Party call, and whosoever they have taken as a Rajya Sabha member, they don't have a problem. But at the same time, we have seen Raja Vding, one of the Congress MLAs, he has brought a written application he has given to the speaker also, saying that it's not genuine, it's not fair with the people of Punjab, because these specifically the two names he has put a question mark. One is Raghav Chadha and another is Professor Sandeep Pathak. He says that they are not Punjabis. We don't have problem with the other 3 people, but we have a problem with these people. We want that Aam Aadmi Party, which has given a promise to people of Punjab that all the people from Punjab will be picked up. But at the same time, if we see Aam Aadmi Party side version, they say that a lot of contribution by Raghav Chadha.
That's right. We'll come to the AAP's explanation, but on the face of it, why is this even a controversy? Ankit Tyagi now joining us. Ankit, quickly put this into context, the choices and the controversy.
Well, see, for the Aam Aadmi Party now, they have carte blanche, as we call it, as when it comes to the names that we will be sending for Rajya Sabha. They have a brute majority in Punjab. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party, there are 2 names where people have a problem. That one is, in fact, Raghav Chadha. He is co-in-charge. He is Punjabi, by his hereditary, by his descent. But for Sandeep Pathak, who has played a very important role, a backroom manager who created all these, various surveys, who is in, who is out, the entire arithmetic and the maths was done by Sandeep Pathak. So he has also been given this Rajya Sabha ticket. Now, as far as the opposition is concerned, after the drubbing in Punjab Pradesh, the opposition will have to latch onto certain issues. They will have to latch onto everything that the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab does, and the party leadership to show some kind of opposition. You were rightly pointing out, the Aam Aadmi Party says it's just not the BJP. The Congress party has also sent a lot of people from various states. And even right now, when you are seeing political parties nominating Rajya Sabha members, it has always been the norm. Many senior leaders do come from various other places. Manmohan Singh came from Assam. Indra Kumar Gujral, I.K. Gujral, in fact, is from the Akali Dal, who's in Delhi and has been nominated from Punjab. Similarly, for the BJP as well, there have been many members from various states, those who have been nominated from other states as well. We need to understand that the House of Elders, the Rajya Sabha, it is at the end of the day, the MLAs choose who they want to go in the House of Elders. It is not a direct election by the people. It is by the representatives of the people. And so for the Aam Aadmi Party, at least at this point of time, all this criticism doesn't matter. They have 2 more Rajya Sabha seats coming up in just about a month from now in April and June. And that would be closely watched. They also say, look at the other 3. All 3 are from Punjab. All 3 of them, come from different backgrounds and different communities in Punjab as well. So the Aam Aadmi Party says that it is also a message to our larger, workers all across the country. You work hard, you make sure that the party wins, and the rewards would be very high.
Just the names that we discussed, and correct me if I am wrong, even GVL Narasimha Rao, who's a member of the Rajya Sabha, but he's not from Andhra, he's a member of the Rajya Sabha from Uttar Pradesh, and there are several such names across party lines.
Absolutely. You can go with a full list from former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, who came from Assam, who was nominated from Assam, to, in fact, many members like GVL Narasimha Rao of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is also a nominated member. Nirmala Sitharaman also is a Rajya Sabha nominated member. She hails from Karnataka, but she's not been nominated from Karnataka. So all these, a lot of these leaders do come from other states, and that's more or less has been the norm for the Aam Aadmi Party, which sees now its strength, almost going 1.5 times more in Rajya Sabha. From 3 members earlier, now they have 8 members, including these 5, who would be, in fact, taking oath just in the first week of April itself. The Aam Aadmi Party sees growing strength to strength as far as the Rajya Sabha numbers are concerned. 2 more would be coming their way, and that will make their strength 10. For the Aam Aadmi Party, at least at this point of time, Pranesh, it won't matter. And for the larger controversy, Rajya Sabha is also meant to be a house where people are sent from various backgrounds to represent aspirations of not only a particular region, but also particular groups like artists, like journalists, like business community. And we have seen that from various political parties, doing it time and again.
Absolutely. So and while we are talking about it, our colleague Tamal Saha, who is watching the broadcast, has just sent me more names. He says Sushmita Deb is from Silchar, but Rajya Sabha member from Bengal. Luciano Falero is a Rajya Sabha member. He's from Goa, but nominated from Bengal. And there are others like Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Balbir Sidhu is a Congress leader who is now joining us on the phone line. Sidhu साहब, ये जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने राज्यसभा के लिए नाम दिया है, उससे कांग्रेस पार्टी को क्या दिक्कत है? वो कह रहे हैं कि पंजाब के लोगों को क्यों नहीं मौका दिया?
ऐसे होता भैया, कल को कोई भी राज्यसभा में ऐसा मुद्दा आता है जो पंजाब के हित की बात करनी होगी, तो वहां पे इन लोगों के स्टेटों का भी कोई इंटरेस्ट क्लैश करेगा तो वो किसकी मदद करेंगे? इसलिए वो लोग पंजाब से ही होने चाहिए थे सारे, ना कि बाहर से होने चाहिए थे। पंजाब में कोई इंटेलेक्चुअल लोगों की कमी नहीं है। पंजाब में बहुत सारे लोग एसटी पढ़े लिखे हैं और बड़े नॉलेज रखते हैं और पंजाब की इंटरेस्ट की बात करने वाले हैं।
बलबीर सिद्धू साहब, अब अगर आप भूल गए होंगे तो मैं बस आपको याद दिला देता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी केंद्र में, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जो प्रधानमंत्री थे वो राज्यसभा मेंबर थे, और वो कहां से थे? वो असम से थे। तो क्या वो सिर्फ असम की बात करते थे?
एक आदमी को आप कोई बात नहीं बाहर से चुन लो, ये तो पूरी फौजी बाहर चुनो आप।
बोलिए बोलिए।
एक आदमी को आप बाहर से चुन लो कुछ बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन सभी को बाहर से चुनो तो गलत बात होगी ना, तो पंजाब के हित की बात नहीं होगी ना।
नहीं, कौन इसमें बाहर से कौन है? इसमें बाहर से कौन है? हरभजन सिंह है। देखिए, हरभजन सिंह बाहर से है क्या?
नहीं, हरभजन सिंह पंजाब से अकेले, मिस्टर अशोक मित्तल पंजाब से अकेले, दूसरी बाकी सब लोग तो जिनका देखो अब कोई फार्मर है इनमें
क्या है इसमें?
इतनी बड़ी एजिटेशन चली है पंजाब में, दिल्ली में बॉर्डर पे, कोई पंजाब का फॉरवर्ड लिया इसमें? वैसे हमारी कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ भूपेंद्र सिंह मान भी कभी प्रेसिडेंट होकर किसान उनको भी हमने राज्यसभा में बढ़ाया था।
ये जो आप लॉजिक दे रहे हैं ये आपकी पार्टी ने तो फॉलो नहीं किया जब आपके पास मौका था और जब सीट्स थे, और अभी भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो लोकसभा हो या राज्यसभा हो। बट बहरहाल देखते हैं हाउ द आम आदमी पार्टी रिस्पॉन्ड्स टू दिस। थैंक यू मिस्टर सिद्धू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। अंकित, थैंक्स फॉर जॉइनिंग अस विद योर पर्सपेक्टिव। गुरप्रीत, थैंक्स टू यू टू। वी मूव ऑन. Taking a short break, lots more lined up on the other side. Stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है, तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या
वापस
चुनाव
ले
जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising.
Welcome back, viewers. Here's another story that exposes petty part. Now, all those people who have given Pakistan a clean sheet, who have given Imran Khan a wide berth, called him names monitors, Bhai Imran, Byar Dildar, Bhaijan Imran, they must all watch carefully today. 2 days ahead of his death anniversary, Pakistan is insulting Bhagat Singh. Imran Khan, who is the mascot of many people here in our country, has given a free run to the Islamists who've given a clear warning to anyone who will plan a tribute for Bhagat Singh. But while all this is happening in Pakistan, we haven't seen one word or a tweet from Navjot Sidhu. Even those who back Jinnah are silent. Why are they silent?
जो संस्था सालों से इस दिन को मनाती आ रही है, शहीद भगत सिंह मेमोरियल फाउंडेशन, उनको कोर्ट का रुख करना पड़ा है, सरकार से सिक्योरिटी मांगनी पड़ी है कि कुछ कट्टरपंथियों ने ये मना कर दिया है कि शहीदों को पाकिस्तान में याद नहीं किया जाएगा। तो मैं पाकिस्तान सरकार से निवेदन करता हूं कि सबसे पहले तो उस कार्यक्रम को बनाने के लिए सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई जाए। और शहीद आजम भगत सिंह जी ने कभी भी ये नहीं सोचा था कि जिस मिट्टी के लिए वो हंसते हंसते फांसी के फंदे को चूम रहे हैं, उस धरती के 2 टुकड़े हो जाएंगे, एक हिंदुस्तान बन जाएगा, एक पाकिस्तान बन जाएगा, और पाकिस्तान के अंदर उनको याद तक करने पर पाबंदी लगा दी जाएगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी के ही नहीं, पूरे देश के, पंजाब के नेशनल हीरो हैं शहीद आज़म सर भगत सिंह जी। उनके लिए मैं समझता हूं कि सारी दुनिया में उनका नाम के आगे सिर झुकाया जाता है, क्योंकि उन्होंने दुनिया में भारत को आज़ाद करा के सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी जो है भारत के रूप में दी है। सो इस करके ऐसा अगर कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ देश के क्या दुनिया के किसी कोने में भी ऐसी होती है जो उनके सम्मान को और नहीं बढ़ाती, वो उसको हम जायज़ नहीं मानते। भगवंत मान जी पहले कह चुके हैं और हमारी तो इस सरकार ने भी जो कसम उठाई है, सौं उठाई है।
That was a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Manjinder Sirsa of the BJP. Now with us, Mr. Sirsa, good afternoon. Thank you for speaking to Times Now. What do you make of this, sir? Sidhu, who thinks Imran Khan is his yaar dildar, why is he silent on this?
देखिए, नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू कभी भी अपने परिवारों के लिए, सिखों के लिए, पंजाब के लिए, देश के लिए खड़े नहीं हुए। यही कारण है कि लोगों ने उनको इतनी बुरी तरह से नकारा है। आज जो पाकिस्तान में हो रहा है, ये जो शहीद भगत सिंह जी के प्रोग्राम करने के लिए भी जिस इंसान ने इस देश की आज़ादी के लिए, क्योंकि यूनाइटेड नेशन था, ये एक मुल्क था और अपनी शहादत दी, आज उसका दिन मनाने के लिए भी पुलिस प्रशासन से सिक्योरिटी मांगनी पड़ती है और वो दे के भी राजी नहीं है। मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, ये जो वहाँ पे एक संस्था है, उन लोगों ने पहले भी वहाँ महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी के बुत को तोड़ने का काम भी किया। वो बार बार एक बात कहते हैं कि हम किसी भी गैर मुस्लिम को किसी भी तरीके का अधिकार इस देश में नहीं है, पाकिस्तान में नहीं है। लेकिन बहुत सारे लोग इस देश में बैठकर इस बात के ऊपर चुप्पी रखते हैं। नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू एक नहीं है, इस देश में कई नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू हैं। लेकिन अगर नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू नहीं बोलते तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि देश के मसले हल नहीं होंगे। पाकिस्तान के सिखों के साथ हम खड़े थे, खड़े हैं और खड़े रहेंगे। उनकी लड़ाई हम निरंतर लड़ते रहते हैं और निरंतर लड़ते रहेंगे और ये समागम भी होगा।
मिस्टर सिरसा, इट इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट सिद्धू। वो लोग जो जिन्ना फोटो के लिए सड़क पे आ जाते हैं, नारे लगाते हैं, जो जिन्ना टावर के लिए लड़ते हैं, प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं, वो लोग कहां हैं? वो क्यों नहीं आके कंडेम कर रहे हैं, पाकिस्तान को एक्सपोज कर रहे हैं?
मैंने यही कहा कि इस देश के अंदर बहुत सारे नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू, एक नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू, लेकिन अब क्या करें भाई, लोगों की मानसिकता ऐसी होगी कि जब पाकिस्तान की बात आए तो मुंह में फेविकॉल डाल लेनी है। और खाली यही नहीं, विदेशों में भी बहुत सारे लोग जो अपना हम बोलते हैं, लेकिन जब पाकिस्तान इतनी जाति करता है तो चुप कर जाते हैं। और वही कारण है कि पाकिस्तान बार बार जातियां कर बच जाता है। अब देखिए, एक इंस्टेंस नहीं है, देयर आर थाउजेंड एंड थाउजेंड ऑफ इंस्टेंस। चाहे वो सिखों की बात हो, चाहे वो हिंदुओं की बात हो, चाहे वहां पे बस रहे हमारे अकलियतों में, माइनॉरिटीज में, चाहे वो क्रिश्चियन ही क्यों ना हो, उनकी बच्चियां जैसे अगवा होती हैं, जैसे उनके रेप होते हैं। तो ये मसला एक नहीं है, लेकिन नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू सिलेक्टिव जो है आउटरीच पर बोलते हैं।
एब्सोल्युटली सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच हम टाइम्स नाउ पे एक्सपोज करेंगे, पाकिस्तान को भी एक्सपोज करेंगे और पाक प्रेमीज जो है उनको भी आईना दिखाएंगे। मोर रिएक्शंस कमिंग इन।
जहां तक भगत सिंह का सवाल है, भगत सिंह एक बहुत बड़े आइकन हैं और नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया, इवन पाकिस्तान के लिए भी बहुत बड़े आइकन हैं। ठीक है, अंग्रेज़ों के ख़िलाफ़ उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ी, वो चाहते थे, क्योंकि जॉइंट पंजाब में वो दोनों के आइकन थे। आज के क्या हालात हैं ये तो अल्टीमेटली पाकिस्तान की सरकार ने ही तय करना है। पर मेरा ये मानना है भी भगत सिंह को मानने वाले लोग जहाँ पंजाब में, भारत में बहुत हैं, वहाँ पाकिस्तान में बहुत हैं। जो लोग उनका सत्कार करते हैं, उनकी भावनाओं की कदर पाकिस्तान की सरकार को करनी चाहिए।
Pakistanis who got independence. But sir, so I think so. They should be more large-hearted, and they should be more compassionate, and they must allow this NGO, whosoever wants to celebrate the great sacrifices of Shahid Azam Bhagat Singh.
Professor Jagmohan Singh, who is the grandnephew of Bhagat Singh, is now joining us. Professor Saab, thank you for speaking to Times Now. What do you make of this move, sir?
First correction that I am not grand, I am a nephew of Bhagat Singh.
I am sorry, sir. I apologize.
जी
बताइए।
तो देखिए, भगत सिंह was very clear in his perspective of freedom of India that the forces which are communal and casteist, they are the biggest problem with the Indian progress, and I think that continues with the whole continent. That whenever progressive things are taught, and I think they could have celebrated it otherwise. Now the case is also in the High Court and other things, but that thing happens here also. It is not that it is only in Pakistan that communal forces oppose the ideas of Bhagat Singh, his concept of Samajwad, socialism, and liberating
absolutely
from casteism.
Absolutely. Thank you, Professor Saab, for speaking to us. With that, we are taking a short break on Times Now, but lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with...
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now Live Wire with me, Priya Behel. These are the top stories that we're tracking for you at this hour. No pre-university re-examination for students who chose to boycott practical exams demanding hijab in their institutions. State government says relaxation is unviable for those who defied High Court's interim order. Aam Aadmi Party shortlists names for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Choices raise opposition's hackles. Outrage over non-Punjabi nominations. Breaking news coming in the latest development over highly controversial arrest of former ABVP National President Dr. Subbaiah Shanmugam. The latest that we are now given to understand is that he has been released. He was arrested for harassing an elderly woman, has now been granted interim bail by Madras High Court. Shilpa now joins us for more details on this. Shilpa, while we know that there was a lot of confusion and lack of clarity over the fact why was he arrested 2 years after the case and 1 year after the complaints were allegedly withdrawn, do we now know the reasons why he's been granted bail by the court?
The Madras High Court, of course, has granted interim bail to Dr. Shanmugam Subbaiah, who was the former national president of the ABVP. He was arrested in connection with the case for harassing an elderly woman. Remember, there was a CCTV footage of him that emerged wherein he was seen urinating at the doorstep of this elderly woman, and this over a parking lot issue that both of them had. Now, there were several. This, of course, had snowballed into a political controversy as well, with the BJP and the ABVP alleging that the DMK government and the police, of course, arrested Dr. Shanmugam Subbaiah because of the political vendetta, because he had organized a protest in the Lavanya case, and that is the reason why the DMK government decided to arrest him 2 years after the case was filed. But as far as the police is concerned, they say the FIR was still active and nothing stopped them from investigating the case further, and that is the reason why he was arrested. But today, of course, even though the magistrate had remanded him till March 31st, he had applied for bail, and when the case, of course, came up for hearing today, the Madras High Court has granted him interim bail, and also questioning the police as to why they altered the sections 2 years after the case was registered. The Madras High Court has given the
that's
government
huge.
time till
Did the court ask the police, if I am understanding you correctly, that there have been some sections in the complaint that have been altered? Do you know more details about what exactly these sections were?
Well, Priya, what we're given to understand is that there was one section that was added, which is damage to public property, that was added. That is the reason why the court has questioned why new sections were added to the FIR, and they have given the state government time till March 24 to file its reply to its counter to the bail plea that has, of course, been filed by Dr. Shanmugam.
Right, it will be very interesting to see what is encapsulated in that reply. Thank you, Shilpa, for joining us with those inputs. We move on to another controversy. This is in Karnataka. It seems like it is going to be round 2 of face-off between the state and the students who insisted on allowing hijab in the classrooms. Now, the state has decided that there is going to be no re-examination for those students who chose to skip their practical exams for PU2, which is Karnataka equivalent of class 12. They had come out to say that because the court case was on, we decided to support the protest in favor of hijab, and that's why we couldn't attend the practical exams that were being organized at that point in time, and we should now be allowed to appear for them. But the state government is saying you were the ones who chose to defy and go against the court ruling, and there is no provision for re-exam any which ways.
Whoever is absent for the final exams, no exams will be conducted for them. Whether the reason may be different, whether it is maybe because of hijab, maybe because that he did not prepare for his examination, maybe he may be feared of examination, but no alternative exams will be done for that. And clearly, High Court has given its final verdict saying that students should follow the uniform code, and that is what government is going to do.
Now, put in a corner by this decision, one of the students who had at that point in time decided not to appear for practicals has now accused the ABVP of stopping them from entering premises. She says that I wanted to write the exam but was not allowed.
तो हमने तो जानबूझकर एग्ज़ाम स्किप नहीं किए थे, क्योंकि हमारा हक, हमारी हिजाब पहनकर हमें अंदर जाने की परमिशन नहीं थी, इसलिए हम एग्ज़ाम्स नहीं लिख रहे थे। और मैं तो हमारे कॉलेज में तो एग्ज़ाम्स लिखने गए थे, परमिशन था हमें एग्ज़ाम लिखने की, तो हम जब एग्ज़ाम लिख रहे थे तो ABVP के लोगों ने आके हमें कॉलेज से बाहर निकाला। यानी ये ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने खुद एग्ज़ाम नहीं लिखेंगे बोल के बाहर गए, हमें तो बाहर निकाला गया था। तो हम लोगों ने जानबूझकर तो कुछ नहीं किया, तो हमें री एग्ज़ाम क्यों नहीं कंडक्ट कर सकते वो।
Meanwhile, the group that has been under the lens for instigating several of those protests has now come out to weigh in on the latest controversy. Student wing of Popular Front of India is saying that students are being punished for taking part in democratic protests.
Campus Front of India condemns the statement given by Secondary Education Minister of Karnataka, Patronage. He just stated that he is not going to allow to appear for second examination for those students who have participated in hijab protest. Those students have participated in a democratic way, and that is their fundamental right. And just stating that he is not going to allow for the second appearance of the examination, this is totally condemnable and this is unacceptable. If in case the ministry is not allowing the students to appear for second examination, Campus Front of India is not accepting this, and in coming days, in all over the state, we are going to stage a strict and aggressive protest against this decision.
Imran, my colleague who's been tracking this story and all the developments from both sides since day one, now joins us for more. Imran, does it look like it is going to be round 2 of face-off and it is also going to play out on the streets yet again?
Well, of course, indeed. In fact, it is going to be another round 2 of it, and also that all eyes are there on Supreme Court. Even if Supreme Court, people are anxiously waiting that whether they'll give a judgment favorable to the students. Now, Campus Front of India has still now come down after the Education Minister said that they will not do a re-examination of the students who missed their class because of the hijab protest. Congress also raised this issue in the Assembly that they should be allowed to to reappear for the exams as what the students were demanding were the fundamental rights, and the state has should consider it, and it's an appeal what they said in the Assembly. Both the Law Minister and the Education Minister categorically made it clear that they will not be allowed to rewrite the exams. Now students are pinning their hopes on the Supreme Court to get a reprieve from the Supreme Court as to about also to reappear their exams, and also to that they'll be allowed inside classrooms with the hijab. So we have to wait and see what these things, but on ground there's many reports coming of students continuing their protests, demanding they be allowed inside classrooms to write their exams with hijab on.
Right. Meanwhile, the opposition parties have yet again rallied behind the protesters, seeking a second chance for the students, even as the state government has made it clear there is no such possibility.
ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್, ಯಾರ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಇಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಬಿಯರ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್.
Education Minister of Karnataka should give them chance to appear in exam, because the exam is their life, and government should not destroy their life, and government should not kill their life. Therefore, I think this is my opinion. Karnataka government and Education Minister of Karnataka, he should allow these girls to appear the exam.
देखिए, हम देश हमारा कानून से चलता है, जुडिशरी से चलता है. हमें अगर हमारी जुडिशरी का ये फैसला है तो हम सबको उसे मानना चाहिए. जो फैसला जुडिशरी ने दे दिया उससे सम्मान थे.
I will tell that minister that a minister of education should be keen to see that the students are having the exams and have their education. His task is not to prevent them and to draw them back from the educational process and examinations. So I request him to have a relook on this position.
Meanwhile, this face-off is spreading just like round 1 now to further colleges as well. Hijab-wearing girl students were not allowed to write exams in another institution, this time in Mangalore. The college is St. Raymond Institution. Students are now alleging that they were allowed to write exams with hijab earlier. It is only after the High Court ruling that they are being denied. Imran, coming back to you on this, is it in keeping with the verdict and its implications, or is there a different angle to it that we are not understanding right now?
Well, the students allege that earlier they were allowed, since it's a minority institution, they were allowed earlier to take their exams with their headscarf on, and now they are alleging that they've been stopped by the management authorities. The management is saying that after the High Court judgment, they are following the High Court order, and hence they are not allowing the students wearing hijab. There's a tense standoff happened there. As you can see from the visual, students also protested. Teachers had a hard time explaining that they will be allowed to write exams only if they remove their hijab. Many of the students didn't accept for that, and they were not allowed to write the exam there at St. Raymond's. And this is not just an isolated incident of St. Raymond. We're seeing visuals coming from other districts too, where students are saying that they should be allowed to write exams, but college management taking the decision that they will follow the High Court order. And even though they were allowing maybe in some colleges, but after the High Court order, they're implementing strictly and saying that no hijab inside classrooms or for the exams.
More defiance, more requests for exemptions coming around, and Times Now will keep you ahead on every single development on that front. Thank you, Imran, for joining us. We take a very quick break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Welcome back, and distressing news coming in from China, where a China Eastern passenger jet that was carrying 132 people has crashed in southwest China, causing a mountain fire with casualties still unknown. Only preliminary reports have been coming in. There were some eyewitness accounts earlier that said that the plane was absolutely ripped apart into pieces. My colleague Hina joins us for more details and latest updates on this story. Hina, Chinese airline industry has had one of the safest records over the past decade. Given that background, this is actually quite shocking.
Well, absolutely. The unfortunate crash that has taken place in China. We got this information this afternoon. This aircraft, in fact, was carrying about 132 people on board, which included 123 passengers and 9 crew members. Now, we are being told that this jet was a 6-year-old Boeing 737-800 NG aircraft. So it wasn't really a very old aircraft. And you're right when you say that the industry there is considered quite safe, and of course as of now there is no information on the number of casualties. As we speak, the rescue operation is still underway, and the visuals are quite dramatic because it seems that it hit near some mountain, and then we saw smoke also emanating from the visuals that we've accessed. So far, officially there has been no word from the Chinese government on the casualty count. The rescue operation is still going on. What we can tell you is that it crashed in the rural countryside in Guangxi region, and it caused a mountain fire as well. Slowly now news has started trickling in. Now, it was not a new generation Boeing Max jet. Remember, Boeing 737 Max had become a big cause of concern for the entire world, but this wasn't a Boeing 737 Max, and rescue teams, in fact, are currently very close to the scene, and locals initially started helping the people, but the visuals are quite dramatic and scary, and chances of survivors clearly is very, very less.
Right, Hina, thank you for joining us with those updates. We also got some latest information coming in, some details about the crashed MU-5735 flight. It is said that it was cruising at an altitude of 8869 meters. The speed was 845, and what is crucial to observe is that this report says by Global Times that the plane suddenly descended with its speed dropping at 14:19 p.m. It lost ADS-B radar signal at 14:22 p.m. We will await more details of this crash as they come in. Thank you, Hina, for joining us with your inputs. Meanwhile, let's now take a look at some other stories that made headlines across the country. BJP MLAs continue to stage protests against State Minister Nawab Malik, demanding his resignation. The protest was staged outside Maharashtra Assembly. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will visit Lucknow on the 23rd of March. This will be followed by the all-important Legislative Party meeting to decide on UP Chief Minister's Cabinet 2.0. TDP leaders protested against the ruling party YSRCP in Andhra Pradesh. This was in connection with deaths allegedly due to consumption of illicit liquor. Union Minister Narayan Rane has moved Bombay High Court against BMC notices regarding his Juhu bungalow. The plea has sought quashing of BMC orders on the ground that it was in violation of petitioners' fundamental rights. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today inspected 29 antiquities which have been repatriated to India from Australia. These come from different time periods, with earliest dating as far back as 9th to 10th century. Chandigarh administration has decided not to charge Union Territory Goods and Services tax on the movie The Kashmir Files for the next 4 months. Ahead of government formation in Uttarakhand, Governor and retired Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh swore in senior BJP leader Bansidhar Bhagat as pro tem Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. Last rites of Indian student Naveen Shekharappa, who was killed in Ukraine, have been performed today. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai paid respects. Family has thanked the government for bringing back his mortal remains. India saw a single-day rise of 1,549 new coronavirus infections, taking the overall tally to 4.3 crores. Active cases further declined to 25,000. That's all we could pack for you in this broadcast. Stay tuned to Times Now for all the latest updates. This is your #1 destination for news.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Up Front, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
for decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising.
Hello and good evening, viewers. You're watching Times Now with me, Richa Sharma. And straight up, let's take a look at all the top news and headlines at this hour. No class 12th re-examination for the students who boycotted practical exams demanding hijab in their institution. State government meanwhile says relaxations unavailable for students who choose to defy High Court's interim order. The AAP now shortlists names of its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Choices raise opposition's hackles outrage over non-Punjabi nominations. Fresh after the thumping victory in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party is all set to launch its Gujarat poll campaign. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann to hold a rally in the state soon.
He used the word the political corridor and pumped them, I think sneaked them inside the Kashmir.
The former Jammu and Kashmir bureaucrat alleges concerted conspiracy by Farooq Abdullah's government to persecute Kashmiri Hindus. The political corridors for terrorists, orchestrated massacres, repeated instigations, genocide charge sheet grows. How will the Abdullahs explain this?
हाँ बेटा सीएम बनेगा, अच्छी सूचना मिली है। 4 महीने टाइम मिला, उसको बहुत काम किया है, उत्तराखंड में सरकार लाया है।
All eyes on BJP legislature party meeting in Uttarakhand. Will Pushkar Singh Dhami remain the Uttarakhand CM or a new face to be of the consensus candidate? Meanwhile, China's Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in the region, triggers wildfire in the mountains near crash site. Rescue operations underway. The Ukrainian MP claims that UK's Prime Minister Boris Johnson is soon going to visit Kiev as a message of solidarity. No confirmation from the British side yet. And we are starting with some breaking news coming in. The Aam Aadmi Party has now nominated Delhi MLA Raghav Chadda, the former cricketer Harbhajan Singh, Dr. Sandeep Pathak, Sanjeev Arora and Ashok Mittal for the Rajya Sabha seats. And now the Congress claiming that it is an insult for the people of Punjab. Row over AAP's Rajya Sabha picks is certainly growing further. This has now triggered a big controversy with the Congress claiming that this is an insult to Punjabis and Punjabiyat, asking why the party did not pick any candidate from Punjab. That's the latest statement coming in. We'll listen in to what the Congress has to say.
मैं समझता हूं पहला इम्तिहान है कि वो पंजाब और पंजाबियत के साथ खड़े होते हैं या फिर बाहरी राज्यों के साथ जो पहले होता आया है उसी प्रकार का वो काम करे। वो किसी को भी राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाए, चाहे कोई रेडी वाले मेरे भाई को बना दे, चाहे कोई समोसे बेचने वाले को बना दे, ये उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन होना पंजाब से चाहिए।
Let me now go across to Gurpreet joining us live. Yes, Gurpreet, after the BJP, now the Congress party is also coming out and hitting at the Aam Aadmi Party for not choosing Punjab candidates for the Rajya Sabha seats.
Well, yes, of course, because today there was an assembly, Vidhan Sabha session was going on where we have seen that Congress MLAs, they had spoken very vocally. They are saying that one side, Aam Aadmi Party was talking about Punjabi and Punjabiyat, and today when they have seen that the people who have been nominated, specifically they had said that Raghav Chadda and Sandeep Pathak, they are saying that they don't belong to Punjab. So that they are putting a lot of question over their nomination. We have seen that Congress Neta, he has given a in writing representation to Vidhan Sabha Speaker saying that this decision should not be taken. But despite all these things, what we have seen that Aam Aadmi Party, they are defending, they are saying Raghav Chadda was co-in charge of Punjab. He had played a major role during the Punjab elections and in the state politics. At the same time, they say that Sandeep Pathak, he was writing and scripting a strategy, poll strategy for Punjab election, and he had also got a credit because of a big mandate was given by people of Punjab. But now Congress Netas, they are coming out, they are saying that one side Aam Aadmi Party was already talking about Punjab and Punjabiyat. They are saying that the leaders will be taken from Punjab, but in the first list that two out of five they are not belonging to Punjab, and that's why this controversy has already been erupted. So let's see that how Aam Aadmi Party is going to defend itself.
Meanwhile, in fact, we have a first reaction coming in. Gurpreet, stay with us, of the Aam Aadmi Party, who has now nominated Delhi MLA Raghav Chadda and former cricketer as well. The AAP now showing Congress's the mirror, asking why it nominated Manmohan Singh from Assam. That's the latest reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party's Harpal Cheema. Listen in.
देखिए, मैं उन कांग्रेस वालों से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपकी जो नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट है वो कहां के हैं? जब सरदार मनमोहन सिंह को नॉमिनेट किया गया था वो असम से किया गया था। ये तो हमारे भारतीय हैं, ये तो हमारे भारत के लिए लड़ते हैं, भारत के लिए काम करते हैं।
तो आपको लगता है गलत है जो उनका दोष है?
उनका दोष जो बिल्कुल बेबुनियाद है, गलत है। आम आदमी पार्टी ने बिल्कुल सही नुमाइंदगी और सही लोगों को चुना।
And we'll now also play out what the candidates, the AAP candidates themselves had to say after being nominated for Rajya Sabha.
मैं अपनी मदर के साथ आज राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन भरने आया हूं और मेरे लीडर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री मेरे बड़े भाई भगवंत मान साहब ने इतना विश्वास मुझ में दिखाया है कि इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में, इतनी कम आयु में इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मेरे कंधों पे डाल ली है। मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि इतनी शक्ति बख्शे कि हम ईमानदारी की राह पे चल के जो जिम्मेदारी मेरी पार्टी, मेरे नेता, मेरे लीडर, मेरे मेंटोर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुझे दे रहे हैं, मैं उसे बखूबी निभा सकूं।
बहुत बड़ा दिन है मुझे इस काबिल आप सबने समझा कि मैं पंजाब की बात, हिंदुस्तान की बात जो है वो सबके सामने रख सकूँ और स्पोर्ट्स को मैं जो है बढ़ावा दे सकूँ।
तो राज्यसभा में किस तरह के जो इशू है वो रेज करोगे आप?
देखिए, फिलहाल तो मेरा जो फोकस है वो स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर है। मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि जो स्पोर्ट्स है पंजाब की या फिर हिंदुस्तान की, इसमें जो यूथ है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोड़ा जाए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो इतना बढ़िया क्रिएट किया जाए ताकि यूथ जो है वो बहुत कुछ सीख के पंजाब का, देश का नाम जो है।
And going back to my colleague Gurpreet, yes Gurpreet, the first reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, who have now counter-attacked the Congress Party, stating why was Manmohan Singh in fact sent from Assam?
Well, yes, of course, when we had confronted Pratap Singh Bajwa, who is also one of the senior leaders from Punjab politics from Congress party, he was also saying that it's a call of Aam Aadmi Party and he doesn't feel anything bad about all these things, the way these people have been nominated, because it's the prerogative of the party. They have taken the decision, and we have seen that Harpal Chima has already put a question mark over the Congress party. He's saying that when Manmohan Singh was appointed from Assam as a Rajya Sabha member, why not Raghav Chadha, why not Sandeep Pathak? So both the party, they are trying to justify their own stand, but one thing is very clear, some of the MLAs, they are saying that they are concerned about the Punjab issues, and that's why they have been demanding this, that all people, all Rajya Sabha members should be from Punjab, because if they have a knowledge about the issues which is related to Punjab, they will be able to raise that issues in the Rajya Sabha, and otherwise this issue will be ignored. So let's see that how the parties are going to defend, and the stand of Congress party saying that it's not a genuine step which was taken by Aam Aadmi Party, whether they will be able to stand by their own issue which they have been raised in the Vidhan Sabha. And we have seen that Raja Vring, he has written a letter and he has already handed over to Vidhan Sabha Speaker, saying that there is a resentment among the Congress MLAs, but at the same time some of the Congress senior MLAs, they are justifying it. They are saying that if the party has taken decision, they don't have any problem with this decision, and that's why Aam Aadmi Party has already given this version. They are saying that
in fact, Gurpreet, stay with us. We'll also listen in to what Manjinder Singh Sirta has to say, who has also now compared the Aam Aadmi Party's government in Punjab to East India Company. Listen in.
5 राज्यसभा के मेंबर भेजे और उन लोगों को भेजा जिनका पंजाब के मुद्दों से, पंजाब के लोगों से और सिक्खी से कुछ सरोकार नहीं है। मुझे दुख और खेद है, पंजाब जो दस्तार से पहचाना जाता था, जाना जाता था, हम बार बार कहते थे अरविंद केजरीवाल आएगा, ये ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी है, जैसे वो आए थे लोभ लालच देकर, यह बताकर कि हम तुम्हारे भले के लिए आए हैं, फिर लूटते लूटते और एक दिन वाइस रॉय यहां पर आकर बैठ गया और क्वीन को रिपोर्ट करने लगा। वही अरविंद केजरीवाल का मॉडल है, बेची हुई राज्यसभा, दूसरे प्रदेशों को दी हुई राज्यसभा, और आज ना कोई सिक्खी की बात उठाने वाला रह गया, ना कोई पंजाबी की।
And we have some more breaking news coming in. The Uttarakhand CM decision all set to happen soon. The BJP is on a huddle as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. We have senior leaders like Rajnath Singh as well as Meenakshi Lekhi, who have already reached the Dehradun decision on Uttarakhand's chief minister is all likelihood to happen by today evening. Let me also now go across to my colleague Madhav joining us live from the newsroom. Yes, Madhav, the front runner seems to be Pushkar Singh Dhami as this stage.
Well, yes, that's what sources are indicating, that the choice has been made. It is Pushkar Singh Dhami, and of course at the legislature party meeting, he is of course expected to be elected as the leader of the legislators of the BJP in the state of Uttarakhand, and thereby, given the fact that under very, very adverse circumstances, very difficult circumstances, he managed to actually get the numbers for the party. And of course also, although he could not focus on his own seat of Khatima, which he lost, he yet has been made the unanimous choice as far as the Chief Minister's post is concerned for the BJP in Uttarakhand. So top leaders and observers who are being sent by the centre. This is a process that we've seen in election after election. The central observers now reaching the state, and of course at that particular meeting will preside over the process of the formation really of the next government, of which Pushkar Singh Dhami is expected to be the next Chief Minister and heading the government. Of course, he will be given a chance now at governance, completing and continuing the policies that he has put in place over the last several months as Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, and certainly of course the government also wanting to see, the BJP, I beg your pardon, also wanting to see that the government that continues in Uttarakhand, it has that sense of continuity as far as the past regime is concerned.
And stay with us, Madhav. Even as you rightly pointed out, Pushkar Singh Dhami was in a way not the front runner earlier because he had lost his seat. Well, at the same time, the state of Uttarakhand has also seen several upheavals and changes in the chief ministers. We'll first play out some reactions coming in.
हाँ बेटा, सीएम बनेगा, अच्छी सूचना मिली है। अब सूचना तो अब हमने देखे नहीं, समाचार घर में देखे, 12 बजे निकले हम यूँ तो घर से, तब तक देख ही रहे थे, मीटिंग हो रही थी उधर। अब अभी तो होती और सूचना तो नहीं मिली रास्ते में। मेरा बेटा नाती बोला, मेरे पापा दिल्ली गए हैं, सीएम बन के आएंगे।
देखिए, सीएम की रेस में तो मुझे आप लोगों ने सम्मिलित किया है। मैंने विधानसभा का चुनाव ही नहीं लड़ा है।
बिल्कुल।
तो इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि मैं उस रेस में कहीं नहीं हूँ।
ऐसे तो पुष्कर सिंह धामी भी हार गए हैं, लेकिन चर्चाएं हैं कि उनको रिपीट किया जा सकता है।
हारने की बात अलग है और चुनाव नहीं लड़ने वाली बात, दोनों भिन्न बातें हैं। और इसलिए पार्टी विधानमंडल दल की बैठक होगी और उसमें नेता विधानमंडल दल का चयन किया जाएगा।
And going back to my colleague Madhav now, and Madhav, we saw another reaction coming in from Pushkar Singh Dhami, who has once again stated, and he is expected to return as the chief minister, stating that everyone is together in the BJP. Take us through what are the challenges that he has faced, because this has been a tough thing for the BJP to decide upon.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, there's a clear indication coming in. He was the third chief minister in the span of 5 years for the BJP in the state of Uttarakhand in this past regime. And his predecessors, Tirath Singh Rawat and Trivendra Rawat, are also fairly active in that sense. And another predecessor of his, Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, also a former chief minister who many were also looking at as a contender within the party fold. Of course, also the others who are hoping to become chief minister this time around. So managing, in fact, to quell all of those various aspirations within the party state unit, the party central leadership has decided to once again repose faith in Pushkar Singh Dhami. Of course, he is confident that in this, given this responsibility, he would be able to successfully carry out his role as chief minister. In fact, there were meetings that took place yesterday also, we are told, with party central leaders along with Pushkar Singh Dhami, where details of who could be his possible team members were also discussed in great length, is the sense that we are getting. So all of that information coming in at this point of time as far as Uttarakhand is concerned, and very clearly it is now all eyes on the formal election of Pushkar Singh Dhami as the chief ministerial face of BJP in Uttarakhand.
All right, thank you so much, Madhav, for now, and we will keep a close eye on when that official announcement is made. We'll slip into a short break now. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days.
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
Welcome back. Now, the Russian military has offered the Ukrainian troops defending the strategic port of Mariupol to lay down arms and exit the city via humanitarian corridors. But that proposal has been rejected by the Ukrainian authorities. Meanwhile, we have seen 4 people who have lost their lives and killed in Kiev's Podilsky district as a result of a fire caused by a Russian attack. All eyes now on the 5th round of talks, which will take place today. Let me now go across to my colleagues on ground in Ukraine. We have Pradeep from in fact, Warsaw, and also Jonathan from Lviv. Going across to Pradeep. Pradeep, multiple updates that we have been reporting since morning. Help us understand where you're reporting from, what's the situation like, and any development as far as the talks are concerned.
Yes, you're absolutely right. In fact, so far as the situation on the ground is concerned, it is deteriorating with each passing day. There had been rocket attacks, there had been shelling around Kyiv also. One shopping mall was targeted and residential complexes were also targeted, because of which 4 people lost their lives. And besides that, we have seen that during the last 48 hours, hypersonic missile had been fired by Russians to target military installation and military bases. These are those missiles that can't be detected by air defense system that has been installed by the Western country. Here, besides this, if we'll talk about the Mariupol, in fact, this is the worst condition. 33 lakh people are almost held hostage. They are not allowed to move out because Russians have already asked the Ukrainian army to surrender. If they surrender, they will provide safe passage to the people who are stuck up in that area. We have seen that first it was theater, and then yesterday it was the school that was targeted by Russian army. That school was bombed. 400 people had taken shelter inside that school. And right now, it's not clear how many people have lost their lives. But if we talk about Mariupol, it has almost been converted into a graveyard. 80% of the Mariupol is completely flattened. The same is the situation in Kharkiv also. Why Mariupol port city is really very important, because Russians are looking for overgrown corridor with Crimea, because they feel that once they are able to get that, it will give impact momentum to their invasion. And besides this, they want to occupy this area properly, Mariupol, because that way it will become very, very easy for their troops to move towards eastwards and then properly encircle Kyiv and have a control over that region. So far, they haven't succeeded even after 4 weeks. So that's one of the reasons that Russians are getting frustrated, and that's why there had been a warning from Vladimir Putin. He said that they are going to have nuclear war evacuation drill. And I think that's really a matter of concern, having nuclear war evacuation drill, because at this stage, when you talk about that thing, that's really going to be a matter of concern for the countries all around. And it's further going to deteriorate situation in this region. So I think the better sense prevails. Hope nothing of that sort happened. It only is a warning. It should not be translated into action. That's really the concern of everybody.
The situation still remains tense, Pradeep. There we'll also go across to Jonathan joining us live from Lviv. And Jonathan, multiple updates coming in, and we have images from across Ukraine showing us the tragedy that the people on ground are currently facing. But at the same time, the fifth round of talks will commence soon. There was an ammonia chemical factory leak that was also reported. If you can share the latest on that as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is not uncommon, is it? Every morning brings news of new bombings, new rocket attacks, and new casualties. If anything, I say this advisedly, but the Russian death toll seems to be reduced, at least in comparison with this time last week or a fortnight ago. If you recall, there were multiple rocket attacks on Kiev for many, many days now, and they seem to have reined in on that a little bit. This could be a result of many factors. Perhaps the Ukrainian resistance is starting to push back a touch. They may be forced to preserve manpower and even supplies. We've heard terrible reports of logistical failures on the Russian side. In terms of the peace talks, well, the fifth or the sixth round of peace talks, depending which way you read it, is going to be very, very interesting indeed, because I think on the ground now we are entering what most military analysts are starting to call a war of attrition. It's kind of a blood-soaked stalemate. The Russians can't seem to make much headway, but equally the Ukrainian forces aren't powerful enough to push back. So they've really hit a kind of a checkmate. And I think this is going to be one of the key factors in forming the next round of talks, because if indeed both sides have concluded...
The situation, Jonathan, on the ground still remains extremely tense. We look forward to that fifth round of talks. For now, Jonathan and Pradeep, stay safe, and thank you for getting us the latest ground updates.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, No bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now. What?
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. Lots lined up for you over the next half an hour, but let's get started with the headlines. No class 12 re-exam for students who boycotted practical exams demanding hijab in their classrooms. State government says relaxation unviable for students who chose to defy the High Court order. AAP shortlist names for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Opposition raises hackles, outrage over non-Punjabi nominations. World powers hail India's fine balance between Russia and Ukraine amid the conflict. Even Pakistan Prime Minister backs Modi's gambit. Will India's opposition now admit?
He used the word the political corridor and pumped them, I think sneaked them inside the Kashmir.
Former JNK bureaucrat alleges concerted conspiracy by Farooq Abdullah's government to persecute Kashmiri Hindus. How will Abdullahs explain this now? Fresh after the thumping victory in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party is all set to launch its Gujarat poll campaign. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann to hold a rally in the state soon.
हाँ बेटा सीएम बनेगा, अच्छी सूचना मिली है। 4 महीने टाइम मिला उसको, बहुत काम किया है, उत्तराखंड में सरकार लाया है।
All eyes on BJP's legislative party meeting in Uttarakhand. Will Pushkar Singh Dhami remain Uttarakhand Chief Minister, or a new face will be the consensus candidate? China Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in the Gangshe region, triggers wildfire in the mountains near the crash site. Rescue operations underway. An Ukrainian MP claims UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is soon going to visit Kyiv as a message of solidarity. No confirmation from the British side yet. First, the students defied the High Court order and skipped their examinations over not being allowed to wear the hijab as they entered their educational institutions. Now, the pro-hijab protesters have asked for a re-examination. But the Karnataka government has made it clear that it will not allow a re-examination. Some students missed their practical exams as they were not allowed to wear their hijab inside their class, and some others had skipped their exams in solidarity with the protesters. The state government has reiterated that several pleas had been made to the students during these examinations to adhere to the High Court interim order. The order also clearly advised the students that they must appear for exams and comply with the education institution's rules without fighting for religious symbolism. But they did not comply, and hence there is no provision for retest.
Whoever is absent for the final exams, no exams will be conducted for them. Whether the reason may be different, whether it is maybe because of hijab, maybe because that he did not prepare for his examination, maybe he may be feared of examination, but no alternative exams will be done for that. And clearly, High Court has given its final verdict saying that students should follow the uniform code, and that is what government is going to do.
Now, one of the pro-hijab students accused the ABVP of stopping them from entering the premises. These students came out and said that they wanted to write their examination but were not allowed to do so by some ABVP activists.
तो हमने तो जानबूझकर एग्ज़ाम स्किप नहीं किए थे क्योंकि हमारा हक हमारी हिजाब पहनकर हमें अंदर जाने की परमिशन नहीं थी, इसलिए हम एग्ज़ाम्स नहीं लिख रहे थे। और मैं तो हमारे कॉलेज में तो एग्ज़ाम्स लिखने गए थे, परमिशन था हमें एग्ज़ाम लिखने की। तो हम जब एग्ज़ाम लिख रहे थे तो एबीवीपी के लोगों ने आके हमें कॉलेज से बाहर निकाला। यानी ये ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने खुद एग्ज़ाम नहीं लिखेंगे बोल के बाहर गए, हमें तो बाहर निकाला गया था। तो हम लोगों ने जानबूझकर तो कुछ नहीं किया, तो हमें री एग्ज़ाम क्यों नहीं कंडक्ट कर सकते वो।
Now, the state government has been talking about a hidden hand ever since these protests began. This was also hinted at during the hearing, and the High Court also came out and observed that there could be some who are instigating and provoking these students. One of those groups that was under the radar for doing exactly that, using these young kids as pawns, was the Popular Front of India and its student wing, the Campus Front. Even now, they continue to slam the decision of the state government. They've now come out and said that the state government's decision is only because these students decided to take part in a democratic protest and they're only being punished for that.
Campus Front of India condemns the statement given by Secondary Education Minister of Karnataka, P.C. Nagesh. He just stated that he's not going to allow to appear for second examination for those students who have participated in hijab protest. Those students have participated in a democratic way, and that is their fundamental right. And just stating that he is not going to allow for the second appearance of the examination, this is totally condemnable and this is unacceptable. If in case the ministry is not allowing the students to appear for second examination, Campus Front of India is not accepting this, and in coming days, in all over the state, we are going to stage a strict and aggressive protest against this decision.
Imran's now live with me for more on this. Now, Imran, the state government has drawn the line. They have made it clear that there is no provision for a retest because these students decided by choice to boycott the exams, which is why there is no case for a re-examination.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we spoke to the law minister also about this. The education minister also, my colleague Deepak spoke, and they categorically clear that there's no point they're going to allow the reappearance of exams of the students whom they boycotted over hijab issue. Congress yesterday appealed to the state government to look into this issue on compassionate grounds, saying that these are students who are just 15 to 16-year-old, and they might have out of emotions not appeared the exams, but the state should have a compassionate look over it and allow them to reappear for the exams. The education minister and law minister J.C. Madhuswamy made it categorically clear that the state will not relook into this issue. The students knew very well that what they are doing, and hence they will not know exams for them will be specifically conducted for students who skip their exams. The state is very clear on that. The Campus Road of India also today, whom the state alleges is behind this entire controversy, held a press conference and said that they are appealing to the state government to allow the students to take their exams. They say that the judgment has been given without upholding the constitutional values. They say that the High Court was supposed to look into the students wearing hijab even in the dress code, and it has been extended all over Karnataka without overlooking the fact that they were asking for their fundamental right. That's the CPI, the Campus Front of India's appeal. They also made it today. But the state is very clear. They're saying that the students missed their exams, knowing fully well that the repercussions of what they'll have, and the state will not allow another second round of exams especially for students who missed because of the hijab protest.
Absolutely. Stay on with me because this issue was raised in the assembly as well. The opposition is rallying behind the protesters. They too have been demanding a second chance for these students, but the Karnataka government has said that it's not possible. Listen in to what transpired both inside the assembly in Karnataka and outside.
Second opportunity kodi sir, yara makkalige bhavishya ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. Second opportunity kodi anta kelta iddivi. ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ. Second opportunity kodi anta kelta iddivi ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಇಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಬೇರೆಗಳು please try to bear others.
And the Education Minister of Karnataka should give them chance to appear in exam, because the exam is their life, and government should not destroy their life, and government should not kill their life. Therefore, I think this is my opinion. Karnataka government and Education Minister of Karnataka, he should allow these girls to appear the exam.
देखिए, हम देश हमारा कानून से चलता है, जुडिशरी से चलता है. हमें अगर हमारी जुडिशरी का ये फैसला है तो हम सबको उसे मानना चाहिए. जो फैसला जुडिशरी ने दे दिया उससे सम्मान थे.
I may tell that minister that a minister of education should be keen to see that the students are having their exams and have their education. His task is not to prevent them and to draw them back from the educational process and examination. So I request him to have a relook on this profession.
Now, Imran, this controversy continues to simmer there, even as the petitioners have knocked on the door of the Supreme Court, and the top court had made it very, very clear that they are going to show no urgency in hearing the matter. So as far as the state government is concerned, and for now, it looks like these students will have to suffer and lose 1 year because the state government is not going to let them reappear for these exams.
Well, absolutely. In fact, they're going to lose the year because of this hijab protest. And in fact, state government is not at all considering the request of the students. In fact, as you said, our opposition also appealed to the state government to look at this issue on compassionate grounds, saying that these are just students who, out of emotions, must have protested. But losing a year, it's a heavy penalty on them, and the state should have a look into it on compassionate grounds. The state government has categorically rejected it, saying that we had given them enough opportunities and they decided on their own will that they will not appear for the exams, and hence they will not hold another re-examination of the students of those who missed it. There still appeals are being made. In fact, opposition yesterday raised this issue in the assembly, as you highlighted earlier, and also the Campus Front of India and several other people have appealed to the state government to relook into it. But we spoke to Education Minister and Law Minister. Both have categorically denied and said that they will not allow neither reappearance of exams and any exams especially conduct for students who missed their exams because of the hijab. Now all eyes are on Supreme Court. They're pinning the hopes now that the Supreme Court probably will allow them not only to just wear the hijab inside classrooms, probably also directs the state government for second chance for them to appear for the exams. Otherwise they'll miss out an entire year because of this.
Right. Right, Imran, thank you so much for getting us those details. But the political fight over this continues, and let's listen into some more reactions coming in.
Here in this country, the people who are supporting intolerant sections and intolerant organizations and the leaders who are supporting the intolerant mobilization, they are the root cause. Now, hijab is not a constitutional prohibition in this general area. It is in a context, in a particular school where uniform is applied. So, bringing that into a political domain and fighting against that in the entire country and creating an image that this country is against hijab and Hindus and the majority are against hijab. This is not the correct scene.
गवर्नमेंट एक रूल्स से चलता है, लोग हम डेमोक्रेसी में जीते हैं। तो उस टाइम जब गवर्नमेंट ने बताया था, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में बताया कि पढ़ने के लिए आप आ जाओ, तो वो हिजाब के लिए हल्ला गुल्ला मजा के पूरे देश में जानबूझ के जिस तरह इलेक्शन चल रहा था, किसी न किसी तरह इलेक्शन को बढ़ावा देने के उनको किसी न किसी ऑपोजिशन वाले चाहते थे कि इसको बड़ा इशू बनाए और बच्चों को माध्यम बनाए। मैं चाहूँगा कि गवर्नमेंट ने जो उस टाइम का जो रूल्स बनाया था तो वो ठीक है, क्योंकि उस टाइम आपको जाना चाहिए था, आप गए नहीं और आप चिल्ला रहे हैं, इसका कोई मतलब नहीं निकलता।
Moving on now, it's week 4 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and many world powers have taken sides. But India has managed to strike a fine balance between Russia and Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi had also opened the hotline with both Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky there. That has now been lauded by the world powers. From United States to Australia to even Pakistan, all now seem to be backing Prime Minister Modi's gambit. This, even as we've seen opposition here within the country raising questions about the foreign policy of the country under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Listen in to the praise that came to the fore from Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan about Prime Minister Modi.
साथ वाला हमारा मुल्क है हिंदुस्तान। मैं आज हिंदुस्तान को दाद देता हूं, इन्होंने हमेशा आजाद फॉरेन पॉलिसी रखी। आज हिंदुस्तान उनके साथ मिला हुआ है, उनका अलायंस है, क्वाड के अंदर अमेरिका का अलायंस की हुई है और अपने आप को वो कहता है मैं न्यूट्रल हूं। रूस से तेल मंगवा रहा है जबकि सैंक्शंस लगी हुई हैं, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान की पॉलिसी अपने लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए है।
One person would be wrong. I think we have received praise across the board for many of our foreign policy initiatives at the level of the Prime Minister. And I think, our record speaks for it.
Like the Foreign Secretary there mentioned, it's not just Imran Khan or Pakistan, but the world has lauded the efforts India has taken as far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned. We have opened up a hotline with both the countries. Prime Minister Modi has dialed Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky on multiple occasions. The Initially, the focus was on evacuation of stranded Indian nationals there, but the message has always been very, very clear as far as India is concerned. We're not going to be taking sides, but we want peace to ensure that not just Indian citizens or foreign nationals that are stranded in Ukraine are safe, but the people, the innocent people of Ukraine are safe, and war does not bring out any good. That has now been lauded by world powers. Even Pakistani Prime Minister coming out and lauding India's stand and not bowing to pressure as far as Australia and United States is concerned, both countries which have come down heavily on Vladimir Putin and Russia for their aggression in Ukraine. Listen in once again to the praise that came in from unusual quarters, and that is Pakistan.
साथ वाला हमारा मुल्क है हिंदुस्तान। मैं आज हिंदुस्तान को दाद देता हूं, इन्होंने हमेशा आजाद फॉरेन पॉलिसी रखी। आज हिंदुस्तान उनके साथ मिला हुआ है, उनका अलायंस है। क्वाड के अंदर अमेरिका का अलायंस की हुई है और अपने आप को वो कहता है मैं न्यूट्रल हूं। रूस से तेल मंगवा रहा है जबकि सैंक्शंस लगी हुई हैं, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान की पॉलिसी अपने लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए है।
Senior editor Madhav Gopalakrishnan with me for more on this. And Madhav, it's quite unusual that we're seeing praise coming to the fore from the Pakistani Prime Minister as well. It'll be interesting to see how the opposition here in India is going to react, because especially over the last few months, we've seen the kind of criticism that has come to the fore from the opposition vis-a-vis India's foreign policy under Prime Minister Modi.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, India's policy has been very clearly working for the benefit of Indians. And perhaps the Sumi 700 are testimony to that, how literally from the jaws of danger, they were in fact brought back to safety with engagements taking place at the highest level of governments on both Ukraine and Russian side, as well as, of course, Indian side, with the Prime Minister himself engaging with the presidents of both Ukraine and Russia. So clearly, of course, in such a situation, of course, Imran Khan also taking up the issue of purchase of Russian oil and saying that ultimately it is the benefit and the interest of Indians that is at heart when it comes to the government of India. So very, very significant over here that Imran Khan has taken this opportunity, and the government also formally reacting to this statement of Imran Khan.
Right, Madhav, thank you so much for getting us that update. We'll, of course, keep a track of all the political developments that are taking place on this. But for the moment, we're shifting focus now to more news coming in. Now, there's another controversy that has been triggered, and that is about the Bhagat Singh Memorial Foundation of Pakistan, which has moved court seeking a direction to the federal government to provide foolproof security cover to a public event on the 23rd of March, which marks the 91st death anniversary of Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev. Now, the organization has come out and alleged that it has been receiving threats from Islamists. The organizer claims that despite sending applications to the government agencies there seeking security, there has been no reply from them. The demand to rename Shadnam Chowk to Bhagat Singh Chowk has irked Islamists, and they have warned of unleashing terror if the Imran government decides to do so.
सालों से इस दिन को मनाती आ रही है शहीद भगत सिंह मेमोरियल फाउंडेशन। उनको कोर्ट का रुख करना पड़ा है, सरकार से सिक्योरिटी मांगनी पड़ी है कि कुछ कट्टरपंथियों ने ये मना कर दिया है कि शहीदों को पाकिस्तान में याद नहीं किया जाएगा। तो मैं पाकिस्तान सरकार से निवेदन करता हूं कि सबसे पहले तो उस कार्यक्रम को बनाने के लिए सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई जाए। और शहीद आजम भगत सिंह जी ने कभी भी ये नहीं सोचा था कि जिस मिट्टी के लिए वो हंसते हंसते फांसी के फंदे को चूम रहे हैं, उस धरती के दो टुकड़े हो जाएंगे, एक हिंदुस्तान बन जाएगा, एक पाकिस्तान बन जाएगा, और पाकिस्तान के अंदर उनको याद तक करने पर पाबंदी लगा दी जाएगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी के ही नहीं, पूरे देश के, पंजाब के नेशनल हीरो हैं शहीद आज़म सर भगत सिंह जी। उनके लिए मैं समझता हूं कि सारी दुनिया में उनका नाम के आगे सिर झुकाया जाता है, क्योंकि उन्होंने दुनिया में भारत को आज़ाद करा के सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी जो है भारत के रूप में दी है। सो इस करके ऐसा अगर कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ देश के क्या दुनिया के किसी कोने में भी ऐसी होती है जो उनके सम्मान को और नहीं बढ़ाती, वो उसको हम जायज़ नहीं मानते। भगवंत मान जी पहले कह चुके हैं, और हमारी तो सरकार ने भी जो कसम उठाई है, सौं उठाई है।
जहाँ तक भगत सिंह का सवाल है, भगत सिंह एक बहुत बड़े आइकन हैं
और नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया, इवन पाकिस्तान के लिए भी बहुत बड़े आइकन है। ठीक है, अंग्रेज़ों के ख़िलाफ़ उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ी, वो चाहते थे, क्योंकि जॉइंट पंजाब में वो दोनों के आइकन थे। आज के क्या हालात हैं ये तो अल्टीमेटली पाकिस्तान की सरकार ने ही तय करना है। पर मेरा ये मानना है भी भगत सिंह को मानने वाले लोग जहाँ पंजाब में, भारत में बहुत हैं, वहाँ पाकिस्तान में बहुत हैं। जो लोग उनका सत्कार करते हैं, उनकी भावनाओं की कदर पाकिस्तान की सरकार को करनी चाहिए।
Pakistanis who got independence. But sir, so I think so. They should be more large-hearted, and they must should be more compassionate, and they must allow this NGO, whosoever wants to celebrate the great sacrifices of Shahid Azam Bhagat Singh.
NGO of Pakistan? Yes. I think it's a good gesture, and because ultimately Bhagat Singh was fought for the cause of freedom. So after that it was two countries, but before that it was just one country. So I think that should be done.
Now the political fight over this continues here in India, but let's also listen in to how the family of Bhagat Singh has reacted. Times Now spoke to the nephew. We're given to understand. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
ने 1924 में कहा था कि आज़ादी के रास्ते में सबसे बड़ी रुकावट जो है, और जिससे लोगों को उनकी जो मेहनत है उसका फल मिल सके, जिसे वो इनकलाब कहते थे, उसमें सबसे बड़ी बाधा जो है वो सांप्रदायिकता है। धर्म के नाम पे और जात के नाम पे लोगों पे जुल्म है। तो अभी यही फोर्सेस जो हैं वो भगत सिंह के हर विचार को अपोज करती हैं, और उन्होंने कहा था कि जब तक भाईचारा नहीं बनता तब तक बराबरता नहीं आ सकती, और ना बराबरी जो है वो हमारे समाज की सबसे बड़ी शराब है। और वो भारत में भी ऐसी जो सांप्रदायिक फोर्सेस हैं वो भगत सिंह के विचारों को अपोज करती हैं, और पाकिस्तान में भी कर रही हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें और ज़्यादा सीरियस होकर उस पे नौजवानों को चेतन करना चाहिए, जैसे 1924 में भगत सिंह ने नौजवान लहर खड़ी करने के वक्त किया था, कि ये जो कमज़ोरियाँ हैं इनको दूर किया जाए। धन्यवाद। शहीद भगत सिंह ने 1924 में कहा था कि आज़ादी के रास्ते में सबसे बड़ी रुकावट जो है, और जिससे लोगों को उनकी
That's one of the stories that we will keep a track on of here on Times Now. But for the moment, a quick check of some other stories in brief. Congress chief Sonia Gandhi met Kerala Congress MPs over invitation to CPIM National Seminar. Shashi Tharoor, KV Thomas and Manishankar Iyer were invited for the seminar. The cadre opined that it is not the right time to attend the conference in the backdrop of violence by the left wing. BJP state in charge for Madhya Pradesh makes a shocking claim. He says ethnic cleansing is happening in Hyderabad and in Telangana under the guidance of AIMIM and the support from TRS. Big relief for Maharashtra BJP leader Pravin Darekar. Mumbai Sessions Court stays any action against the leader in the bank fraud case till March 23rd. Footballer turned politician Biren Singh takes oath as the Chief Minister of Manipur. Recently concluded assembly polls saw a Saffron Party return to power in the state by winning over 30 seats in the 60-member House. Cops arrest 4 accused in alleged gang rape and murder case of an 8-year-old girl whose body was recovered on Holi in Bihar's Banka. The mortal remains have been sent for post-mortem. Even as the report is awaited, people staged a protest seeking justice for the victim. That's all we could pack in for you in this edition of the news, but we'll be back with the top headlines on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
Very good evening and welcome. This is Times Now. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's very quickly take you to the top stories we are tracking at 5 p.m. No class 12th re-exam for students who boycotted practical examinations demanding hijab at their institutions. State government of Karnataka says relaxation unavailable for students who chose to defy High Court interim order. Aam Aadmi Party shortlists names for its quota of Rajya Sabha from Punjab. The choices raise opposition's hackers outrage our non-Punjabi nominations. World powers hail India's fine balance between Russia and Ukraine amid the conflict. Even Pakistan Prime Minister backs Modi's gambit.
He used the word, pumped them, I think, sneaked them inside the Kashmir.
Former Jammu and Kashmir bureaucrat alleges concerted conspiracy by Farooq Abdullah's government to persecute Kashmiri Hindus. How will Abdullahs explain now? Fresh after thumping victory in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party is all set to launch its Gujarat poll campaign. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann to hold a rally in the state soon.
बेटा सीएम बनेगा, अच्छी सूचना मिली है। 4 महीने टाइम मिला, उसको बहुत काम किया है, उत्तराखंड में सरकार लाया है।
All eyes on a BJP legislature party meeting in Uttarakhand. Will Pushkar Singh Dhami remain Uttarakhand's chief minister, or a new face will be the consensus candidate? China Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in China. In fact, triggers wildfire in the mountainous region where it crashed. Rescue operations are underway. Ukrainian MP claims UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is soon going to visit Kiev as a message of solidarity. No confirmation yet from the British side. All right, starting with the big story that we are tracking at this moment from West Bengal, where Babul Supriyo, who is now switched sides from the BJP to the TMC and has been fielded by the party as its Baliganj candidate, even as the former BJP MP filed his nomination for the assembly by-election. Now, there seems to be trouble for the TMC already. Muslim clerics have openly opposed Babul Supriyo's nomination from the seat, saying that he has blood of Muslims on his hands. The controversy started because of the violence that took place on Ram Navami in 2018 in Asansol, the constituency which Babul Supriyo used to represent for the Bharatiya Janata Party as the MP. In the violence, in fact, few people were killed. Now, Imam Association has demanded an apology, or has said they will boycott Babul Supriyo's candidature. The big question is, will Mamata Banerjee's now, in fact, newly inducted Neta, is he going to apologize at the risk of appeasement and trying to get the votes?
We have very much allergy to about Babul Supriyo. We don't have any object about Trinamool Congress. We don't have any object about Mamata Banerjee. We have particularly objected to Mr. Babul Singh. We had very much objected to Mr. Babul Supriyo because he has blood on his head of our Imam's son.
मैं बीजेपी से आया हुआ हूँ। मेरा पहला एक पार्टी थी, तो उन सबको मालूम है कि दीदी के प्यार से और दीदी के सपोर्ट से मैं उतरा हुआ हूँ। तो कई बार मन में कुछ चीज़ें रहती हैं, मुझे उनके साथ बैठना पड़ेगा, बात करना पड़ेगा। और मैं एक संगीत के जगत का वो हूँ। पार्टी अगर कोई बीजेपी अगर कोई कम्युनल लाइन 70-30 और 80-20 की बात करे, तो उसका जो है दायित्व तो मैं नहीं ले सकता हूँ ना। तो इसीलिए उनके साथ बैठना पड़ेगा। शुरुआत में मैं नया आया हूँ, कई लोगों के मन में कई सारी जो क्वेश्चन मार्क्स हो सकता है, तो मैं उनके जवाब दूंगा, उनके साथ बैठूंगा और पार्टी मुझे जैसे कहेगी उसी तरीके से।
My colleague Tanushree now joining us from Kolkata with more details on this. Now, this is going to be a test case for Mamata Banerjee, who fought a very, very bitter election against the BJP while Babul Supriyo was on the other side of the fence. How is she going to get the Muslims on board now?
Well, certainly, if you see, Ankit, we had spoken to the Muslim cleric and Muhammad Yahiya, who is the chairman of the Bengal Imam Association. They have raised a question that did Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress not find any other candidate? Was there no other candidate for Trinamool Congress? And why did they have to choose Babul Supriyo as a candidate? Because the Imam Association and the minority Muslim population, they do feel that Babul Supriyo has blood in their hands and they do not wish to cast a vote for Babul Supriyo, even though he is a Trinamool Congress candidate. Now, what we had got to know from our sources was that Firhad Hakim, who is the mayor of Kolkata and also a minister of the Trinamool Congress, he had held a meeting with the Imam Association. With Muhammad Yahiya, he was present in the meeting, but till now that meeting has been futile. And as we get to know, a letter has also been written to the Chief Minister regarding this issue, but certainly the Trinamool Congress has not given any statement in this matter. But certainly this is a challenge that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress chairperson Mamata Banerjee would be facing, because the minority population in Baliganj constituency, they are certainly right now not ready to cast their votes for Babul Supriyo.
And that's going to be a very, very problematic thing for Mamata Banerjee. We'll also have to now take a look at how the party handles it. Will Babul Supriyo or the party go out of their way to appease the clerics and try and get their votes? Let's listen in to what Saira Shah Halim, she is the candidate from the left front as far as this constituency is concerned, on this very issue.
Public knows what they're doing, because nobody, end of the day, would, without naming anyone, nobody would like to vote for someone who's, who's tainted in any manner, whether it's any kind of accusation, any allegation, or any controversy, because end of the day, you need to keep your conscience clean. And I think that is what the voters are doing. They are educated. They are politically kind of well versed with the geopolitics of what is happening. And I'm sure they'll do the research on the ground.
Bengal is quite used to having a BJP man being a Trinamool candidate, or a Trinamool man being a BJP candidate. Shatrugna Sinha, BJP and Congress, and then Trinamool. Babul Supriyo, BJP, Minister of Narendra Modi government. So it is basically a in-within arrangement that anyone to be a candidate of the TMC, his basic qualification must be that he was in the circle of BJP.
मुस्लिम लोग बोल रहा है इसको वोट नहीं डालेंगे, इसको नहीं देंगे. अरे ममता बनर्जी तो मुसलमान हिंदू सबका रंग से उसका हाथ रंगा चुका है. इन्होंने किसी का नहीं है. इन्होंने जब जहां पर जरूरत होगा उसी पर उसका खून बहाने का काम किया. इसीलिए मैं समझता हूं मुसलमान लोगों को भी यूनाइटेड होना चाहिए और तृणमूल का खिलाफ वोट डालना चाहिए और तृणमूल को उचित शिक्षा देना चाहिए. भारतीय जनता पार्टी मुसलमान का कोई विरोध नहीं करते. भारतीय जनता पार्टी तुष्टीकरण का विरोध करते हैं.
Tamal, my colleague, is now joining us with more details on this. Tamal, what are you hearing from the TMC? For Babul Supriyo, the baggage that he carries could be the most detrimental, in fact, prospect as far as the upcoming by-election is concerned.
Well, Ankit, Baliganj is a very prestigious seat for Trinamool Congress. Subrata Mukherjee had been a 5-time MLA from there. And Subrata Mukherjee, the previous minister, who unfortunately passed away last year, has left behind a legacy for Trinamool Congress and also whoever is trying to fill in the shoe. Now, for Subrata Mukherjee, it was easy because he had a reputation. Now, a same constituency which has roughly about 48% Muslim vote share, it could be a challenge for Trinamool Congress. Yes, it is a fact that a section of Muslim leadership from the constituency have simply not approached ministers and other leaders, have also gone to the extent of writing letters to the party leadership seeking intervention. All their qualm is, why Babul Supriyo? Their question is, Babul Supriyo can join Trinamool Congress,
yes.
but Babul Supriyo had a lot of instigating statements, instigating comments during the 2018 Ram Navami riots, if I can use that word, in Asansol, and that had been their basic contention. Yes, of course, the entire ministry, the party high and might will all be jumping in to, in fact, assuage the tension created convivial for Babul Supriyo.
Okay.
Will it really turn out that convivial?
Kamal, we are just getting some information that Firad Hakim has been sent to try and placate the imams. The opposition already would see this as the TMC, trying to bend down, trying to appease a certain section to make sure that they do not, there is no embarrassment as far as their candidate is concerned.
Well, absolutely. As I was saying, Ankit, the senior leadership of Trinamool Congress would try and ensure they can placate the section of Muslim leadership who have kind of opposed the candidature of Babul Supriyo. Will that happen that easy is something we have to wait and watch. At this point in time, yes, it's a fact that ministers like Firad Hakim have kind of met, the Muslim leaders, and at the same time, Babul Supriyo is trying to reach out to them.
All right, we'll have to wait and see the baggage that Babul Supriyo carries of being from the BJP and what happened in Asansol, whether that becomes the albatross around his neck in this election. The Trinamool already, in fact, sending feelers to the Muslim clerics to try and make sure that they do not get a drubbing in this election. Thank you to both my colleagues for joining me. Priyanka Tibrewal, spokesperson of the BJP, is with us at this moment. Anirban Banerjee, political analyst, is also with us. Thank you for both of you for joining us. Priyanka Tibrewal, I want to start with you. It seems that Babul Supriyo's past with the Bharatiya Janata Party is too heavy for the TMC to carry at this moment.
See, I believe that the question which is now running in the mind of people is absolutely very much required at the moment, because we have seen in the past what kind of language Mr. Supriyo, when he was in BJP, was used by him. And maybe it has hurt the emotions of certain people there. So I completely believe that judge politicians by actions and not their promises. And that is exactly what the people are doing now, because they will question moralities, they will question values, they will question principles. They will ask, what about the ideologies?
Wasn't he a member of the BJP till a few months back? So if he was making those statements, that is also a reflection on the BJP in West Bengal, isn't it?
No, what I am saying is, this set of people who are not willing to accept him today, this is their thinking. Just because they think that he was in BJP and he had said certain things which has hurted them.
Yes.
According to me, whatever we have said or we stick, we do not go for any kind of appeasement.
Right.
But here in Trinamool, this kind of appeasement politics is there.
Anirban Banerjee, you've heard what Priyanka Tibrewala is saying, that the TMC is going out of its way. This is a prime example of how Babul Supriyo is being made to walk on his knees to try and appease a certain section.
The point that I find too ridiculous is that Madam Tibrewal is accusing Mr. Supriyo of doing the very things which was very much approved by her own party then. I mean, if his comments or actions or whatever were objectionable, then what was the BJP leadership doing then? They were basically promoting him. They were basically promoting his statements and actions. Whatever Babul Supriyo said or did at that time is the political line of the BJP that he was following. So if Mrs. Tibrewal is objecting to whatever Babul Supriyo did,
no, but she's saying that they were not. The BJP was not trying to appease anybody. That is why whatever Babul Supriyo was saying was in fact saying according to what was happening at that moment. But because of those statements and because now the Muslim clerics are against him, the TMC is trying to in fact appease them by giving them these concessions, by trying to tell them that their party and Babul Supriyo has completely changed.
The question is that whether Madam Tibrewal supports the actions and comments of Babul Supriyo when he was in the BJP. That is a simple question.
2018,
she must answer.
Anirban,
if the answer is yes, ma'am, just a moment, please. If the answer is yes, that she supports Babul Supriyo in the BJP when he did all those things or said whatever he said, then how can she object right now? She's saying that what Babul Supriyo did or said.
Okay, let Mr. Cibrival respond to that. Mr. Cibrival.
I stick to the statements which were made by him. I stick to whatever was said in 2018 because I was the one who filed a PIL in Supreme Court taking the communal clashes there in Supreme Court which happened in Ram Navami. And no one can refuse that there were communal clashes. But at that point of time also, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, she believed in this kind of politics of appeasement, where Mr. Supriyo, he was on the other side, where he stated what was happening. So at that point of time, whatever was the truth, he spoke that. But since today, the platform has changed, so he is on the other side. And now, as I told you, that, honesty is very much absolute. It's an absolute prerequisite in politics. Now, which he is lacking, because now people are questioning that whatever he said in the past, whether that was the truth or what he is
Mr. Cibrival, is this trying to change your stance or is this trying to be more inclusive? Babul Supriyo, is he trying to change his stance or he's trying to be more inclusive?
The kind of party he is in now, their appeasement is a must. You have to do that. And this seat where he's contesting the elections, he very well knows that minority is the majority there. So that's the reason now the stand is changing.
Anirban Banerjee, if Babul Supriyo made such objectionable statements at that point of time, the question would also be why, what is he doing in TMC? If you are a party which stood with the minorities and if Babul Supriyo made such statements, then you or your party is also opportunists. Why is he being fielded from there?
The point being that if you have to break the fascist camp, you have to break people away from that camp as well. The change that Babul Supriyo himself was stand for, I am not concerned about him as a person in his personal regards. The position, the political position that he will be taking from now on or from the day that he joined the TMC is starkly against the BJP and RSS. It's starkly against the politics that the RSS...
No, but what are you trying to say? That if you have to counter the BJP in West Bengal, appeasement is your way forward?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
I'm saying, you're saying that to counter the Bharatiya Janata Party and whatever you think is their agenda, appeasement politics is your answer to that?
Well, if a minister meeting with a fellow citizen from his own very state is appeasement for someone, then so be it. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares for the certificate given by the BJP. How does it matter?
Okay.
They will term anybody as anti-national if they are against the BJP. Who cares for their certificate? We don't care about the fascist certificate anyway.
Right.
A minister of the state has met with a fellow citizen. He has every right to meet with him. If need be, he will meet him again and again and again.
Mr. Cibrival, the Mr. Banerjee and the TMC doesn't believe it's appeasement. He's saying, as a politician, he has all the right. If people are angry with him, he'll try and make sure that his voters are together. He'll try and do whatever he can. What's wrong with that?
See, again, I will say that in politics, hypocrisy is the result of weakness, and this weakness can be clearly understood and seen in Baliganj. That's the reason that in this locality there are other voters as well. But they do not talk to them, but they are rather going to people to again appease them because minority votes matter. Now this is the
ma'am, if I turn this around, for then the question that people will ask that the BJP doesn't go and talk to the Muslim voters, then you are also only playing politics of majoritism.
We treat voters as voters, not majority or minority. We go to every doorstep. But here you see, as soon as the campaign started, it started from the minority belt. Now the questions which are being raised are from the minority, and all the ministers are busy going to the doorstep trying to convince them that no, please vote for us. So again, I'm saying these are the milking cows for them, which they have again and again mentioned. TMC has said this number of times.
Okay.
The Chief Minister herself has said this number of times.
You are using the Muslim voters just to make sure that you win. That's the charge that the BJP is making. And you know that without the support of the Muslim voters, because possibly what Mr. Tibriwala is saying, that your campaign started from there, that only shows that you don't care about the other voters in that constituency. Mr. Anirban.
Sir, let me tell you, this is the very constituency where just a few months back, Mr. Subrata Mukherjee won by a margin of, if I remember correctly, almost 80,000 votes. And even this time around, the fight is basically between the TMC and the left front.
Okay.
The BJP is not even in the frame. And I can tell you this also, they will barely manage to save their deposit. Therefore, whatever the BJP wants to charge any party with anything.
Okay. Is it the losing ground that the BJP fears as far as the drubbing that they got in the elections in West Bengal? This by-election would be very, very crucial. Thank you so much to both my guests for joining me at this moment and sharing your views on this big story that we are tracking at this moment. Breaking news coming in. Meanwhile, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has mocked, in fact, the genocide victims' cry for justice. He now, after on Kashmir files, he has said, who wants this Kashmir files? Instead, wants film on irrigation files, industrial files, equating, the situation that the Kashmiri Pandits had to go through with, in fact, other problems of his state. KCR says, who wants to see this Kashmir files? There should be irrigation files instead of this movie. Somit, my colleague, joins me at this moment. Now, the BJP is not going to take this very kindly, Somit. KCR, just put it for our viewers in context. Why did he say that?
Well, since last few days we are seeing KCR hitting out at the central government, and even at this PC he was hitting out at the central government to buy the paddy. And now he, after speaking about the paddy procurement, he has clearly stated out about the Kashmir files, and he stated that who wants this Kashmir files? If the progressive government is in place in the center, then we have to get the industrial files as well as other files, but not the Kashmir files. And who is getting benefit out of it? And he also stated that the Pandits in the Delhi themselves are saying that they didn't got any relief, a single paisa benefit they didn't got from the central government, and no relief has been granted from the central government. And he also stated that Pandits stating that their exodus and the genocide what happened to them has been used to turn to get votes. This is what the allegation made by the Chief Minister KCR,
right.
And also several other statements also been made by him.
All right. Somit, as far as the opposition is concerned, is this going to be now a big agenda for the opposition, particularly the BJP? Because this is what we are seeing, a trend in the BJP states, and the way the party has stood behind this, in fact, a movie. Just stay on with me. Let's listen in to what KCR has said.
ఏదైనా ప్రోగ్రెసివ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఉంటే ఇరిగేషన్ ఫైల్స్, ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ఫైల్స్, ఎకనామిక్ ఫైల్స్, గా ఫైల్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఈ కాశ్మీర్ ఫైల్స్ ఏంటండి నాకు అర్థం కాదు. ఇది దిక్కుమాలిన వ్యవహారం. ఎవరికి కావాలని కాశ్మీర్ ఫైల్స్ దాకా వచ్చేది సచ్చేది. ఢిల్లీలో కాశ్మీర్ పండిట్లో చెప్తున్నారు, మాకు జరిగినటువంటి దీన్ని ఓట్ల రూపంలో సొమ్ము చేసుకునే ఒక దుర్మార్గమైన ప్రక్రియ ఈ ప్రచారం. మాకు అసలు ఏం ఒక పైసా పనిచేయలేదు, మాకేం రిలీఫ్ రాలేదు, ఎటువంటి లాభం లేదు.
All right. Somit continues to be with me. Somit, the way K. Chandrasekhar Rao, he has been meeting the opposition leaders, now in fact wading into the Kashmir file controversy, hitting out at the center. He already seems to be in a mode for 2024, trying to cobble up an anti-BJP front.
Well, we can say this, he's not leaving a stone unturned to, hit out at the BJP. And since last few days, few months, we can say that he's meeting all the opposition leaders across the country. First, the left chief minister at the Kerala, then the chief minister of Tamil Nadu, then recently we have saw the chief minister of Maharashtra, the opposition leader of the Bihar, and also, other leaders he have met. And soon he's also going to meet Mamata Banerjee. And, he's also scheduled to meet Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party's chief minister at Delhi, and even that program was cancelled. But however, he said, sources said that he'll be soon meeting the AAP chief as well. But he's clearly hitting out at the BJP, and even the party has made it clear that
every opportunity that he can get, be it the Kashmir files or in fact meeting the opposition leaders, KCR already preparing the ground for the 2024 elections for a anti-BJP front that he seems to be working on. Thank you so much, Somit, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on Times Now.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate.
Welcome back. The stage seems to be set for yet another face-off between the state and the pro-hijab groups in Karnataka. In fact, this time the flashpoint is a demand of PU students who boycotted the practical exams held in February and March to reconduct the tests. Some students missed their practical exams as they were not allowed to wear the hijab inside class. Some had skipped exams in solidarity with the protesters. But the Karnataka government has refused to relent, making it clear that no exemptions will be made for the students as they willingly chose to skip exams and violate the interim verdict of the interim verdict of the High Court as well.
Whoever is absent for the final exams, no exams will be conducted for them. Whether the reason may be different, whether it is maybe because of hijab, maybe because that he did not prepare for his examination, maybe he may be feared of examination, but No alternative exams will be done for that. And clearly, High Court has given its final verdict saying that students should follow the uniform code, and that is what government is going to do.
I may tell that minister that a minister of education should be keen to see that the students are having their exams and have their education. His task is not to prevent them and to draw them back from the educational process and examination. So I request him to have a relook on this position.
Go across to Imran for more on this. Imran, the government has made it very clear that there will be no re-examination that is conducted. What now is the plan of action for those students? Because they have been protesting on the issue of hijab. Now that, in fact, the court verdict has come out on that issue, are they going to now take up this issue as well?
Yes, Madhav, that's what it looks like. In fact, today Campus Front of India also did a press conference urging the state government to really look into this issue and to allow the students, hijab-wearing students who protested along with their colleagues there, to allow them to reappear for the exams. The state, however, is not relenting, and in fact, the Education Minister and Law Minister made it categorically clear the students are informed much before that, if they participate in protests and not attend the exams, they will not be allowed to reappear again. Now, this seems to an issue which also opposition has latched on to. Yesterday in the Assembly, the Congress raised this issue, saying that the state should relook into this issue and compassionate grounds should allow for the reappearance of the students who missed out their exams. Otherwise, they appeal that 1 year of their educational life will be ruined. But the state seems to be not backing off from this, and in fact, students also are protesting, in backdrop of which we saw several colleges in coastal Karnataka and also other parts of the state not allowing students, saying that they have implementing High Court order. So if they have to remove the hijab if they want to appear for exams. Many of the students still continue to boycott, and now it looks like again a second round of face-off is happening between the state government and the students over this hijab issue, and also allowing them for a reappearance for the exams. Now, in between, many are pinning their hopes on Supreme Court to find a relief, if at least not for the hijab, but at least to ask direction from the Supreme Court to allow the state government to appear for the exams. Whether it will happen or not, we have to see, because the process is not, it seems to be that according to the wish of what the students or the lawyers expected it to be.
All right, stay with us, Imran, because one of the pro-hijab protesters, or students rather, has accused the ABVP of stopping them from entering the premises, saying they wanted to write the exams but were not allowed to do so and therefore deserve an exemption.
हमने तो जानबूझकर एग्जाम स्किप नहीं किए थे, क्योंकि हमारा हक, हमारी हिजाब पहनकर हमें अंदर जाने की परमिशन नहीं थी, इसलिए हम एग्जाम्स नहीं लिख रहे थे। और मैं तो हमारे कॉलेज में तो एग्जाम्स लिखने गए थे, परमिशन था हमें एग्जाम लिखने की। तो हम जब एग्ज़ाम लिख रहे थे तो ABVP के लोगों ने आके हमें कॉलेज से बाहर निकाला। यानी ये ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने खुद एग्ज़ाम नहीं लिखेंगे बोल के बाहर गए, हमें तो बाहर निकाला गया था। तो हम लोगों ने जानबूझकर तो कुछ नहीं किया, तो हमें री एग्ज़ाम क्यों नहीं कंडक्ट कर सकते वो।
And in fact, the student wing of the Popular Front of India says that students are being punished for taking part in a democratic protest.
Campus Front of India condemns the statement given by Secondary Education Minister of Karnataka, Patronage. He just stated that he is not going to allow to appear for second examination for those students who have participated in hijab protest. Those students have participated in a democratic way, and that is their fundamental right. And just stating that he is not going to allow for the second appearance of the examination, this is totally condemnable and this is unacceptable. If in case the ministry is not allowing the students to appear for second examination, Campus Front of India is not accepting this, and in coming days, in all over the state, we are going to stage a strict and aggressive protest against this decision.
There's news coming in that hijab-wearing girl students were not allowed to write exams at the St. Raymond Institution in Mangalore. Students allege that they were earlier allowed to write exams with a hijab, but after the High Court order, they are not being allowed. Imran is with us for more on this. Imran, take us through what is the latest coming in from this institution in Mangalore, because here students are alleging that they were allowed to write the exams with hijab, but are now not being allowed to do so after the High Court order has come into effect.
Well, absolutely, Madhav. That's the claim students are making, that before this entire High Court order came, they were allowed inside to write exams wearing the hijab. But now they're not being allowed after the High Court order. The management didn't allow close to around 30 students today to write their exams, is what the students claim, that they were not allowed to enter the examination hall with their hijab on. In fact, the students even protested. And if from visuals, you can see management had a hard time to convince the students there that they are following the High Court order, and they're saying that which does not allow hijab inside classrooms, is what the management had said. The CDC has decided that the College Development Committee, that students wearing hijab will not be allowed inside campuses. So today was an examination for which most of the students protesting there could appear, as they're demanding to be allowed inside wearing hijab. And it's not just an isolated incident of the Mangalore. Reports coming in, there's several other colleges this incident happened, and they've also now some of the groups and students or bodies supporting them have appealed to state government to allow them to reappear, which the state government is categorically denied, that they will not be allowed to reappear for the exams.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us with that detail there, Imran. We will, in fact, keep coming back to you for more updates on this. For the moment, let's go across to our guests who are joining us. With us is Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP. Suhaib PV is a National Committee member of the Campus Front of India. I'm going to start with you first, Mr. Suhaib. What we have over here is that the state government coming out to say that it was made very clear at that time itself that they would have to take the exams and have to abide by the rules. But since the students did not do that, there's going to be no re-examination that is now being conducted. Your response to the state government's action?
Actually, it is crystal clear that by the statement of the Karnataka Educational Minister, that is the actual intention of the RSS-led BJP government is not the issue of hijab, not the issue of education, not the issue of secularism. Their only issue is to deprive the Muslim community, girls, from the education sector. That's the actual intention. It is. The court never banned the hijab in Karnataka state. That's the point we have to. The institution has independent decision-making power. That's the court order. That's another controversial order. I'm not going to that point. Here it is very harshly. The government is deciding that they are not allowing to. They will not allow any student for reappearing in the examination during the hijab issue. That is the issue. Is the students were already approached the Supreme Court for reopen this decision of the Karnataka High Court. That is why the students approach the Karnataka High Court is for their right to wear hijab in their educational institution. That's the practice they are.
The government is saying that they have been upheld, but that their point of view has been upheld by the court now, and that is why they're going ahead with this order. Yeah. Let's bring in the BJP spokesperson, Charu Pragya. Your response to Mr. Suhaib.
Let me complete.
Madhav, I want to make one thing very clear. This has nothing to do with anybody's religion. This has everything to do with the discipline of an educational institution. All the girls who went around shouting, "Pehle hijab, fir kitab," have been shown that इस तरीके से जिंदगी नहीं चलती है. You are the ones who chose to walk out of exams. You are the ones who chose to boycott your institution, your education, boycott everything, just because you wanted to prove a point. And I stand with Karnataka High Court when they say that there were people who were brainwashing these young innocent minds, and those people are more to blame than the girls themselves. And PFI is one of those institutions. Campus Front of India is one of those institutions. And this is not the first time something like this has happened in our country. Constitution is paramount. These girls are not above the law. It doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter which community they come from. And when the High Court says something, you have to follow that. And they were given plenty of warnings. 10th of February, 18th of February, and then very recently the March order from the Karnataka High Court all said the same thing. And not just this, I want to go back to the 2003 order of Bombay High Court, 2007 order of the Madras High Court, 2018 order of the Kerala High Court, and now the 2022 order of the Karnataka High Court. All four High Courts have said that when there is a uniform mandated in an institution, you have to honor that. And Madhav, on a lighter note, I'm going to say this. When I was a child, and if I went to school with my hair open like this and choosing whatever color of the dupatta I wanted to wear, painting my nails bright red, it's not allowed in school. You are supposed to dress as per the mandated uniform, or you can pick a school which doesn't have a uniform. Okay. This is about discipline, this is about oneness, and nobody is above the law. Okay. Everybody who's encouraging this defiance is to be blamed.
At the end of the day, also, Mr. Soeb, there is a fact that several organizations such as yours have been backing these students. So there are those who are coming out to say that such protests were actually, carried out with some kind of political intent or political mobilization. And that really, at the end of the day, is not what, students at the time of exams should have been doing. And particularly in the case of a fresh order that has been put out by the government when the rules have to be complied with when it comes to educational institutions.
Actually, I have to answer the question raised by the BJP spokesperson also. Pehle kitab, fir hijab, such type of argument she made here. Actually, how this binary came in here?
All right, there's some big breaking news coming in. This is the chief ministerial announcement taking place as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. It is Pushkar Singh Dhami, and Times Now broke this news for you this morning. In fact, it's official now with the Times Now news break being confirmed. Chief Minister Dhami to get another term as Uttarakhand CM. Celebrations breaking out at the BJP office in Dehradun with this announcement. Remember that Rajnath Singh and Meenakshi Lekhi have been the central observers who have been delegated the responsibility of going on ground and conducting that election process as far as the BJP's legislature party meet is concerned. And with those formalities now being completed, there are celebrations that have broken out impromptu on ground. Let's go across to Mohit Bhatt. Mohit, you have been tracking the Uttarakhand elections very closely. Pushkar Singh Dhami had a lot going for him. Despite the very difficult circumstances, chief ministers being changed twice over during the 5-year tenure, Pushkar Singh Dhami, even though he may have lost his own election in Khatima, did manage to pull through as far as the numbers for the party is concerned, and that's why the party has decided to give him a second chance to complete whatever agenda he had unfinished in terms of governance.
Well, matter, in fact, that was being said by the senior leader of the party that Pushkar Singh Dhami was the one who kept the party together despite the 2 teams being in hope. So he only had 6 months to perform and show to the people of Uttarakhand that what exactly.
All right, Mohit, there's some problem with your audio line there. We'll try and rectify that problem, but pictures of impromptu celebrations coming in there from Dehradun. So those are the pictures coming in at this point of time. As far as Dehradun is concerned, BJP workers breaking out in celebrations over there with the announcement of Pushkar Singh Dhami as the next chief minister of the Hill State. Remember, a Hill State that has seen a lot of turbulent politics with 3 chief ministers seen over the past 5 years. But now, of course, Pushkar Singh Dhami is the man chosen by the party to lead. And of course, as a younger leader, certainly a lot of time that Mr. Dhami will have to work for the development of the people of Uttarakhand. All right, Mohit is back with us. Mohit, take us through Mr. Pushkar Singh Dhami's own profile. How many times has he been an MLA? And also, of course, in terms of the past 1.5 years since he's been chief minister, it's been a very, very difficult time for the party to have actually pulled off this show of breaking the cycle of change of rule, particularly in terms of alternating between Congress and BJP over the last 20 years or so.
Well, that was Pushkar Singh Dhami have been educated with arts.
All right, problem there with the audio as far as Mohit Bhatt is concerned. Again, we'll try and go back to him. But for the moment, those are the pictures that we're going to leave our viewers with. We're going to slip into a quick break for now.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है, तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको.
हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा.
Welcome back. The Aam Aadmi Party has submitted 5 nominations to the Rajya Sabha today. Today was the last day to file nominations. The party has nominated former Indian off-spinner Harbhajan Singh, Associate Professor from IIT Delhi Sandeep Pathak, AAP's Punjab co-in-charge Raghav Chadha, LPU Chancellor Ashok Kumar Mittal and Ludhiana's renowned industrialist Sanjeev Arora.
देखिए, मैं उन कांग्रेस वालों से पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपकी जो नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट है वो कहाँ के हैं? जब सरदार मनमोहन सिंह को नॉमिनेट किया गया था वो शाम से किया गया था. ये तो हमारे भारतीय हैं, उन्होंने तो ये तो हमारे भारत के लिए लड़ते हैं, भारत के लिए काम करते हैं.
तो आपको लगता है गलत है जो उनका दोष है?
उनका दोष जो बिल्कुल बेबुनियाद है, गलत है. आम आदमी पार्टी ने बिल्कुल सही नुमाइंदगी और सही लोगों को चुना.
मैं अपनी मदर के साथ आज राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन भरने आया हूं और मेरे लीडर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री मेरे बड़े भाई भगवंत मान साहब ने इतना विश्वास मुझ में दिखाया है कि इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में, इतनी कम आयु में इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मेरे कंधों पे डाल ली है. मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि इतनी शक्ति बख्शे कि हम ईमानदारी की राह पे चल के जो जिम्मेदारी मेरी पार्टी, मेरे नेता, मेरे लीडर, मेरे मेंटोर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुझे दे रहे हैं, मैं उसे बखूबी निभा सकूँ.
बहुत बड़ा दिन है, मुझे इस काबिल
आप सबने समझा कि मैं पंजाब की बात, हिंदुस्तान की बात जो है वो सबके सामने रख सकूँ और स्पोर्ट्स को मैं जो है बढ़ावा दे सकूँ।
तो राज्यसभा में किस तरह के जो इशू है वो रेज करोगे आप?
देखिए, फिलहाल तो मेरा जो फोकस है वो स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर। मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि जो स्पोर्ट्स है पंजाब की या फिर हिंदुस्तान की, इसमें जो यूथ है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोड़ा जाए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो इतना बढ़िया क्रिएट किया जाए ताकि यूथ जो है वो बहुत कुछ सीख के पंजाब का, देश का नाम जो है।
मैं समझता हूं पहला इम्तिहान है कि वो पंजाब और पंजाबियत के साथ खड़े होते हैं या फिर बाहरी राज्यों के साथ जो पहले होता आया है उसी प्रकार का वो काम करें। वो किसी को भी राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाए, चाहे कोई रेडी वाले मेरे भाई को बना दे, चाहे कोई समोसे बेचने वाले को बना दे, ये उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन होना पंजाब से चाहिए।
5 राज्यसभा के मेंबर भेजे और उन लोगों को भेजा जिनका पंजाब के मुद्दों से, पंजाब के लोगों से और सिक्खी से कुछ सरोकार नहीं है। मुझे दुख और खेद है, पंजाब जो दस्तार से पहचाना जाता था, जाना जाता था, हम बार बार कहते थे अरविंद केजरीवाल आएगा, ये ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी है, जैसे वो आए थे लोभ लालच देकर, यह बताकर कि हम तुम्हारे भले के लिए आए हैं, फिर लूटते लूटते और एक दिन वाइस रॉय यहां पर आकर बैठ गया और क्वीन को रिपोर्ट करने लगा। वही अरविंद केजरीवाल का मॉडल है। बेची हुई राज्यसभा, दूसरे प्रदेशों को दी हुई राज्यसभा, और आज ना कोई सिक्खी की बात उठाने वाला रह गया, ना कोई पंजाबी की।
And as per the Association for Democratic Reforms, 7 of the 11 ministers in the Punjab cabinet face criminal cases. 9 crorepati is also in that list. The ADR said that 7 ministers, at 64%, have declared criminal cases against themselves. 4 of them have declared serious criminal cases against themselves. According to the ADR report, serious criminal cases meant those offences which carry punishment of 5 years or more. Now, Bhagwant Mann is amongst the 4 ministers facing serious criminal cases as per the ADR report. Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi met Kerala Congress MPs over the invitation to the CPIM National Seminar. Shashi Tharoor, KV Thomas and Manishankar Iyer were invited for the seminar. The cadre opined that it is not the right time to attend the conference in the backdrop of violence by the left wing. BJP state in charge for Madhya Pradesh, P. Muralidhar Rao, makes a shocking claim, says ethnic cleansing is happening in Hyderabad and Telangana under the guidance of AIMIM and support from TRS. Big relief for Maharashtra BJP leader Praveen Darekar. Mumbai Sessions Court stays any action against the leader in the bank fraud case till March 23rd. Footballer turned politician N. Biren Singh takes oath as the Chief Minister of Manipur. The recently concluded assembly poll saw Saffron Party return to power in the state by winning 30 seats in the 60-member House. Cops arrest 4 accused in the alleged gang rape and murder of an 8-year-old girl whose body was recovered on Holi in Bihar's Banka. The mortal remains have been sent for post-mortem. Even as the report is awaited, people staged a protest seeking justice for the victim. And the prestigious Padma Awards were bestowed just a short while ago by President Ramnath Kovind. Late CDS Bipin Rawat's family received his Padma Vibhushan awarded to him posthumously. Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad was conferred with the Padma Bhushan honour. We're leaving you with these visuals.
General Bipin Rawat, PVSN, UVSN, PVSN, USN, XN, VSN, Anupam, Civil Seva. उनकी पुत्रियां श्रीमती कृतिका रावत और सुश्री तारिणी रावत.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For Chai Time Charcha Makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead.
Welcome, you're watching the Explosive Exclusive. I'm Padma Joshi.
I'm Madhav Gopalakrishnan, and over the next half hour, we're going to be bringing you a massive exclusive which will actually change the entire agenda as far as what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned and what are the kind of alibis that are being used by those who back the terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. First up, a quick look at the headlines.
No class 12 re-exam for students who boycotted practicals, demanding that they be allowed to wear hijab inside the classroom. State government says relaxation is impossible. Students who earlier decided to boycott are now threatening a protest.
The AAP party has shortlisted names for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. The choices have raised opposition's hackles, outrage over non-Punjabi nominations. AAP says, what's the big deal? Cites Venkaiah Naidu and Manmohan Singh's nomination to bust the outsider charge.
World hails India's fine balance between diplomacy between Russia and Ukraine amid conflict from superpowers to not the biggest fan of India, Pakistan. All hail Modi-plusy.
He used the word the political corridor and pumped them, I think sneaked them inside the Kashmir.
Former Jammu and Kashmir bureaucrat alleges concerted conspiracy by Farooq Abdullah's government to persecute Kashmiri Hindus. How will Abdullahs explain this now?
Clerics oppose Mamata Banerjee's pick for bipole in West Bengal. Red flag Babul Supriyo being fielded and the allegation against him for encouraging violence in 2018.
BJP reposes faith in Pushkar Singh Dhami to remain Uttarakhand CM, unanimously elected in the legislature meeting.
An Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in the Guangxi region of China, triggers wildfire in the mountains near crash site. No clarity on the casualties just as yet.
Ukraine refuses to surrender Mariupol as attacks continue. Russia says no breakthrough in peace talks.
The big story that we are breaking at this moment on the explosive, exclusive images that will show you how over time there were people, there were radicals, there were separatists who were encouraged by the Indian state. Take a look carefully at the visuals on your screen. You will see the then Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, meeting Yasin Malik, a man who himself confessed that he is the butcher of Kashmiri Hindus.
And also a former Pak-sponsored terrorist. This picture is the most visible proof or the sign of UPA's permissive attitude towards hardcore Islamist terrorists like Yasin Malik. Today, viewers, this picture has returned to haunt Kashmiri Hindu victims of the genocide in Kashmir. Yasin Malik and his aides, who were never brought to book for their role in the anti-Hindu genocide, despite being visibly guilty of the crime, are today using this photo op to protest their innocence. Listen in if you don't believe to what Malik's aide, who was stung by Times Now, had to say on camera.
बातचीत कब हुई? चार्ज फिल्म को आज चार्ज फिल्म से क्या चालान होंगे ना? क्या हुआ? चालान आपके खिलाफ चालान पेश हुआ है. मैंने एक चीज बताओ मुझे, क्या एक चीज वो पशुरी कर सकते थे उनको कहे कि ये इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग. अगर मोहम्मद यासीन मलिक कातिल था, हिंदुस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर उसे क्यों मिल रहा है? मुझे बताइए ना. कातिल से क्यों मिल रहे हैं? अगर उसने उनकी एयरफोर्स के आदमी को मारा है तो वो भी कह रही है हमारा आर्गुमेंट 30 साल जब 30 साल आप 30 साल मत छोड़े. आप 30 साल आपको क्या लगता है 30 साल ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहे? आपका मतलब यही 30 साल बीच में छोड़ ही दिया था सारा मसला. क्यों छोड़ा? उस टाइम पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग पैट्रोनेज रहेगी. वो तो आज भी चल रहे थे, वो तो 20 साल पहले भी चल रहे थे. 2000 के बाद भी ना 2000 तक क्या कर रहे थे? 1990 से 2000 तक तो एक बड़ा अर्सा है ना, 10 साल का अर्सा है. 10 साल में क्या कर रहे हैं? आप कहेंगे आपके जो सरकार सॉफ्ट थी, वो अपन दोनों को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? मकबूल भट्ट को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? बीजेपी ने चढ़ाया. कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया, उसको भी कांग्रेस से चढ़ाया फांसी. वो तो पॉलिटिकल लीडर है, उनसे उसके बाद ये पॉलिटिकल लीडर है. अगर ऐसा होता ना, इसको पता होता कि हमारे खिलाफ केस है, पहले वो उनसे जो मनमोहन सिंह जी से भी मिलते.
Now, just to give you the context, the man who you saw right now being stung by Times Now is Salim Nanaji. This man is not just a terrorist and aide of Yasin Malik, but also is an accused in the murder of Indian Air Force men in Kashmir, in the heart of Kashmir. And today he has the gall to say, well, Yasin Malik is a political leader, he is not a terrorist. He also says that all of these people, Yasin Malik is a stakeholder in the Kashmir issue. His aides are stakeholders in the Kashmir issue. And why do they harbor this illusion? Because Salim Nanaji and other terrorists, other radicals like him say, it was Prime Minister Manmohan Singh who entertained Yasin Malik even after he had been charge sheeted, which means that all of us have been given a clean chit. The kind of patronage that was extended by Congress government has emboldened the likes of Nanaji, Yasin Malik to feel that they have been given a clean chit because the government has done absolutely nothing for 10 years. So the assertion is from 90 to 2000, government didn't do anything. That is why we all have now been given a clean chit by the government, and we are stakeholders in the Kashmir issue. Just to give you a background, let us also get in Pradeep Datta now. Pradeep, first explain to us who exactly is Salim Nanaji.
Yes, Padmaji, you're absolutely right. What is really shocking is that when I interviewed this man, I started talking to him. Either he was having any kind of remorse, nor he was having any kind of regret, because he's no ordinary person. He's one of the co-accused along with Yasin. January month, they did the reconnaissance where these Air Force officials used to stand for waiting for the bus. And finally, they had taken a house there. And on that very morning, in car, these 5 people were sitting, which included Mohammed Salim Nanaji and other people, including Shaukat Bakshi and 3 more people. And Yasin Malik was sitting along with Javed Ahmed Mir, or alias Javed Nalka. They were sitting on a motorcycle. They went towards that place. They fired at 5 locations in which 4 Air Force officials were killed, which included Squadron Leader Ravi Khanna, and 22 others were critically injured. There had been 2 charge sheets that had been submitted by Central Bureau of Investigation in this regard. But when I asked him this question, I said that you got the political patronage. He said, look at the see how he was trying to explain. He said Yasin Malik is a political leader. I said, how come Yasin Malik is a political leader? He said that's why the Prime Minister of the country, Manmohan Singh, to prove that.
Well, that's the excuse. That's the excuse being given. Pradeep, we'll come back to you for more on this. But let me now take this across to our guests who are joining us. With us is RP Singh, National Spokesperson of the BJP. Farooq Renzu Shah is a former bureaucrat. Aarti Tikku is a senior journalist. Majid Haidari, political analyst, also with us on the broadcast. But I first and foremost want to go across to the Congress leader from Jammu and Kashmir, Ashwini Handa. Ashwini Handa, this is absolutely bizarre what is taking place on ground. On one hand, we know what Yasin Malik really represents. We know his role as far as the entire genocide or whatever one may choose to call it, exodus. The point is that he had a very important role to play in Kashmiri Pandits leaving Srinagar and different parts of the valley. Such a person is invited by the Prime Minister of the country, no less. And this is now being excused or being used as an excuse for his innocence by his aides.
Madhav, शायद आप भूल गए हैं कि जब अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तो 22 सालों बाद जो है वो बिल क्लिंटन जब हिंदुस्तान का दौरा करने आए तो छत्तीस सिंहपुरा में 40 लोगों की निर्मम हत्या कर दी गई
आज के दिन।
और आज भी वैश्य जो सिख परिवार है वो आज न्याय के लिए गुहार लगा रहा है भारत सरकार से, लेकिन भारत सरकार ने आज तक उनके लिए कुछ नहीं किया है। मुझे बिल्कुल भी ये परहेज नहीं है कहने में कि यासिन मलिक हो, शबीर शाह हो या कोई भी ऐसा आतंकी हो, मैं इनको आतंकी नहीं बोलूंगा, मैं इनको जानवर बोलूंगा, क्योंकि किसी भी इंसान की हत्या करना सिर्फ और सिर्फ जानवर ही कर सकता है, इंसान नहीं कर सकता है।
ये आप आज बोल सकते हैं सर, ये आप आज बोल सकते हैं। जब आपके लोग, आपके पार्टी के लोग इनको स्टेक होल्डर्स बोल रहे थे, तब आपको ये बात समझानी चाहिए थी। आरती टिक्कू, what this really underlines is how over time a clean chit was manufactured. Now a man accused in the killing of 4 Indian Air Force men is saying हम तो स्टेक होल्डर हैं, हम तो नेता हैं।
Padmaja, I feel vindicated today because
not only I who've been writing about this for the last 22 years, but my entire community, my community leaders had been saying this from day one, since our exodus, since our genocide in Kashmir in 1989-1990. We had been saying continuously that not only the Farooq Abdullah government of the time, and this is before, Governor Jagmohan came to Jammu and Kashmir, that Farooq Abdullah, who was in alliance with Rajiv Gandhi, who was the Prime Minister of India at the time, that they were culpable, that they had provided sanctuary, they had overlooked all the warnings, and at one level had also collaborated with JKLF, and I'm saying with a lot of responsibility that National Conference and JKLF collaborated. So what we are really seeing today is nothing surprising for people like me. If you talk to anybody from our community, they will say that this is what we had been saying all along. So the issue here really is that after the assassination of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, every single government, starting from Rajiv Gandhi till the Modi government came and banned JKLF, banned Jamaat-e-Islami. Till that point, every single successive government in Jammu and Kashmir is...
Let me bring in Majid Hydari on that. Majid Hydari, the fact is that the reason terrorists have been able to get away with what they have is because they have received active political patronage from successive regimes. Not one or two, but successive regimes have actually allowed them to get away. And rather than punishing them, have actually very actively emboldened them.
Well, sir, before responding to your question, ideological differences apart, Pradeep Datta is one of the finest journalists in the country, and he's a bundle of energy when it comes to TV reporting. So I wish him all the best in his safe return, safe Ghar Vapsi. Paji Tonu Rab Rakha. Now, coming to your question, see, this I don't know till how long will we cry over the spilled milk, which has been spilled 32 years ago. It should have been the time to discuss when the Pandits will return, how their return will be managed. But instead, we are talking about something which was started by BJP. BJP started terror appeasement when they went to Kandahar with Hafiz Masood. BJP started separatist appeasement when they held talks with the Hurriyat leaders. So it is basically all the brainchild of BJP which is being carried over as legacy by other governments. So the blame of all this...
Sir, Omar Abdullah lets off Yasir Malik in 2008.
It is the blame on RSS.
What does the government do when it comes to a CBI inquiry as far as Sarwanand Kaul Premi is concerned? Mr. Farooq Abdullah denies it. And you're saying that the BJP is responsible for not punishing them.
Yes, exactly, because BJP started the legacy of appeasement for terrorists, militants and the separatists.
Okay, very quickly, RP Singh, please respond to this, and then we'll bring in Farooq Renzu Shah also, who has a first-hand experience of how this terror appeasement was done. RP Singh, who appeased?
Well, people who were there on the panel, the Kashmiri friends on the panel, who was the Chief Minister of the state in 2000 when Singapore happened. Will you elaborate that also? Who was supporting the Chief Minister when Singapore happened? One. Secondly, the former gentleman just now said as if they were not been killed by militants. I mean, of the terrorists. There's some other theory being floated by Congress, and they have been ongoingly doing that.
Okay, we'll just fix RP Singh's audio. We'll just fix your audio, sir. There seems to be some problem over there. Very quickly, Farooq Renzu Shah, if you could describe your first-hand experience. Today we have got Yasir Malik's man sitting here and saying, हमें तो बुला करके बिठाया गया, प्रधानमंत्री के साथ हमारी बातचीत हुई. This shows हम तो नेता हैं, हम टेररिस्ट हैं ही नहीं. How did you see this playing out in front of you in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir?
See, I see Kashmir has been unfortunately utilized not from today, from 1947 by political dynasties, and they have created different actors throughout just to sustain their power and come even if they have to swim in the human blood.
Who encouraged Yasir Malik? I have a direct question to you.
One second.
Name names.
Today when I will tell you, today when I am talking to you, morning, Mahbuba Mufti has given a statement that Ali Muhammad Jinnah and Godse were same. Godse who killed Gandhi. It means a political frenzy is being created in a different perceptions or earlier weaponizing of the Kashmiri Pandits. And number second, as you have said, I will name very clearly, but you have to find out from the Google also, authentication. Very good journalists are in the panel. They can also see what I am telling you. On 15 August 1989, note it, 15 August 1989, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir is fluttering the Indian flag in his hand. But you know what is his speech? His speech is, "You Kashmiri, this Indian army has burnt your Batmalu, and now they are going to burn every mohalla, every village." Now,
you're talking about Farooq Abdullah. Why aren't you naming him?
When frenzy has been created, naturally, because you know the Google who was in 90, Majid Hadri knows very well who was the Chief Minister in 1989. Now, the same class of the people, when Jagmohan has taken over, who were the officers on the ground, the SSP of Srinagar was the political appointee of the previous Chief Minister.
Okay, so it all happened with political backing. That's the claim coming in from Mr. Farooq Renzu Shah. Please stay with us, Mr. Renzu Shah. We have a very important reaction coming in on the story. This is the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who has now lashed out at the UPA government, saying it was disappointing to see Manmohan Singh meet India beta Yasin Malik, also the person who is held responsible for the killing of squadron leader Ravi Khanna.
यासिन मलिक को गांधीयन कहा जाता था, तो तब भी मैंने बताया था कि गांधीयन कैसे, कि जिसने गन उठा ली वो गांधीयन कैसे है। कहने से पहले थोड़ा शर्म आनी चाहिए हमको। और स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना जो निहत्था था, वो उसके सीने में आर पार गोली कर सकता था। एक गोली लगने के बावजूद वो उसके साथ स्कफल किया है, गन में उसने एयर में खाली की है, एक साथी की जान बचाई है। पीछे से उन्होंने आके दूसरे साथी ने उसके 27 गोलियों का पूरा मैगजीन खाली किया है, तो उसकी बात को उजागर नहीं कर सके ये। लेकिन यासीन मलिक के साथ पता नहीं इनका ऐसा क्या था, हुकूमतों का ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ थी कि जो ये उसको तो हीरो बना के, लीडर बना के बिठा रखा था।
माजिद हादी, रिस्पॉन्ड टू फारूक रेंजू शाह। तुम्हारा शहर, तुम ही कातिल, तुम ही मुंसफ, तुम ही मुद्दई।
No, this doesn't befit here. We are nowhere. We are the victims, just like the Kashmiri Pandits have been victims. Only 219 of them.
Sir, the former bureaucrat is saying that it was the former chief minister who was whipping up a religious frenzy. And it all culminated. You can keep talking about 1990, but the religious frenzy was being whipped up from 84 onwards.
So
and he is saying the CM is complicit.
Mr. Renzu has said. See, madam, there is no authentication of what Mr. Renzu is saying. I don't know where he has got that crystal ball from, where he saw what Farooq Abdullah said.
RP Singh is responding.
Let him come on record on this.
There is a chief minister who said, "I will make a mosque in the country." Why is requirement of the Hazratbal Mosque?
There was a complete frenzy being created in
I will make a mosque in Secretariat.
But the mosque announcements are made. Since then,
why using Secretariat for the religious?
Very good point. Why was the Secretariat being used? Let Mr. Shah complete. He's asking a specific question. Farooq Renzu Shah. Yes.
Where execution orders are always supposed to be issued every time against all the criminals, how that place can be the abode of mosque? How it was, and it result
and
was,
that too a mosque being built inside a temple complex. Majid Haidari, what is that if that's not an attempt to whip up religious passions? A mosque being built up in a temple complex, and then we all know what Mr. Shah said when he came back later. Please respond to these charges of Mr. Renzu Shah.
Sir, always secretary, let me say there was no masjid in civil secretariat of Srinagar in 1989.
There was an attempt to build one, that's exactly the point.
There was no masjid in 1989 in the civil secretariat of Srinagar.
Sir, before that, there was an attempt to build one. It's very well documented what Mr. J.M. Shah did, or at least attempted to do in Jammu.
No, it was, sir. It was supposed to be when you can have a temple in civil secretariat. Why can't you have a masjid?
Inside a temple, you will build a mosque. That is, what is that a recipe for, sir?
There has always been a need.
I have never heard of such an explanation. In one religious place, you want to build another religious shrine.
You can't have
fight with each other.
This is bizarre. This is bizarre, Mr. Majid Hydari, but I'm going to allow you to stay with us. I'm going to ask other panelists also to stay on with us. We're going to slip into a quick break and we'll continue to discuss this point.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person, and I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the...
Welcome back. Aarti Tikku, I'm giving you the final word. What do you make of this kind of emboldening, and is there ever coming back from this kind of whitewashing of genocide of the likes of Yasin Malik and company?
Well, Padmaja, there has to be a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which can actually come out with a white paper on who did what after the assassination of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in Kashmir, because it's not just Rajiv Gandhi's government, the entire bureaucracy of the time, the intelligence of the time, then other political parties of the time. We will have to go back in time. We will have to expose all the kind of wrongdoings that happened through the 80s, late 80s and 90s, and we will have to pinpoint the blame. I would also like to say that it's a travesty that whichever government came to power after Indira.
All right, but then there is a government that has actually scrapped Article 370, which is perhaps the biggest legal hurdle in doing so. And RP Singh is one of the persons within BJP who has been asking of his government to establish this commission. Parliament is underway. Mr. RP Singh, you yourself have demanded the establishment of such a commission, and if it has happened in the case of other riots such as the Sikh riots in Delhi, then certainly it can be done in the case of what happened in Jammu and Kashmir in the year 1990.
Well, I certainly want that the commission should be there, and then all of this, as you said, I mean, Aarti rightly said, it should be inquired how things change, what was the country between Rajiv Gandhi and Farooq Abdullah, how did that finally lead to all this what we are facing today. So all the inquiry should happen, not only about Kashmiri Pandits, but what was the background of it? Why did Manmohan Singh met Yasin Malik? Why did Congress get patronage to killers of the Air Force? I mean, what was the bigger game plan behind it?
Absolutely. And not only should there be truth coming out, because without truth, there can be no reconciliation, but the whole bunch of people, Yasin Malik, Bitta Karate, all of them should pay for their crimes, and the likes of his aides who are sitting in hospital should also be in jail, or if not, the news. Thanks very much, all gentlemen, Aarti Tikku, for having joined us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story.
and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या
वापस
चुनाव
ले लिया?
जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person, and I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For Chai Time Charcha Makers. For daily commuters.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get you started with the headlines. Yasin Malik said an accused in killing of IAF personnel case reveals on candid camera the political patronage they enjoyed, puts the Congress in the dock. The Abdullahs can't hide anymore. Rahul Shivshankar brings you part 2 of the investigation. Watch how the 32-year-old lie crumbles at 8 p.m. tonight. No class 12 re-exam for students who boycotted practicals demanding hijab be allowed. State says relaxation impossible for students who chose to defy High Court's order. AAP shortlists non-Punjabis for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Choices raise, opposition settles. AAP cites strong precedents to bust outsider charge. World powers hail India's fine balance between Russia and Ukraine amid conflict from superpowers to not the biggest fan, Pakistan. Will the NDA baiters acknowledge this mazbuti? Muslim cleric Chapos Mamta picked for assembly by polls. Red flag Babul Supriyo's hand in 2018 riots. BJP reposes faith in Pushkar Singh Dhami to remain Uttarakhand Chief Minister, unanimously elected in the legislature party meet. You heard that news break first on Times Now. China Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes, triggers wildfire in the mountains near crash site. No clarity on casualties yet. Ukraine refuses to surrender Mariupol as attacks continue. Russia says no breakthrough in peace talks. As the world powers clash, India has managed a fine balance. Modi's diplomacy has been lauded by the world, from US to Australia to even Pakistan. All are backing PM Modi's gambit.
साथ वाला हमारा मुल्क है हिंदुस्तान. मैं आज हिंदुस्तान को दाद देता हूं. इन्होंने हमेशा आजाद फॉरेन पॉलिसी रखी. आज हिंदुस्तान उनके साथ मिला हुआ है, उनका अलायंस है. क्वाड के अंदर अमेरिका का अलायंस की हुई है और अपने आप को वो कहता है मैं न्यूट्रल हूं. रूस से तेल मंगवा रहा है जबकि सैंक्शंस लगी हुई हैं, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान की पॉलिसी अपने लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए है.
One person would be wrong. I think we have received praise across the board for many of our foreign policy initiatives at the level of the Prime Minister. And I think, our record speaks for it.
But as you would imagine, the opposition continues to doubt Modi's diplomacy.
पहले से जो कांग्रेस एक नीति बनाई थी कि नॉन अलाइन पॉलिसी, हम किसी एक के साथ नहीं थे, तो हम अपनी पहचान पहले से ही अलग रखे थे. तो यही पॉलिसी अभी भी चल रही है, तो उसमें ऐसा कौन सा नई नीति नहीं है. ये पुरानी नीति है नॉन अलाइन में, जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने शुरू की थी.
No, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. We've been proud of our independent, non-aligned policy going back to independence. And strictly speaking, before independence, Nehruji articulated this vision of standing firm and alone, if necessary, in the world, to taking our own judgments, respecting our strategic autonomy. And I think it's to India's credit that we have continued this approach and that it's recognized even amongst a hostile neighbor like Pakistan, that this is something which has enabled us to act with a certain level of shall we say, pride in the world. In the 50s and 60s, we were seen as punching above our weight because of our foreign policy stand. Today, we have to punch up to our weight. We have weight now in terms of the economy, in terms of our strength, but we also need to show a certain dexterity in making sure the world understands our approaches. And I'm very, very glad that Imran Khan has said what he has said.
Modi diplomacy model is world hit. The world is praising India's foreign policy. Srinjoy Chaudhary now joining us to break this down. Yes, Srinjoy.
Well, the important point is Imran Khan, of all people, has suddenly woken up and realized that India's foreign policy is not so bad after all. And it's probably because Imran Khan knows his country is really a country that every country in the world, apart from possibly China and maybe Turkey, seem to have nothing to say about. So as a result, this is a belated effort by Imran Khan to reach out to India and at least tell the truth that yes, Indian foreign policy makes sense and there is praise that is due to the Indian foreign policy makers. This is a question that was asked to external affairs ministries, foreign secretary.
Right.
And he too said that we've got such statements from other countries in the world.
Okay, stay with us. More reactions coming in, Srinjoy.
भारत की जो मूल सभ्यता है वो तो सारी दुनिया का भला चाहती है। वो तो सरबत के भले की बात करते हैं, हम लोग तो गुरु नानक देव जी सरबत के भले की बात करते हैं, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान भी आता है, उसमें अफगानिस्तान भी आता है, उसमें बांग्लादेश भी आता है, उसमें सुदूर के देश भी आते हैं। परंतु दिक्कत है कि वो अपने यहाँ तय करे कि अपनी पॉलिसी कैसे है। वो अपने यहाँ की फॉरेन पॉलिसी कश्मीर सेंट्रिक हटाकर वो अपने जन कल्याण के लिए कैसे, अपने देश के जन कल्याण के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, उस हिसाब से कर तो अच्छा ही है। और अगर वो मैत्री का हाथ बढ़ाए और संबंध अच्छे करें तो उनके लिए भी अच्छा है।
We are taking a quick break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay with Times Now.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे, बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपके तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first.
Conflict in Ukraine. Here are the top 5 developments as we speak. Shelling has hit a Kyiv shopping center, killing at least 8 people, wrecking nearby buildings and leaving smoking piles of rubble and the twisted wreckage of burned out cars spread over several hundred meters. New curfew announced in Kyiv with measure set to last evening until Wednesday morning after deadly strikes kill 8 in the capital. Ukraine rejects Russian demand to surrender the besieged and strategically important southern port city of Mariupol. The Russian and the Ukrainian peace negotiators held a 90-minute video call. However, there was no breakthrough in the end. Ukrainian President Zelensky has called on European leaders to cease all trade with Russia in an effort to pressure Moscow to halt its nearly month-long military assault on Ukraine. The fighting in Ukraine, viewers, has affected innocents who are caught in the crossfire. Homes have been destroyed. Many people are out on the streets. Ukrainian president has called on European nations to halt all trade with Russia. Meanwhile, the humanitarian crisis is compounding by the minute. A new curfew has been announced in Kyiv until Wednesday after the deadly strikes kill 8 in the capital.
Ми воюємо за наш порятунок проти однієї з найчисельніших армій у світі, проти ракет, бомб, реактивної артилерії, проти літаків і гвинтокрилів, на яких росіяни пишуть вже зараз на Берлін. Бо вони хочуть піти далі, значно далі, ніж Україна. Вони хочуть піти всюди, вони хочуть піти до вас. Ми воюємо проти окупантів, які застрілюють біженців на дорогах, які вбивають звичайних мирних людей, які створюють штучний голод цілим містам, які спалюють житлові квартали. За 3 тижні цієї війни загинуло вже 115 дітей. Це найстрашніша війна у Європі з часів Другої світової, і я впевнений.
Ворог продовжує атакувати столицю. Вночі рятувальники довго тушили пожежу у Подільському районі, де в результаті обстрілів згорів торговий центр. Пошкоджені 6 житлових будинків. 3 з них, на жаль, непридатні більш для життя. 8 людей загинули. Пошкоджені також приміщення 2 шкіл та 2 дитячих садочків. Я хочу звернутися до киян: не знімайте та не викладайте відео пересування військової техніки. Будь ласка, не знімайте блокпости. Будь ласка, не знімайте охорону стратегічних об'єктів. Не допомагайте ворогу.
The non-stop Russian pounding has triggered an ammonia leak alarm. There are health fears now. An ammonia leak was reported at a chemicals plant in northeastern Ukrainian city of Sumy, besieged by the Russian troops. Local authorities blame the Russian attack for this leak. This has happened at a chemical plant in the city of Sumy, and the contamination has spread to an area with a radius of more than 5 kilometers now. This is according to the latest reports from the Ukrainian media.
В городе Сумы ночью была реализована спланированная провокация украинских националистов, о которой несколько дней назад официально предупреждала Минобороны России. По заявлению главы Сумской областной администрации, на заводе Сумы Химпром произошла утечка аммиака. Угрозы для жителей Сум нет, так как воздушные массы двигались не в сторону города. Напомню, что еще 19 марта мы официально предупредили о минировании данного предприятия украинскими националистами для совершения провокации с целью обвинения России в якобы применении химического оружия.
Now the Russian shelling has been blamed for this gas leak, the corrosive gas leak that many people believe is ammonia. Residents of cities near Sumy have been told to stay indoors by the region's governor. A 50-ton tank of the poisonous gas was damaged by the attack. The local officials have confirmed that this has created a cloud of ammonia in the nearby areas. Now, viewers, ammonia is largely used to make fertilizer and is corrosive and therefore highly dangerous. Although so far no reports indicate of any casualty or of even a resident who has sustained any damage because of the ammonia gas leak. But is there trouble in store? We don't know.
Right now you must be thinking that I am traveling in a metro train. No, that is not the case. I am basically inside one of the bomb shelter. The cabins of the metro train have been converted into bomb shelter post-Cold War era. Many of the homes were not having bomb shelter. Before that, every house used to have bomb shelter. So people who do not have bomb shelter, whenever air raid siren starts blaring and whenever bombing starts from Russian side, the best option for them is to rush over to this place, huddle here, and you will find that right now some of the families are already inside this bomb shelter, a woman along with her child, because this is the only safer place where she can prevent herself from the killer shells being fired by trigger-happy Russian soldier. She is not alone. There are several such families who are putting up here, and you can see this is the only safer place where mother feels that she will be able to save her child. Already we have seen that 2,000 lives have been lost, 48 children have died because of intense shelling from Russian side, and many more have been injured and they are undergoing treatment. Almost every passing day we have seen that how they have been targeting civilian areas, and the civilians are the one who are facing brunt of Russian shelling. So it's not only the cabins of the metro train that have been converted into bomb shelter. Let me show you, even the subways on one side have been converted into bomb shelter. There are some of the families who are putting up in subway. This girl along with her mother and sister, she's also inside this subway where she had been putting up and staying. So this is a bomb shelter because this is the place that will not be affected because of any shell or bomb being fired from the Russian side. We have seen that they have intensified shelling, so the problem for the people is also increasing. Let me speak to her and find out what actually is the situation. How long you are here?
2 weeks.
2 weeks you are putting up here. You stay here, sleep here?
Yeah, at night we stay with my mother and sister here.
Sister here. You think that this is the only safe place to...
Yeah, it's safe.
Safe here. You were not having bomb shelter at home?
No.
Jonathan Gilbert now joining us with the latest. Jonathan, let's talk about the ammonia leak that is being reported from Sumy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm not a microbiologist, but it doesn't sound too great. Ammonia is the sort of stuff that, as you say, it's fertilizer. You'd recognize the smell if you'd ever used bleach on your in your bathroom. So to the best of my knowledge, this isn't lethal, but it's highly corrosive and probably deeply unpleasant. The problem is, of course, that as these bombings continue, as the this indiscriminate shelling continues, then more and more non-military targets are being taken into this theatre of war. So already we're hearing of factories being bombed. A shoe factory, believe it or not, was bombed just last week, and then all sorts of other targets which may or may not have been repurposed for military means. We don't know, and we're never going to know, because the Russian propaganda machine is certainly unlikely to tell us the truth. but this may have been an intentional attack, or it could just have been collateral damage. But either way, let's hope they get that under control.
Well, what we know now is that this was a 50-ton tank that was destroyed in a Russian airstrike, but it took the authorities good 6-7 hours, but things are now under control. Jonathan, thanks for joining us with your inputs. A short break on Times Now, viewers. Lots more lined up as we hit super prime time.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको। हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा।
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
It's Madas Gopalakrishnan. On the show today, we'll be discussing the latest fallout as far as the hijab controversy is concerned in Karnataka, with the government clarifying that there will be no re-examination for those students who missed their exams during the course of the protest. First, a quick look at the headlines. Yasin Malik's aide and accused in killing of Indian Air Force personnel reveals on candid camera the political patronage they enjoyed puts Congress in the dock. The Abdullahs can't hide anymore. Rahul Shivshankar brings you part 2 of this investigation. Watch how the 32-year-old lie crumbles at 8 p.m. tonight. No Class 12 re-exam for students who boycotted practicals demanding hijab be allowed. State says relaxation impossible for students who chose to defy High Court's interim order. AAP shortlists non-Punjabis for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Choices raise opposition's hackles. AAP cites Congress precedent to bust the outsider charge. World powers hail India's fine balance between Russia and Ukraine amidst conflict, from superpowers to not the biggest fan, Pakistan. Well, NDA betas acknowledged too. Muslim clerics oppose Mamta's pick for assembly by polls. Red flag Babul Supriyo's hand in the 2018 riots. BJP reposes faith in Pushkar Singh Dhami to remain Uttarakhand Chief Minister, unanimously elected in the legislature meet. China Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in the Guangxi region, triggers wildfire in the mountains near the crash site. No clarity on casualties yet. Ukraine refuses to surrender Mariupol as attacks continue. Russia says no breakthrough in peace talks. And the state seems to be set for yet another face-off between the state and the probed hijab groups in Karnataka. This time, the flashpoint is the demand of PU2 students, that the Karnataka equivalent of Class 12, who in fact boycotted the practical exams held in February and March to reconduct the test. Some students boycotted the practical exams to oppose the restriction on wearing hijab inside class. Others skipped in solidarity with the protesters. Remember, viewers, this out of their own will. Now, as they seek special treatment, the Karnataka government has refused to relent, making it clear that no exemption will be made for these students, as they willingly chose to skip exams and violate the interim verdict of the High Court while doing so. Now, the very same people who instigated the unrest in the first place are once again threatening protests if special treatment is not accorded to the protesters. The question is, how long will disruptive forces indulge those who chose to defy authorities time and again?
Whoever is absent for the final exams, no exams will be conducted for them. Whether the reason may be different, whether it is maybe because of hijab, maybe because that he did not prepare for his examination, maybe he may be feared of examination, but no alternative exams will be done for that. And clearly, High Court has given its final verdict saying that students should follow the uniform code, and that is what government is going to do.
It is a fundamental belief that every student should be given access to free and fair education. So in that direction, I think whichever student has missed an opportunity to write an exam, for whatever reasons, on a humanitarian grounds, and as a society which is progressive, we should try to be as inclusive as possible. And in that direction, I think we should give any child who's missed an opportunity to write an exam an opportunity to take it up.
ಆದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೂ ನಾವು ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಹಾಲತ್ರ ಹೋಗೆಲ್ಲ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಉದ್ದ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವಾಗ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವಾಗ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್? ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಒಂದ್ ದಿವಸ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಲೇನೋ ನಾನು ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಇಲ್ದಲೆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಬರೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
All right, let's go across to our guest. Gopal Agarwal is with us. He's the national spokesperson of the BJP. With us also is Syed Aslam Pasha, spokesperson of the JDS. I'm going to begin with you first, Mr. Syed Aslam. And let me begin by asking you, here are students, and the government is saying this. You just heard what Mr. Madhuswamy said on the floor of the House, that these are students who very well knew the consequences of skipping the examination and yet very consciously decided not to go into the classroom. So this is something that they are saying they will not allow to continue because this will otherwise also set a very wrong precedent. Your response to that?
Well, Madhav, today it is very clear, and the BJP has proved it to the entire world, that Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao is a fake slogan which they have, right? If they're absolutely keen on women education, if they're keen on empowering the Muslim women, they definitely need to allow these kids to write exams. Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao is absolutely a fake slogan which is given by the BJP government. Let me tell you, by record, the Muslim women literacy in India is 51.9 versus the women literacy average in India, which is at 65.9%. If the Prime Minister is talking about Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao, these kids definitely need to be allowed. We had a very difficult situation in Karnataka. When the matter was sub judice, these girls have not appeared for the exams. Now it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that they should be allowed to write exams. Okay. It is their fundamental right. The BJP cannot take away the fundamental right of these girls. BJP, the only thing which BJP is promoting today is hatred. Hatred amongst the two communities.
Let me put that question across to the BJP. In fact, Gopal Agarwal, why not allow these girls a chance at education? Yes, it is a fact that they may have, skipped the exams, but that was at a time when the protests were taking place. That's the argument coming in from the JDS spokesperson. Please respond to him.
Madhav, we should understand, are our universities for meeting the political ends of certain vested interest politicians? Are they for making a good citizen, good person, imparting education? The whole episode of this hijab controversy was a political controversy created by PFI and CFI, their college front of India. They use them for meeting their political end. Now it is for them to answer why they have done this to the students. The thing is, when the High Court, they went to the court, High Court said that you should participate and this is not allowed. The rules, the colleges had done in their own rules, and it is not only those who have not given the exam for hijab. There are other reasons also. As the education minister said, there can be multiple reasons. So educational institutions have to follow certain discipline also. They have to also look into the personality development. Are we going to create communal situations into the educational institutions?
Okay, there's a sense of discipline that has to be in place in educational institutions. That's the point being made by the BJP spokesperson. But Syed Aslam Pasha, the question that is being referred to over here, and the specific comment I saw of the minister, is that he's saying when the interim order of the High Court came out, even despite that, they chose to boycott their classes. And that is why they say that at least that interim order should have been adhered to in letter and spirit by the students. Why didn't they do that is a question they're asking.
Well, Madhav, no doubt the interim order had to be agreed and they had to follow that. But you understand the situation, how it was. The situation was very tensed. The situation was very, very tense. from years, from decades, the girls were having. Now, can I finish it, sir? Can I finish it? Gopal, sir, can I finish it now? Thank you. Can I finish it? You please answer it.
One at a time. We have time.
Right.
Okay,
So,
Mr. Agarwal, let him make his point. I'm coming to you after this. Yes.
Yeah, the situation was absolutely tense. Yes, the interim order had to be followed. There's no doubt about it. But having said that, looking at the situation now, the High Court order has come out. The High Court verdict has come out. The girls should be given a chance. It is their fundamental right to give the exams. If BJP really thinks, the BJP government really thinks that they need to empower the Muslim women, if they want to help the Muslim women, which always the Prime Minister talks about, Beti Padhao and Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao, they should be given a chance. Today, now let me, Madhav, just 30 more seconds. Now today, it has become a norm for the BJP to create the communal hatred in one form or the other.
One second.
Today,
Mr. Aslam Pasha, your point, in fact, that question I'm taking across to Gopal Agarwal, but it can't be anybody's case that, student politics does not take place. There is a student wing of the RSS also, which is affiliated with the BJP, and many BJP leaders are from the ABVP. So can it be anybody's case that there can be no political activism at all in our campuses?
No, there can be political activism. We have students union. The thing is, I will ask Mr. Pasha, when the interim order came, when the agitation was taking place, did he take the same concern and told them as the students that participate in the education, participate in the exams, and see if later on whatever the court decide finally they can do as per the court decision. Now he is giving lectures, now he is giving sermon. What did they do at that point of time? They were instigating them. They were asking and promoting them to go against, and everything now is saying that it's a fundamental right. Who will decide? Mr. Pasha will decide what is the fundamental right of the citizens, or the courts will decide. So everything they call, it is our fundamental right. There are fundamental rights which are well defined. Will the country run by the constitution, by the rule of the law, or whims and fancy of Pasha and his colleagues?
Okay, I think that is a fair question to ask. Mr. Pasha, that's a fair question to ask. Will the country run by rule of law, or will the country run by whims and fancies of political leaders?
Well, absolutely. We are bound by the Constitution of India. We are bound by the judicial system. We've got a beautiful constitution. Sir, can I please allow
Gopal Agarwal, let him speak, sir. There is time. Mr. Agarwal, there is enough time. You have asked a question. Listen to the response, please. I'm coming back to you. You can respond to him after that.
Like I said, we are bound by the beautiful Constitution of India. We are the biggest and the largest democracy, functional democracy of the world, right? And we are bound by the judicial system. Having said that, today the BJP is in a punishment mode. BJP is in a mode of punishment for these girls. Yes, there was an issue. The matter was sub judice. Till the court had not given the verdict, these girls have not attended the exams. But is it not their fundamental right to write the exams now? Why are they being punished? Now, every time we speak about fundamental rights, or we speak about women education, Madhav, they speak about PFI.
Sir, if a court order is violated,
about PFI.
If a court order is violated, if a court order is violated, then what is? Can the government really be faulted? My simple question to you is this:
but see,
are you now going to approach the court? Simple question, sir. Are you now going to approach the court again? Are these students or these organizations going to approach the court again? Are we looking at another legal battle?
Of course, yes. We are bound by the Constitution and the judicial system. Yes, the Constitution has given us the right to go to the apex court. Yes, the matter will be heard in the apex court. Now, the question here is, will you not be considerate for these girls? Will you not allow them to write the exams? Are you not playing with the future of these kids? Are you not playing with the future of these kids?
You made this point. You made this point, sir.
Are you in a mode of punishment? Are you in a mode of punishment?
You're punishing these students. All right, one second. Gopal Agarwal, direct allegation. You are punishing these students for their activism. Please respond to Mr. Sahil Pasha.
Nobody is punishing the students for their activism. They have to understand that the personality of citizens are well within development if they get the habit of following rules and
what habit?
The establishment. The thing where
what is habit, sir?
Have you answered where is the violation of fundamental right? Who will decide what is fundamental right? Are you going to decide? Mr. Pasha will decide about the fundamental rights of the courts. So
every citizen of India will decide. Every citizen of India will decide.
No.
The Constitution has given equal right to all the citizens. There can be no discrimination on basis of. There can be no discrimination on basis of religion, race, caste, and creed.
No, Mr. Pasha, now you just answer one question.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Pasha, let Gopal Agarwal make his point now. Now you're interrupting him. Please, let him make his point. Gopal Agarwal.
One question only to Mr. Pasha. Did he at any point of time tell these students that you wait for the final verdict of the court, till that time follow the interim order of the court? Did he give this wise advice to these students? They were instigating them. And now they are talking about fundamental rights. And if they don't know, even Mr. Pasha doesn't know what is fundamental right.
Okay.
Fundamental rights are to be decided by the courts and the constitution. Nobody as an individual, neither myself or Mr. Pasha, can decide what is fundamental right. So the thing is, we have to look into the larger issues of the students. We have to look into the larger issues of the whole country's narration. These are being violated. These are.
What is larger issue, sir? The future of these kids is not larger issue for you. The future of these kids is not larger issue for you. The education of these kids is not larger issue for you.
So
the education of these kids is not larger issue for you. The future of these kids is not larger issue for you. The government is behaving stubborn. The government is absolutely becoming adamant here.
Mr. Pasha, did you show the same concern about their future during and ask them to follow the interim order? Did anyone?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely
When
yes.
did you?
Education is most important for any civil society, for any society to be prosperous, for any country to be progressive. Education is most important. Your polarization will not help anymore, sir. Your polarization will not help anymore. India can become a progressive country only with education. Your majoritarian polarization will not help. You are dividing people on basis of religion. You are dividing people on basis of practices. You cannot do that. Today, what India needs is education. What India needs is equality. Today, what needs is women empowerment. You're going against that. These are the tenets of growing and progressive nation. These are the tenets of growing and progressive nation. Do not try to punish the young students.
All right.
Ideology.
All right.
The students.
Very heated debate indeed. In fact, the government says that it has a legal precedent in the form of the interim order, which these students did not follow, and that's why it has decided to turn down their request for re-examination. On the other hand, you have the opposition party saying that these students should be given yet another chance. The BJP, of course, saying that discipline is what is utmost in a religious institution. We'll have to leave this debate here for the moment. We'll have to see, of course, what further action these students take. They have approached the courts. They've knocked on the doors of courts in the past. Are they going to do that in this particular case as well? That's what we'll have to watch out for. Syed Aslam Pasha and Gopal Agarwal, I'd like to thank both of you for joining us this evening.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate, and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice.
Welcome back, viewers. We are in fact showing you visuals on the extreme left of your screen. Look carefully, you'll see then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh meeting with Yasin Malik, the self-confessed butcher of Kashmiri Hindus and a former Pak-sponsor terrorist. This picture is the most visible sign of the UPA's permissive attitude towards hardcore Islamist terrorists like Yasin Malik. Today, viewers, this picture has returned to haunt Kashmiri Hindu victims of the genocide in Kashmir. Yasin Malik and his aides, who were never brought to the book for their role in the anti-Hindu genocide, despite being visibly guilty of the crime, are today using this photo opportunity to protest their innocence. Listen in, if you don't believe me, to Malik's aide who was stung by Times Now.
देखिए पॉलिटिकल पैट्रोनेज मनमोहन सिंह मिलता है, इतना कुछ होता है, वो तो पॉलिटिकल लीडर है, उनसे तो लेकिन उसके बाद ऑल ऑफ द सडन ये पॉलिटिकल लीडर है। अगर ऐसा होता ना, इसको पता होता कि हमारे खिलाफ केस है, पहले वो उनसे जो मनमोहन सिंह जी से भी मिलते। ये बातचीत कब हुई? बातचीत कब हुई? लेकिन चार्ज फिल्म तो आज चार्ज फिल्म से क्या हुआ? चालान हो गया, क्या हुआ? चालान आपके खिलाफ चालान पेश हुआ है। मैंने एक चीज बताओ मुझे, क्या एक चीज वो परसों नहीं कर सकते थे, उनको कहे कि ये अगर मोहम्मद यासीन मलिक कातिल था, हिंदुस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर उसे क्यों मिल रहा है? मुझे बताइए ना, कातिल से क्यों मिल रहे हैं? अगर इसने उनके एयरफोर्स के आदमी को मारा है तो वो भी कह रही है हमारा आर्गुमेंट 30 साल जब 30 साल आप 30 साल मत छोड़िए। आप आपको क्या लगता है 30 साल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहे? आपका मतलब यही 30 साल बीच में छोड़ ही दिया था सारा मसला। क्यों छोड़ा? पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग पैट्रोनेज रहेगी, वो तो आज भी चल रहे थे, वो तो 20 साल पहले तो 2000 के बाद हुई ना स्टार्ट। 2000 तक क्या कर रहे थे? 1990 से 2000 तक तो एक बड़ा अरसा है ना, 10 साल का अरसा है। 10 साल में क्या कर रहे हैं? आप कहेंगे आपकी जो सरकार सॉफ्ट थी, वो अपन दोनों को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? बबुल को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? बीजेपी ने चढ़ाया, कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया, उसको भी कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया फांसी पे।
And listening to the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who has now lashed out at the UPA government. She says it was disappointing to see Prime Minister then Manmohan Singh meet India beater Yasin Malik.
यासीन मलिक को गांधीयन कहा जाता था, तो तब भी मैंने बताया था कि गांधीयन कैसे, कि जिसने गन उठा ली वो गांधीयन कैसे है? कहने से पहले थोड़ा शर्म आनी चाहिए हमको। और स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना जो निहत्था था, वो उसके सीने में आर पार गोली कर सकता था। एक गोली लगने के बावजूद वो उसके साथ स्कफल किया है, गन में उसने एयर में खाली की है, एक साथी की जान बचाई है। पीछे से उन्होंने आके दूसरे साथी ने उसके 27 गोलियों का पूरा मैगजीन खाली किया है, तो उसकी बात को उजागर नहीं कर सके ये। लेकिन यासीन मलिक के साथ पता नहीं इनका ऐसा क्या था, हुकूमतों का ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ थी कि जो ये उसको तो हीरो बना के, लीडर बना के बिठा रखा था।
We're slipping into a very quick break. For now, more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Up Front, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Very good evening and welcome. I am Ankit Tyagi. This is Times Now, starting with the headlines. Yasin Malik Said and accused in the killing of IAF personnel case reveals on candid camera the political patronage they enjoyed. The Abdullahs can't hide anymore. Rahul Shivshankar brings you part 2 of this investigation. Watch how the 32-year-old lie crumbles at 8 p.m. No Class 12-3 examination for students who boycotted practicals demanding hijab to be allowed. State government of Karnataka says relaxation impossible for students who chose to defy the High Court's interim order. Aam Aadmi Party shortlists non-Punjabis for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Choices raise opposition. World powers hail India's fine balance between Russia and Ukraine amid the conflict from superpowers. Now, even Pakistan is India's big fan. Will the NDA baiters acknowledge? Muslim clerics oppose Babul Supriyo's assembly constituency. Red flag Babul Supriyo's hand in the 2018 riots. BJP reposes faith in Pushkar Dhami as the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, unanimously elected in the legislature meeting. And China Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in South China, triggers wildfire in the mountainous region. Ukraine refuses to surrender Mariupol as attacks continue. Russia says no breakthrough in peace talks. Top focus here on Times Now. The Aam Aadmi Party has submitted 5 nominations to the Rajya Sabha today and was the last day of nomination. Now, the choice that the party has made, former Indian off-spinner Harbhajan Singh Associate Professor from IIT Delhi, Sandeep Pathak, who played a very important role in the backroom management for the elections for the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab co-in-charge Raghav Chadha, LPU Chancellor Ashok Kumar Mittal and Ludhiana's renowned industrialist Sanjeev Arora. Now, the opposition has raised questions as far as these choices are concerned. But let me tell you more about these leaders who have been chosen by the Aam Aadmi Party. Harbhajan Singh, former cricketer with roots in Jalandhar, enjoys good equation with Bhagwant Mann and likely to consolidate party's connect with youth. The party also hopes to strengthen the sports infra in Punjab, and with that, being a Jat face also helps them as far as the equations are concerned. Meanwhile, Raghav Chadha, Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab unit co-in-charge, helm AAP's poll campaign in Punjab, AAP's national spokesperson and vice chairperson of the Delhi Jal Board. He will have to now give up his Rajinder Nagar MLA seat. Sandeep Pathak, associate professor of IIT Delhi, strategizing for the Aam Aadmi Party for years, credited with the groundwork for AAP's recent victory and camped in Punjab for the last 3 years, worked at every booth. He has been rewarded for the work that he has done. Ashok Kumar Mittal, seen as renowned academician, social activist and law graduate. He is also Baldev Mittal's son, a former lawyer. Meanwhile, Sanjeev Arora, industrialist from Ludhiana, runs Krishna Pran Breast Cancer Charitable Trust, is in a textile business, and he started this after losing a parent, his mother, to cancer. Meanwhile, the nomination, which has found criticism from the opposition and especially the Congress camp, listen in to what the Congress party has been saying on those who have been nominated.
मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है। मुझे इस काबिल आप सबने समझा कि मैं पंजाब की बात, हिंदुस्तान की बात जो है वो सबके सामने रख सकूँ और स्पोर्ट्स को मैं जो है बढ़ावा दे सकूँ।
तो राज्यसभा में किस तरह के जो इशू है वो रेज करोगे आप?
देखिए, फिलहाल तो मेरा जो फोकस है वो स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर। मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि जो स्पोर्ट्स है पंजाब की या फिर हिंदुस्तान की, इसमें जो यूथ है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोड़ा जाए। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो इतना बढ़िया क्रिएट किया जाए ताकि यूथ जो है वो बहुत कुछ सीख के पंजाब का, देश का नाम जो है।
मैं अपनी मदर के साथ आज राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन भरने आया हूं और मेरे लीडर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री मेरे बड़े भाई भगवंत मान साहब ने इतना विश्वास मुझ में दिखाया है कि इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में, इतनी कम आयु में इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मेरे कंधों पे डाल ली है। मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि इतनी शक्ति बख्शे कि हम ईमानदारी की राह पे चल के जो जिम्मेदारी मेरी पार्टी, मेरे नेता, मेरे लीडर, मेरे मेंटोर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुझे दे रहे हैं, मैं उसे बखूबी निभा सकूं।
So as I was telling you earlier, the Congress and the BJP both have hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party and have started a big insider versus outsider debate that we also saw in the run-up to the election. Listen in to the criticism.
पंजाब के लोग ही राज्यसभा में होने चाहिए, ये उन्हीं का अधिकार है, वो किसी को भी बनाए। मेरे को इस बात से दिक्कत है क्योंकि मैं पंजाब का रहने वाला हूं, मैं पंजाब की बात करता हूं, मैं पंजाबियत की बात करता हूं। भगवंत मान जी पंजाब और पंजाबियत की बात करते हैं। वो किसी को भी राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाए, चाहे कोई रेडी वाले मेरे भाई को बना दें, चाहे कोई समोसे बेचने वाले को बना दें, ये उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन होना पंजाब से चाहिए।
5 राज्यसभा के मेंबर भेजे और उन लोगों को भेजा जिनका पंजाब के मुद्दों से, पंजाब के लोगों से और सिक्खी से कोई सरोकार नहीं है। मुझे दुख और खेद है, पंजाब जो दस्तार से पहचाना जाता था, जाना जाता था, हम बार बार कहते थे अरविंद केजरीवाल आएगा, ये ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी है। जैसे वो आए थे लोभ लालच देकर, यह बताकर कि हम तुम्हारे भले के लिए आए हैं, फिर लूटते लूटते और एक दिन वाइस रॉय यहां पर आकर बैठ गया और क्वीन को रिपोर्ट करने लगा। वही अरविंद केजरीवाल का मॉडल है। बेची हुई राज्यसभा, दूसरे प्रदेशों को दी हुई राज्यसभा, और आज ना कोई सिक्खी की बात उठाने वाला रह गया, ना कोई पंजाबी की।
Sukhpal Khera of the Congress Party now joining us at this moment to talk more on this. In fact, we'll very soon be joined by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Mr. Khera, I first want to understand from you, what is your objection to the nominations which have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party today?
Firstly, that this is gross discrimination with 3 crore Punjabis, and this is gross discrimination with Aam Aadmi Party workers who've been, doing all kind of works for the party during the last 8 years. Couldn't they find 5 capable people from Punjab, and particularly those who have contributed something, Mind you, apart from Harbhajan Singh, cricketer who has, made Punjab proud or India proud, none other is even known, And they're all, like either strategists or businessmen. What is Mr. Sunny Arora's contribution towards Punjab? He lives in Delhi. He may be from Ludhiana. He's a real estate magnate. What is Ashok Mittal's contribution towards Punjab? He's a private businessman. Has a private university by the name of Lovely in Punjab. What is Sandeep Pathak? He's a strategist. He worked for Prashant Kishore first. And now he works for Arvind Kejriwal. Are strategists, are they paid money or are they like to be sent to Rajya Sabha? Raghav Chadda and these people, they know nothing about Punjab.
Mr. Khera, the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is the Congress party has followed this tradition for many, many years. There have been people, those who have been nominated, have hailed from some state and have been nominated from other states. What's the big deal about that?
Let's discuss that issue. Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister. There was no seat from Punjab available at that time. He was elected from Assam. P. Chidambaram and Abhishek Singhvi, they're eminent lawyers of the Supreme Court, luminaries, and also former finance minister, former home minister of the country. That is to some extent understandable. But in Punjab, Congress has never imposed its outsider onto Punjab or to our MLAs out here.
Sir, but this is the same kind of argument that was made, the outsider-insider argument was made before the elections as well. It seems that the people of Punjab have completely rejected that. That is why the Aam Aadmi Party has got a resounding victory, isn't it?
See, now they're taking advantage of that resounding victory. They were never authorized to nominate people to Rajya Sabha from Punjab, from outside. Our main aim is that what is the contribution towards Punjab? Okay, we have a dispute with Haryana, we have a dispute with Rajasthan over the waters and with Delhi also. Will Mr. Pathak or Chadda...
Sir, but Ms. Ambika Soni, senior leader of the Congress party, who is, though she hails from Punjab, has been living in Delhi for a very long time, hardly been seen in Punjab for last many years. I mean, the argument would be that if it's matter of principle, then that principle should be followed by the Congress parties and those who are raising the questions right now, sir.
At least she belonged to Punjab. She was born in Punjab. She worked for Punjab. She fought a Lok Sabha election from Punjab. She contributed towards party. Now there was a chief minister issue. She said no. There should be a Sikh chief minister in Punjab. Look at her. Don't compare her with these people. These are all businessmen people. And also, let me tell you, I smell very hanky-panky in these people. In Mr. Mittal's election, I smell hanky-panky in Sunny Arora's election. What have they to do with the Aam Aadmi Party's ideology? Nothing. Left way.
Sir, that is for the Aam Aadmi Party to decide, but thank you for joining us at this moment. We also have Mr. Ashish Sood and Mr. Abab Garewal of the Aam Aadmi Party joining us. Gentlemen, I request you, both of you, to stay on with me. I have to take a very quick break. I'm coming back, and I just want to understand this whole insider versus outsider fight that has broken out in Punjab on the nominations of Rajya Sabha. We'll talk more about that. Short break, coming back.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा.
Welcome back. The insider versus outsider debate after the Aam Aadmi Party has nominated 5 people from Punjab from their quota of the Rajya Sabha. I want to very quickly get a reaction from Mr. Abab Grewal. Mr. Grewal, grave charges have been now levelled against, in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party, not only of auctioning tickets is what the Congress Party is saying. They are saying again, look, what is Raghav Chadda and Sandeep Pathak doing? Aren't they people from Delhi who have been rewarded just because they helped the party win the election?
Okay, first of all, the charges. Mr. Kher's entry into AAP and re-entry into the Congress is as fishy as it can get, so I don't care about his charges. As far as the 5 nominees are concerned, one is associated with industry, one is associated with the education, one is associated with sports. So they will be bridges. Number 3, as far as Mr. Chadda and Mr. Pathak are concerned, they have worked very hard to win this victory in Punjab, and they obviously know a thing or two about Punjab because they've been able to make this landslide victory possible.
Okay.
I am very sure because the party is in expansion mode, they will be able to take this message from Punjab across the country And rest assured, they will be the biggest votaries of Punjab in the Rajya Sabha. That much I can assure you.
Right. And Mr. Ashish Sood, it's not the first time. If we talk about the principle, and it's running on my screen for both the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, stall leaders have been sent from other states to Rajya Sabha. So what's the big deal?
No, there's no big deal. It is their party. They should they run their way. But this speaks volumes about their hypocrisy. People who use and then the high command culture of various political parties. They have been talking about reforming the political functioning. Look at the way the dictatorial way these nominations have been made, and this also indicates and correlates with the allegation of few Aam Aadmi Party founder members who said in 2017 it was Mr. Kejriwal who wanted to create a chaos because of his position and wanted to take over.
But Mr. Sood, if you are saying that this is dictatorial and look at the way these nominations have been made, then is it also, can the same argument be not turned around now for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, hails from Tamil Nadu, has been sent to Rajya Sabha, has been sent to Rajya Sabha, sir, from Telangana and from Karnataka.
We don't have a lifetime chairman of Aam Aadmi Party like Mr. Arvind Kejriwal in our party. There is a parliamentary board. There is a secretary to the parliamentary board where even the Prime Minister comes and deliberates.
Mr. Grewal, 10 seconds to you. Won't there be conflict of interest? Raghav Chadda, MLA from Delhi, Sandeep Pathak comes from Delhi.
No,
there are many issues between Punjab and Delhi. It will be conflict of interest, sir.
Not at all. They have done it in Punjab. And will Mr. Modi retire after 75? He's saying Mr. Kejriwal is going to be a head for life. Will he dare to say that Modi will be retired at 75? Can he say that? Can the BJP say that Mr. Modi will retire, sir?
Well, the people in the end have decided and given that power to the Aam Aadmi Party with this massive mandate. Who they choose and what will be the ramification of these choices, we leave it to the people itself. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. A quick break at this moment. News and updates continue on Times Now after a short break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now.
The film Kashmir Files has dug out the truth. It has in fact confronted us with the plainly visible truth. It was always there. But through deceit, a number of vested interests had managed to cover it. The filmmakers have in a sense done their job. Now it devolves upon us, the media, and you, the viewers, to do something to bring to book the perpetrators, abettors, and the apologists of Islamist terror that allowed for this genocide to happen. For more than 30 years, not one person has ever been punished for the genocide. This is a shocking fact. It is an uncontestable fact. Cases have been filed, but no charge sheet. Not one. If you ask those who ruled Kashmir why this is the case, then Kashmir's entitled ruling elites, like the Abdullah family, immediately put their hands up. They said, don't ask us. We weren't even in power when the Kashmiri Hindus were butchered, were killed. They say you must ask the BJP and its agent Jagmohan, who was the then governor of the state. They keep saying this. On and on and on. Listen to the Abdullah father and son duo. A wee bit, viewers. They've been holding press conferences, very neatly distancing themselves from this genocide. Listen first.
जनाब वो गवर्नर थे उस वक्त, अब वो जिंदा नहीं रहे, नहीं तो वो बता देते। इसे मैं चाहता हूँ कि इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए, और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में फिल्म से दिखती है, हर फिल्म अपनी अपनी बयान करते हैं। ये नहीं ज़रूरी है कि हर फिल्म सच्ची है। इसको अगर देखना है तो इसकी जांच करिए, ईमानदारी से इसको जांच करिए, देखिए कौन इसमें जिम्मेवार है, कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ।
उसमें तरह तरह के झूठ दिखाए गए हैं, बिलखसूस उस वक्त की हुकूमत के बारे में। हकीकत ये है कि जब ये वाक़ये हुए, जब कश्मीरी पंडित यहाँ से निकल गए, उस वक्त फारूक अब्दुल्ला वज़ीर आला नहीं था, उस वक्त गवर्नर राज था, जगमोहन साहब गवर्नर थे, वीपी सिंह साहब की हुकूमत थी, और वीपी सिंह की हुकूमत के पीछे कौन खड़ा था? बीजेपी।
BJP, Jagmohan, VP Singh, everyone but us is to blame, said Abdullah Jr. They say, viewers, when you repeat something, even a lie, time after time, it eventually becomes something approximate to the truth. While this can often happen, the truth, if pursued relentlessly, stands up and speaks for itself, viewers. That's what is going to happen tonight. Not willing to take the Abdullahs at face value, we decided to do some digging. And we spoke to some of those who are in the know. And our search has yielded an unexpected and undeniable fact that lays the blame of the genocide back squarely at the Abdullah door. This document proves that the Abdullahs could have saved Hindus, as they were very much in power when the genocide had begun. The document in my hand, viewers, is a copy of an act. It's a law. This law is called the Jammu and Kashmir Government's Migrant Immovable Property Act of 1997. Farooq Abdullah was the Chief Minister when this act was passed in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. In one of the clauses of the act, to be specific, Clause E, the J&K government acknowledged that exodus began under Farooq Abdullah as Chief Minister. The act, referring to the Kashmiri Hindu community, specifies that a migrant means a person who migrated after 1st November 1989. Chronology is important here, viewers. Now remember that the Abdullahs exited office only on 18th January 1990. That is a full 10 plus weeks after they themselves say the genocide began. If this is the case, as it very evidently is, then how are they passing the buck today on to Jagmohan, on to VP Singh Sarkar that was supported by the BJP? You see, viewers, right here at the bottom, migrant means any person who has migrated from Kashmir Valley or any other part of the state after 1st November 1989 and is registered as such with the Relief Commissioner. Viewers, they themselves have ascribed the date. They themselves have declared it. They themselves, in short, it became the law. And now when they are questioned, they say, oh, we weren't even there. We weren't even there. The disclosure could have devastating consequences for the Abdullahs. Now, viewers, you know that on India Upfront, I speak with the benefit of the hard fact. Right now I'm clutching this hard fact, viewers. And why do I focus so much on the hard fact? Because, viewers, I want you to get closer to the truth. Too much is said to obfuscate, but the hard fact cuts fiction like a hot knife slices through butter. The disclosure could have devastating consequences for the Abdullahs. But of course, only if the Modi government uses the material revealed by Times Now to frame a case against Farooq Abdullah for misleading the nation, for doing nothing. For doing nothing when the genocide began. Now, what does this disclosure prove, viewers? I've broken it down for you. It proves that the Abdullahs admit that the pogrom began under their watch. It proves that the Abdullahs cannot pass the buck onto the center and onto Jagmohan. The Abdullahs could have taken measures, it proves, to stop the massacre because for 10 weeks they were in power. Now remember, viewers, Narendra Modi for the Gujarat riots is constantly targeted for doing nothing. For doing nothing over 2.5 days. Here, viewers, no one has asked a question of the Abdullahs, even though the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, the brutal massacres were going on for 10 weeks. 10 weeks. 70 days. The Abdullahs also can't deny they freed 70 ISI-trained terrorists. It proves that the Abdullahs have misled the nation by trying to shift the onus. This disclosure proves the Abdullahs can be investigated for abdicating their duty. Who will do that? Of course, that's a question we'll come to later. Viewers, many people today are saying that the Abdullahs are genocide enablers. I'm not saying this. The BJP says it. Kashmiri Hindus who have suffered say it. Hundreds of activists say it. I'm going to now take you through a growing list of omissions. Remember what the NHRC said. In 2000-2001, the NHRC report said the National Conference's State Committee didn't function with regularity, didn't receive cooperation, didn't prioritize the problems of whom? Of the Kashmiri Hindus. These committees were set up to investigate. Under the National Conference, they barely met, viewers. 2001-2002, the NHRC report says NHRC was assured by whom? The Abdullah government, that problems facing Pandits would be given priority. Regrettably, this has not been the case. J&K government to MHA on Omar Kaul's plea. Sarvanand Kaul murder. Government under Farooq junked the plea for a CBI probe. No purpose would be served by handing the case to CBI. There are a large number of these betrayals, viewers, these omissions, call them what you want to. Yet, the Abdullahs will pass the buck. Well, the Abdullahs seem to have incriminated themselves here, viewers, in a falsehood. They themselves admit it. That any person who has migrated from the 1st November 1989 qualifies as a migrant. Viewers, what do you say now? What do you say now? This is an undeniable hard fact. It was an act of law. The law, the copy is right here in my hands. You can even read the title. You can look it up. It'll be in the J&K Assembly list. Act number 16 of 1997. Please, viewers, I urge you tonight to join this show, which is a call to action. I want to open this up Sushil Pandit joins the broadcast. Ishkaran Bhandari joins the broadcast. These two gentlemen I'm going to begin with. Sushil Pandit, you're an activist.
Yes.
You know about this. We had a good, long conversation. We were also bemused. And then we've come up with the goods.
Absolutely.
What does this tell you?
This very clearly says that they are not only complicit in it, they are hardly going to apologize for it or express regrets for it, but brazen it out through lies and through deceit. There is not an iota of regret, no loathing of this ghastly incident, when there is humongous evidence even before this. You know, he had his second term, which started in 96, post-96 assembly elections. And in his second term, we saw what we didn't witness in the first term, which is massive massacres. Not individual targeted killing, which was the hallmark of his reign till 18th of January 1990. Vandhama massacre, Sangrampura massacre, Prankot massacre, massacres in Doda, massacres in Udhampur, which is across the Pir Panjal range, all happened under his watch. So it isn't as if that everything was fine before 18th of January. The first blast that took place in the valley, from where they say the militancy began, was in the intervening night of 31st July and 1st August. And the blast took place at Central Telegraph Office on Maulana Azad Road and Srinagar Club just outside Doordarshan, Srinagar. These two blasts happened both in the intervening night between 31st July and 1st of August, 1988. 1988. We had to flee Kashmir good 2 years later, 1.5 years later. The second incident that took place happened on 17th of September 1988, when DIG Ali Muhammad Watali's house was shot at by 5 gun-wielding militants. One of them died in return fire. Again, 1988, 17th of September. A night curfew was imposed in the heart of Srinagar town. I was there. I've navigated through that curfew. The first high-profile killing among Kashmiri Pandits happened on 13th of September 1989, when Pandit Tikalal Taplu was gunned down in broad daylight. He was the chief minister. The second high-profile killing among our community happened when retired High Court Judge Justice Neelkant Ganju was brutally gunned down at Hari Singh High Street on 4th of November 1989. Abdullahs reigned till 1990 January. And can they absolve themselves of this? Premnath Bhatt, leading advocate of Anantnag, was similarly gunned down. Under his watch, Rubaiya Saeed was kidnapped, Mufti Muhammad Saeed's daughter. So this entire period, Rahul, and it shouldn't be surprising, when his government was toppled by engineering defections within his own party and his brother-in-law was made a chief minister, G.M. Shah, he started hobnobbing with the ultras. There is enough evidence of that. But Rajiv Gandhi committed the same mistake that Mrs. Gandhi had committed. Nehru had arrested Sheikh, Mrs. Gandhi restored him to chief ministership in 75. Here, Mrs. Gandhi had toppled Sheikh Abdullah, knowing what he was up to, toppled Farooq Abdullah in 1984. Rajiv Gandhi reinstates him and gets him elected through rigged elections. But his connections with the ultras continued even after he came back to power. And there is a written report in India Today's March issue of 1990 I remember the author Indrajit Bhadwar, who had traveled into Kashmir, and he reported more than 80 dreaded terrorists were released.
Yeah, I worked with Indrajit
between
Bhadwar.
July and December 1989. And this is corroborated very recently on your channel by the former DGP, Shriman Vaidya. So, if you see all these issues, it's like a jigsaw puzzle falling in place.
It is.
He is complicit. Just as Milosevic was complicit. He may not have fired a single shot, but he presided over a system that engineered a program. Farooq Abdullah presided over a system that ensured our genocide. And he needs to be charged as such.
This is a very serious accusation that is being made by one of the victims of a depravity so extreme, viewers, so tragic, viewers, that it pains even today. I want to open this up. I want to bring in Ishkaran Bhandari. But first, viewers, listen once again to the father and son duo, the Abdullahs, who said, don't ask us any questions. Do not ask us any questions. We weren't even in power. Listen. Listen once again.
जनाब वो गवर्नर थे उस वक्त सर अब वो जिंदा नहीं रहे नहीं तो वो बता देते इसे मैं चाहता हूँ कि इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में फिल्म से दिखती है हर फिल्म अपनी अपनी बयान करते हैं ये नहीं ज़रूरी है कि हर फिल्म सच्ची है इसको अगर देखना है तो इसकी जांच करिए ईमानदारी से इसको जांच करिए देखिए कौन इसमें जिम्मेवार है कैसे हुआ क्यों हुआ
उसमें तरह तरह के झूठ दिखाए गए हैं बिलखसूस उस वक्त की हुकूमत के बारे में हकीकत ये है कि जब ये वाक़ये हुए जब कश्मीरी पंडित यहाँ से निकल गए उस वक्त फारूक अब्दुल्ला वज़ीर आला नहीं था उस वक्त गवर्नर राज था जगमोहन साहब गवर्नर थे वीपी सिंह साहब की हुकूमत थी और वीपी सिंह की हुकूमत के पीछे कौन खड़ा था बीजेपी
वीपी सिंह की हुकूमत थी जगमोहन साहब थे योर ओन डॉक्यूमेंट मिस्टर अब्दुल्ला योर ओन डॉक्यूमेंट says you were very much there. Your own document describes a migrant, means any person who has migrated from Kashmir Valley or any other part of the state after 1st November 1989 and is registered as such with the Relief Commissioner. It's very important, Relief Commissioner. It's not just any old migrants. First of all, you couldn't even bring yourself to use the term refugee or victim or survivor, better still, of genocide. A migrant. Look at the way you were trying to paper over this crime. I want to bring in Ishkaran Bhandari. Ishkaran Bhandari, you see, we have a whole plethora of state institutions that have looked the other way. The Abdullahs are just the tip of the iceberg. Even the courts looked the other way recently. Now, on the basis of this material, and Mr. Abdullah Senior, at least he has the guts to call for an inquiry. The other one, of course, denies. Denies completely. Can we reopen these cases for an investigation at least? Can it be done?
Rahul, a man may lie, but documents do not lie. And this is a document passed by them
themselves as into a law, 1st November 1989. Moreover, you have Sushil ji here documenting targeted high-profile killings to en masse massacres which have been carried out. All of them cry out for justice. What happened in Supreme Court was extremely unfortunate. But I do believe, and in fact I wrote to the government 2 years ago, that you make denial of Kashmir genocide a punishable offense. We need to identify it as genocide. Because once we identify it as a genocide, and Indian government needs to identify genocide, then we can take legal steps, including setting up of judicial commissions for truth and reconciliation, judicial commissions to punish the people who have escaped punishment, no matter how high they be. And these are all people who are living people. So many testimonies have come out. These testimonies will have powerful impact. Sushil ji sitting here can bring so many more people who would be eyewitnesses, families of victims who have suffered. All eyewitness testimonies are still available if such a commission is in fact set up. And that is the crying need of justice, because people will brazen it out unless they are fixed and unless accountability is fixed, and victims cannot come back. The families, what they have suffered, cannot come back. But at least we can have justice. And Article 370, the government removed, and I complimented them, I compliment them now. But it is a time for a second step, and that second step is rehabilitation and punishment of all perpetrators. It's an onerous burden on this government. It was not done when they were in power, but I do believe they should discharge this burden, because that is the need of us, our civilization, as well as each individual victim's family.
Well, Javed Beg, General Secretary of the People Democratic Front, and Sajjad Tariq, leader of the Congress, I just want to say that I would call upon Junior Abdullah to hold a press conference tomorrow. Hold it at noon. Hold it at 1, hold it at 11, hold it at 9, hold it at 8 in the morning. Doesn't matter. We'll be there to ask you some questions on the back of a document that you cannot distance yourself from, on the back of a hard fact that you cannot deny. And then tell us if you're ready to accept at least part of the onus for what happened. If you're really honest, if you really care about Kashmiriyat, you will present yourself at a press conference and you will take some questions. Do you have the moral conviction of taking these questions? Fundamental question tonight, viewers, to Abdullah Jr. At least your father has said that investigate. He's open to an investigation. That I'll ask the government as to why it's dragging its feet now. Times Now has been investigating this story. It's doing all the hard lifting for the government. Night after night, we're bringing out one facet buried, not just by apathy, but by a conspiracy, viewers. The government has a responsibility to pick this up, which we will ask. But I want to bring in, first, Javed Beg and Sajjad Tariq. Sajjad Tariq, can you, as leader of the Congress party that also has mocked this film, mocked the sentiments of Kashmiri Hindus by not giving them justice, will you today say that the Abdullahs have been caught out, spreading misinformation? Will you at least say that much? Will you at least admit on the back of what I have exposed? That's all I'm asking you. Nothing more.
Well, Rahul, I need 2-3 minutes, and hopefully I feel that all of you will listen to me patiently. No doubt about it, as Mr. Pandit said, that right from 88, the turmoil in the Kashmir started. Nobody is denying this fact. Even I don't deny, no other person who is putting up in Kashmir or outside Kashmir will deny this, that the problem started during 88 and 89. Regarding this document, this, like the written document, what you have in your hand, what I'll tell you, this document was documented not for a single community, but it was for all the migrants, those people who migrated from there. And this document was for rehabilitation camp, which was made there in Jammu, so that those people who shifted, like I'll tell you, my childhood friend, Ajay Kaul, he is a Kashmiri Pandit, and his family and our family, we shifted together because the condition of the valley was there, and we stayed there at the same place for approximately 2 years. Now I'll come to this point, what you are saying. If Abdullahs have a responsibility with this document, what you are saying, but we at the same time we cannot shed the responsibility of the governor also. And जैसे सुशील पंडित जी ने कहा और आप भी कह रहे हैं, if BJP was this much this aligned to give justice to the Kashmiri Pandits, Mr. Umar Abdullah was External Affairs Minister. in their cabinet only. And he was External Affairs Minister in the BJP-ruled government. Why they made him External Affairs Minister? Why there was not an inquiry at that particular time when BJP was having every power there? So, you see, I have nothing to do with national conference, but overall, what I am telling you, the scenario is the victims are Kashmiri Pandits also, Muslims also, Kashmiri Muslims also, other people who are putting up in Kashmir. But why, can I ask you that if this document we have got, write it after 25 years or 30 years, why in the previous government 10, 12 years back, 15 years back, when Umar Abdullah was External Affairs Minister, why he was External Affairs Minister there?
These are all legitimate questions.
No.
All legitimate questions. No one is denying these. See, look, I am not being communal here. Many people have lost their lives in Kashmir. Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, many denominations. Everyone that dies at the end of a gun fired by an Islamist terrorist needs justice, has died a martyr. I believe this. I believe this. But I also believe that over the years, one community, which is the Hindu Kashmiri community, never got justice.
No denying the fact.
Now, 1 minute. 1 minute, sir. Sajjad bhai, 1 second. Sajjad bhai, 1 second, please. My question is, blame Jagmohan, blame NDA, blame this, blame VP, blame Gujral, blame Gowda, blame everybody. Don't care. 32 years have elapsed. There have been many governments at the center. Obviously, no government can wish away the fact that they didn't do anything, Sushil Pandit, to deliver justice. We all understand that. But when an elected chief minister should be putting his hand up and saying, yes, I apologize. This movie, right, wrong, does at least bring out the fact that there was a massacre. And I recognize in my advanced years as a senior citizen, as a senior statesman, that injustice was done and I perhaps was a part of it. I submit myself. But even then, viewers, even then, you deny, you pass the buck. Now, what does that tell you? A, you may not have a conscience. B, you're so complicit that you fear the truth, that you need to bury it. Or viewers, that you're so guilty that you don't want to be haunted by the hard fact. It can only be these three things. All of them are a damning indictment, quite frankly. Sanju Verma, yes, the truth is out once again. And once again, the question will be, what am I going to do about it? Am I banging my head against a central government that simply doesn't care? Or I hope, Sanju Verma ji, as you have been a conduit in the past, you will point out how important this disclosure is and that remedial action must be taken. You have done this for the Sikh community. Prime Minister Modi began by setting up a commission. That cannot be an end in itself, as you know. Many Kashmiri Hindus are today looking at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who began in 2013 by opening up, and to his credit, speaking about things that very few others even dared to talk about. Now we need closure, and we need to close the gap between expectation and deliverance of justice. Sanju ji.
Rahul, I want to say one thing. I have never minced my words. The fact of the matter is that your show is widely watched. And thank you for calling me a conduit. I personally believe, and even as the national spokesperson of BJP, I can assure you with a lot of responsibility, this is not engaging in rhetoric, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will certainly ensure that justice, which was denied to Kashmiri Pandits, Kashmiri Hindus for 32 long years, Finally, I think the time for comeuppance, the time for redemption is here and now. And, you know, for anybody who says, ki, ab tak kya hua? Because this is a natural corollary, this is a natural question that is asked when, the kind of exposures that have happened in the last couple of days with Times now leading at the forefront. So please also note, Rahul, that, you know, this is the same Yasin who had actually filed a petition in the Jammu and Kashmir High Court when Farooq Abdullah was the Chief Minister that transfer all my cases where I have FIRs against me under TADA to Srinagar and let the cases not be heard in Jammu. So be it Farooq Abdullah, be it the central government, then they all nodded their head. If the Modi government has done one very brave thing, I think it is ensuring that not only Jamaat-e-Islami and the likes of JKLF are banned, but ensuring that karate are behind bars. And I will go as far as saying that for Bitta Karate and for Yasin Malik, there should be nothing less than capital punishment, because I don't think this is about retribution. And if people feel it is about retribution, so be it. You know, I was on this debate last week also where Kashmiri Pandits was there, and he said the job of the government is not to build narratives, the job of the government is to act. I partially agree with him. I believe the job of the government is to encourage a transparent narrative and then ensure that based on that transparent narrative, action is taken. I simply want to say this. I think the start has to be made by first ensuring that there is a commission which acknowledges now officially that a genocide indeed took place on the 19th of January 1990, rather than saying that it was a self-imposed voluntary exodus by Kashmiri Pandits, which is what erstwhile Congress dispensers of National Conference have been trying to do by pulling a wool over everybody's eyes. Well, one thing which I have to state, and why I say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will ensure justice is because, as you rightly said, even for the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, the first thing that Narendra Modi did in October 2014 was set up a SIT and ensure that Sajjan Kumar, and mind you, Sajjan Kumar has been a Congress veteran, ensure that he's behind bars. I just want to say one thing to the Abdullah, though I think Kashmiri Pandits has laid down the fact, you put it brilliantly. As everybody now knows, the actual genocide did not take place January 9th. There was an entire build-up right from the Anantnag riots in 1986 to the CTO blast in 1988.
Sure.
So one very important thing which I want to mention, Rahul, which nobody is mentioning. Your channel today asked why was no action taken between 1990 and 2000 for 10 long years. Fine. 1990, VP Singh was the Prime Minister. For a short while after that, Chandrasekhar was the Prime Minister. I asked one question. From June 1991 to 1996, who was the Prime Minister? P.V. Narasimha Rao. After that, who was the H.D. Devegowda, supported by the Congress? After that, who was the Prime Minister? I.K. Gujral, supported by the Congress. So for the Congress and for the National Conference to simply nitpick and say VP Singh should be held responsible because he was supported by Vajpayee, but we will forget about Narasimha Rao. We will forget about Narasimha Rao. We will forget about H.D. Devegowda. We will forget about I.K. Gujral.
Okay,
see, by the Congress. I think that is a lot of hogwash.
If you want your answer, I've also answered that question. I also answered that question. The P.V. Narasimha Rao government, Mr. Pandit, in fact, denied.
Shameful.
That there was a pogrom, and who did they deny it to? The NHRC viewers. Even that Times Now is exposed. You see, I'll tell you viewers, Times Now commits to India. It commits to Indians first. And I'm shocked today, viewers, that Lutyens channels, Snap Brigade, this ecosystem of channels, are obsessing about a war, about lives, not Indian lives, of a war that is going on in Europe. The real war is here. The war for justice. Wake up. And I can tell you, viewers, had this happened in Gujarat, those same channels would have followed each story Times Now, would have broken. Their priorities, viewers, completely mixed up. At a time when a genocide is being buried in your own country. I want to ask all these Latvian channels, what's the compulsion? What's the pressure? Was it because you all invited Yassin Malik and Gilani onto your channels and gave them platforms? Because you broke bread with separatists? Is that the reason? I don't know. What's your compulsion? Iskaran Bhandari, what do you think is their compulsion? Why do we have such a resounding, reverberating silence? Tell me. What's the problem here? The politicians don't want to accept. The media has gone into denial. Why?
Rahul, we have had some of your colleagues, not Times Now, but I mean your media colleagues saying 200 mare, 300 mare, so how is it genocide? So we have had those unfortunate utterances on national televisions that 300, 400, 500 is not genocide. That is why I started the debate by saying calling it genocide is very important, and that's why I wrote to the government 2 years ago, which they sent it to the law ministry later on from the home ministry. Unless you call it genocide, you will not be able to open so many old cases. The rules of evidence will be different because some of the evidence after 30 years would be lost. So we need to identify what it was, not a massacre, not a killing, but a genocide, and then apply the law. There are numerous in international conventions, including that if you deny Nazi genocide, that's a crime in itself.
Crime in
and
itself.
In India, we are on national television saying 200 mare, 500 mare, to kya hua? So we need to set the law in order, and then automatically we need to start the second, third process. But first call it a genocide, period.
You know, you have used this 400 mare or 500 mare. So ye genocide kyun? Well, viewers, some people will say 680 have died in Ukraine. How's it a war? By that yardstick, these channels are chasing ghosts on the wrong continent. You see, that's the problem, viewers. There's something mighty wrong in the state of Denmark, to paraphrase Shakespeare. Something mighty wrong. And I want you to also focus on this next bit that I'm going to put out.
Rotten was the word.
Rotten. Something rotten in the state of Denmark. Thank you. Viewers, I'm going to now show you a sting that Times Now conducted. It's very important. Viewers, do you see the visuals on the extreme left of your screens? Look carefully, you will see the Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh of that time, meeting Yassin Malik, the self-confessed butcher of Kashmiri Hindus and a former Pak-sponsored terrorist. He was the chief of the JKLF. Bitta Karate was part of the JKLF. Shabir Shah was part of the JKLF. They were all hunting Hindus, viewers, and bragging about it. They went on to TV stations and said, we killed, we murdered 30, 40, we don't even remember, we don't even know their names, we can't even tell you. Why we did it? Because we were so consumed by hate. Viewers, the picture is the most visible sign of the UPA's permissive attitude towards hardcore Islamist terrorists like Yassin Malik. Today, viewers, this picture is returned to haunt Kashmiri Hindu victims of the genocide in Kashmir. Yassin Malik and his aides, who were never brought to book, viewers, for their role in the anti-Hindu genocide despite being visibly guilty of the crime, are today using this photo op to protest their innocence. They are saying, we met a former Prime Minister. If we were guilty, would the Prime Minister have been meeting with us? We caught this on our own camera, viewers. This is the kind of alibi that the Congress party has handed the Maliks, the Karates by extension, and others. We stung Salim, Yassin Malik's closest aide. And he says, how are we guilty? These cases are fabricated. They are on TV, viewers, some of these chaps, confessing to their crimes. And today they say, the Prime Minister wouldn't have met us. And it's a fact. Background checks are done. You just can't walk up to a Prime Minister, meet him in his home, have coffee with him, get photographed, put your arm around him. Can't happen. Background checks are done. So either the background was simply covered up or ignored, Or viewers, there was some deal. I don't know.
Rahul, I need 1 minute.
No, 1 second. I want to first play out, sir, the sting. I'll come back right to you after the sting. You listen to the sting. You will also be educated and shocked. Your jaw will drop to the floor. I'll come straight to you.
Leaders have met Atal Bihari Vajpayee also.
That's fine.
And Atal Bihari Vajpayee
That's fine.
was a leader who led.
That's fine. I'm not justifying that.
Delhi to Amritsar.
I'm not justifying that, sir. I'm not justifying that.
Vajpayee was the leader.
I am not justifying that.
And said, "मैं पाकिस्तान के साथ दोस्ती
Sir, two wrongs don't make a right, or do they make a right? Two wrongs make a right, or they don't make a right. Vajpayee came before Manmohan Singh. You didn't have to repeat. No. You didn't have to repeat the folly of Mr. Vajpayee.
No, I'm not going to take it.
No, you must. You must.
I'm not going to take
So you're saying. So 1 minute, Sajjad Tariq bhai, your logic is very simple.
The photographs of Mr.
1 second, Sajjad Tariq bhai, listen, 1 minute. Sajjad Tariq bhai, your
mass rally in which 1 lakh Kashmiris participated in Kashmir.
That's
and
fine.
he said कि मैं पाकिस्तान के साथ दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ाता हूं क्योंकि पड़ोसी को तब्दील नहीं किया जा सकता.
Absolutely.
Was he not aware that 65 there?
You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it.
That doesn't suit.
But Sajjad Tariq, does that absolve Dr. Manmohan Singh? Does that absolve PV Narasimha Rao? Does that absolve Manmohan Singh? Does it absolve PV Narasimha Rao? It doesn't. Why did you get into the same trench? You could have avoided that. You could have called it out. But आपको भी वो करना था. आपको कौन सा competition जीतना था, sir? Anyhow, watch this, viewers. Just watch this sting. Two wrongs don't make a right. As I said, lots of prime ministers have come and gone over 32 years. None of them have even looked the way of the Kashmiri Hindu, let me tell you. Hopefully that will change. I want you to listen.
देखिए पॉलिटिकल पैट्रोनेज मनमोहन सिंह मिलता है इतना कुछ होता है वो तो पॉलिटिकल लीडर है तो उनसे लेकिन उसके बाहर ऑल ऑफ द सडन ये पॉलिटिकल लीडर है. अगर ऐसा होता ना इसको पता होता कि हमारे खिलाफ केस है पहले वो उनसे जो मनमोहन सिंह जी से भी मिलते. ये बातचीत कब हुई लेकिन चार्ज फिल्म तो आज चार्ज फिल्म से क्या हुआ चालान हो गया क्या हुआ चालान आपके खिलाफ चालान पेश हुआ है. मैंने एक चीज बताओ मुझे क्या एक चीज वो परसू नहीं कर सकते थे उनको कहे कि ये अगर मोहम्मद यासीन मलिक कातिल था हिंदुस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर उसे क्यों मिल रहा है मुझे बताइए ना. कातिल से क्यों मिल रहे हैं? अगर इसने उनकी एयरफोर्स के आदमी को मारा है तो वो भी कह रही है हमारा आर्गुमेंट 30 साल मत छोड़े आपको क्या लगता है 30 साल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहे आपका मतलब यही 30 साल बीच में छोड़ ही दिया था सारा मसला क्यों छोड़ा इस टाइम पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग पैट्रोनेज रहेगी वो तो आज भी चल रहे थे वो तो 20 साल पहले भी चल रहे थे 2000 के बाद हुई ना स्टार्ट 2000 तक क्या कर रहे थे 1990 से 2000 तक तो एक बड़ा अरसा है ना 10 साल का अरसा है 10 साल में क्या कर रहे हैं. आप कहेंगे आपके उस वक्त सरकार सॉफ्ट थी वो अपन दोनों को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया मकबूल भट्ट को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया बीजेपी ने चढ़ाया कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया उसको भी कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया फांसी पे.
Now viewers, Yasin Malik was accused amongst many crimes. There are a whole list of them. We showed them to you 2 days back. None of those cases, charge sheets were filed, viewers. Amongst his victims were 4 IAF, Indian Air Force personnel. One of them, squadron leader Ravi Khanna. His wife, Nirmal Khanna, spoke to Times Now. And she was shocked, viewers, as to how people like Yasin Malik were legitimized. Listen to this.
यासीन मलिक को गांधीयन कहा जाता था तो तब भी मैंने बताया था कि गांधीयन कैसे कि जिसने गन उठा ली वो गांधीयन कैसे है. कहने से पहले थोड़ा शर्म आनी चाहिए हमको. और स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना जो निहत्था था वो उसके सीने में आर पार गोली कर सकता था. एक गोली लगने के बावजूद वो उसके साथ सफल किया है. गन में उसने एयर में खाली की है. एक साथी की जान बचाई है. पीछे से उन्होंने आके दूसरे साथी ने उसके 27 गोलियों का पूरा मैगजीन खाली किया है. तो उसकी बात को उजागर नहीं कर सके ये. लेकिन यासीन मलिक के साथ पता नहीं इनका ऐसा क्या था, हुकूमतों का ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ थी कि जो ये उसको तो हीरो बना के, लीडर बना के बिठा रखा था।
Mr. Pandit, what do you make of this?
Rahul, this is shocking. An Indian Air Force officer and his widow is not being given justice for more than 30 years. Squadron leader Ravi Khanna deserved better. And the killers, in fact, there is an interview of Yasin Malik with Tim Sebastian in a program that BBC used to have those days called Hard Talk. I think that it's still on air. Stephen Sucker probably, yes, he interviews now. In that program, Tim Sebastian made him confess. He repeatedly asked him the question, and finally he threw up saying, yes, we killed them because they were agents of our enemy India. That's what Yasin Malik said in that program. It's still on YouTube. He is a self-confessed murderer. He is supposed to have abducted even Rubia Saeed. He is part in killing of Lassa Kaul, who was director Doordarshan Kendra Srinagar. He is the one who participated in the murder of Justice Neelkant Ganju. He is the one who raped Sarla Bhatt. This man from top to bottom is soaked in our blood. Can you give him clemency? Can you simply, forgive all his brutalities? Forget them? And not just this, I'm saying, Rahul, if you were to apply for a passport,
yes,
Government of India would ask for your criminal record if there is any.
Absolutely.
This man is a crime, walking, talking, living crime. Crime of genocide. How did he land up with a passport? How did he roam around the world? How was he allowed to go to Pakistan and get married there?
Shocking. Shocking, shocking.
He was treated like a son-in-law by successive governments, successive prime ministers, successive administrators. Our spy masters used to handle him with kid gloves. He was turned into some kind of a revolutionary. Yes. And this word Gandhian was actually Gandhian with guns. You don't miss the irony in this phrase. They were described as Gandhian with guns by none other than someone called Arundhati Roy.
Absolutely. Now look, I want to also bring in Sushant Sareen. Sushant Sareen, we're mixing up the brief a little bit. We have the privilege of having you, and you have understood the Pakistan Kashmir tangle and studied it and written about it obsessively. And I just want to ask you, there is one question that I can't come to terms with. How is it that the killers of so many innocents were legitimized? What happened here?
Rahul, this is one of the great mysteries of how the Indian state operates. And I think it is one of the travesties of the Indian state that anybody who picks up a weapon, anybody who's a traitor to the Indian state, anybody who commits treachery against the Indian state, anybody who's a terrorist is fated, he's enriched. And in Kashmir, actually the terrorists were actually enriched by the government of India, successive government, intelligence agencies. And these guys used to be on the take from all sides. Their work used to be, Rahul, we've spoken on your programs and subsequent programs on Times Now of the ecosystem which had been created in Kashmir over the last 30 years. All of these guys profited. So that was one problem with the Indian state. The second is that there is this concept in the Indian state that, why don't you buy these people out so that you mainstream them? And there is, and this is not just limited to Kashmir. You've done it in the Northeast, including people like Lal Dinga and others who were, you struck agreements with them, brought them in. Some of them became chief ministers. You've done it in a number of other troubled places. So in many of these places, the same, template has been followed. What they never understood was that in Kashmir, that these fellows who were the terrorists, they were not normal political activists who were taken to weapons. right? These guys were out and out jihadists. Where these guys were coming from was from a mindset which was religiously driven. These guys were, they were indoctrinated and they had this veneer of secularism. JKLF, for example, and I can tell you, in the 90s, senior editors in the government, in the Indian media used to say that, listen, JKLF is a terrorist organization, but look, they are nice guys because they are secular. Can you imagine the people who had carried out the worst kinds of crimes against a minority community, that is the Hindus or the Kashmiri Pandits, were called secular? This was the bastardization of the concept of secularism in this country. Pardon my language, but there is no other word which explains this. And this is what has gone wrong as far as Kashmir is concerned. Because otherwise, I can understand that you reach out to people, you reconcile, you bring them into the mainstream and things move on. But in Kashmir, the people with whom you were trying this were never going to fall for this mainstreaming business. And I think that is where we lost the plot.
Rahul, if you mainstream jihad, you will mainstream genocide.
Well, let me tell you, viewers, that's why I was asking questions of this ecosystem, this Lutyens ecosystem, viewers, including the media, and their continued silence over what now appears to be a movement for justice. They're more bothered about some war that is going on that may or may not have huge, devastating implications for us. But they're not going to address a story that is actually having a devastating impact on us. I don't know why. And maybe it's because Sushant Sareen himself says that a large number of them got sucked in or were perhaps co-opted to believe that these people were Gandhians with guns. Viewers, I leave it at that tonight. We're going to be back tomorrow with more exposés. We are going to go right down, viewers, to the last conspiracy in this long chain link of conspiracies. We will prize each of these links open to expose the truth. We're not giving up. We're not giving up. At the end of the line is justice. I leave it at that. The news hour continues, viewers. Watch it. More exposés.
More power.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या
वापस
चुनाव
ले
जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar.
Stories on the show this hour.
Times Now's news break has been confirmed. The BJP has picked Pushkar Singh Dhami for the Chief Minister's post again. BJP Central Observers Rajnath Singh and Meenakshi Lekhi finalized Dhami's name despite him failing to win his own seat.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है, तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या
वापस
चुनाव
ले लिया?
जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे, बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For Chai Time Charcha Makers, for daily commuters.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're with the News Hour and I'm Madhav Gopalakrishnan. For the last 10 days, Times Now has been digging deep and trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle that is the truth behind the Kashmiri Hindu genocide. Tonight, on this Monday edition of the News Hour, I'm going to bring to you a two-part investigation that is going to leave you stunned. Let's begin with a paper trail that leads right to the door of Farooq Abdullah. Times Now has unearthed a document that proves that the Abdullahs could have saved Hindus as they were in power and also were very much aware of the attacks. Times Now's access Jammu and Kashmir government's Migrant Immovable Property Act 1997 document. This act was passed when Farooq Abdullah was the chief minister and the government then had acknowledged that the exodus began under Farooq Abdullah as chief minister. The act specified that migrant means a person who migrated after 1st of November 1989, very much when the National Conference patron was at the helm of affairs. Now, this document blows the lid of the claim that the Abdullahs have made so far. Both Farooq and Omar so far have maintained that the Kashmiri genocide and the consequent exodus did not happen under their watch. Let me refresh your memory, ladies and gentlemen, and also of those who have conveniently ignored the truth so far. Listen in.
जनाब वो गवर्नर थे उस वक्त सर, अब वो जिंदा नहीं रहे, नहीं तो वो बता देते. इससे मैं चाहता हूँ कि इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में फिल्म से दिखती है, हर फिल्म अपनी अपनी बयान करते हैं. ये नहीं ज़रूरी है कि हर फिल्म सच्ची है. इसको अगर देखना है तो इसकी जांच करिए, ईमानदारी से इसको जांच करिए, देखिए कौन इसमें जिम्मेवार है, कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ।
उसमें तरह तरह के झूठ दिखाए गए हैं, बिलखसूस उस वक्त की हुकूमत के बारे में। हकीकत ये है कि जब ये वाक़ये हुए, जब कश्मीरी पंडित यहाँ से निकल गए, उस वक्त फारूक अब्दुल्ला वज़ीर आला नहीं था, उस वक्त गवर्नर राज था, जगमोहन साहब गवर्नर थे, वीपी सिंह साहब की हुकूमत थी, और वीपी सिंह की हुकूमत के पीछे कौन खड़ा था? बीजेपी।
Now on to part 2 of our investigation. Yasir Malik's aide and accused in the killing of Indian Air Force personnel have been caught on candid camera. What he reveals is going to put National Conference's ally in the dock. Ladies and gentlemen, you see the visuals of the extreme left of your screen. Look carefully. You'll see then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh meeting Yasir Malik, the self-confessed butcher of Kashmiri Hindus and a former Pak-sponsored terrorist. This picture is the most visible sign of the UPA's permissive attitude towards hardcore Islamist terrorists. Yasir Malik and his aides, who were never brought to the book for their role in the anti-Hindu genocide despite being visibly guilty of the crime, are today using this photo opportunity to protest their innocence. Listen into this testimony if you don't believe me.
मिलता है, लिखना कुछ होता है, वो तो पॉलिटिकल लीडर है, उनसे लेकिन उसकी बात ऑल ऑफ अ सडन ये पॉलिटिकल लीडर है। अगर ऐसा होता ना, इसको पता होता कि हमारे खिलाफ केस है, पहले वो उनसे जो मनमोहन सिंह जी से भी मिलते। ये बातचीत कब हुई? लेकिन चार्ज फिल्म तो आज चार्ज फिल्म से क्या हुआ? चालान हो गया, क्या हुआ? चालान आपके खिलाफ चालान पेश हुआ है। मैंने एक चीज बताओ मुझे, क्या एक चीज वो परसों नहीं कर सकते थे, उनको कहे कि ये अगर मोहम्मद यासीर मलिक कातिल था, हिंदुस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर उनसे क्यों मिल रहा है? मुझे बताइए ना, कातिल से क्यों मिल रहे हैं? अगर इसने उनके एयरफोर्स के आदमी को मारा है तो वो भी कह रही है हमारा आर्गुमेंट 30 साल जब 30 साल आप 30 साल मत छोड़े आप 30 साल आपको क्या लगता है 30 साल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहे? आपका मतलब यही 30 साल बीच में छोड़ ही दिया था सारा मसला। क्यों छोड़ा? पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग पैट्रोनेज रहेगी, वो तो आज भी चल रहे थे, वो तो 20 साल पहले भी चल रहे थे। 2000 के बाद भी ना स्टार्ट, 2000 तक क्या कर रहे थे? 1990 से 2000 तक तो एक बड़ा अर्सा है ना, 10 साल का अर्सा है। 10 साल में क्या कर रहे हैं? आप कहेंगे आपके जो सरकार सॉफ्ट थी, वो अब्दुल गुरु को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? बबुल भट्ट को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? बीजेपी ने चढ़ाया, कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया, उसको भी कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया फांसी पे।
So the legitimate question tonight on the News Hour is this: can Abdullahs and the Congress shun blame?
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
Let's go across to our guest joining us live at the moment. We have Shahzad Poonawala, spokesperson of the BJP. With us also is Aarti Tikku Singh, senior journalist. Ashok Pandit is a filmmaker and activist joining us on the panel. Also, we have with us Majid Haidari, activist. Sheikh Amir is a Congress leader who's joining us on the show as well. Let me begin with you first, Majid Haidari. How do you explain, Majid Haidari, the fact that this document, which is part of the Jammu and Kashmir Migrant Movable Property Act, and it was presented before the governor on 30th of May, defines migrants as any person who has migrated from the Kashmir Valley or any other part of the state after 1st November 1989. Isn't this a clear admission that the exodus had begun well before 19 January 1990, which is the reason that National Conference so far has distanced and put the entire blame at the doorstep of then Governor Jagmohan?
Well, Madam, I'll start by dedicating this couplet to the Kashmiri Pandit community. जाना था हमसे दूर बहाने बना लिए, क्यों हमसे इतनी दूर ठिकाने बना लिए. When you talk about the role of the Abdullahs or of the Rajiv Gandhi with regard to the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits and with regard to the Kashmir Files movies, let me tell you, this movie is perverted Sholay. The Jai and Veeru, Rajiv Gandhi and Dr. Farooq Abdullah have been shown as Gabbar Singh in this movie. We need to tell the nation that these two guys were the Vijay and the Viru, who tried to not only save Kashmir, but also the Kashmiris. It was only after Dr. Farooq left power and Rajiv Gandhi was no more that Kashmiri Pandits had to leave their land.
They presided over a situation in which Kashmiri Pandits were forced to migrate of the valley. How does that make them the heroes? And if it happened under their watch, as this document very clearly suggests, why are you making them heroes, sir, when they clearly are not? Why did they make those inflammatory speeches in the run-up to the exodus? Why did they allow for the militants and the gun to come into the valley?
He will always be a hero for me. No, sorry to say. He gave his life for the country. He'll always be my hero. Nobody from BJP has sacrificed his life.
I'm not getting into, sir, the circumstances of his death. That was very tragic. As all Indians, any former prime minister who's targeted for being on the job or doing what they have done on the job, that is certainly tragic. And we certainly, as all Indians, respect that sacrifice. But let us also not give a clean sheet and call a spade when something wrong has happened. We all know how militancy started in the valley, Mr. Majid Hydari. Why are you being an apologist for Mr. Farooq Abdullah? Don't you think the National Conference should take responsibility for its actions? There are very grave allegations, from rigging elections to allowing the gun into the valley to making inflammatory speeches, and now very clearly the entire cover is blown when I have shown you this document that shows the date of migration that is accepted legally is not in January of 1990 but in November 89. So why should they not take responsibility?
Gave the Kashmiri Pandits the status of migrants. What has BJP done for Kashmiri Pandits? What has BJP done in its 15 years of tenure in the last 30 years?
I will ask the BJP that question, sir. I will ask the BJP that question. But will you acknowledge that this fig leaf of a cover that Abdullahs have had so far, that they were not in power at that time, is completely based on untruths? Will you condemn them for that?
I'll condemn BJP for having made alliance with them.
Why not the National Conference?
Umar Abdullah, their minister, for having allied with Dr.
Sure, criticize the BJP, but please criticize the National Conference as well, sir.
I'll condemn BJP for everything.
Please criticize the BJP, criticize the Congress, the PDP, whoever you want to.
BJP is to be blamed.
Okay.
Every massacre took place in BJP's regime.
Question being asked. I want to bring in Aarti Tikku Singh now. Aarti Tikku Singh, I've asked this question pointedly, but Mr. Majid Hydari, of course, will either drop of a hat criticize the BJP, and there's no problem. He can do that. But why should we whitewash what is the role of the Abdullahs in the National Conference? Because they have all along distance that they had nothing to do with what happened in the valley. What Mr. Farooq Renzu Shah has said is there before us. He talks about inflammatory speeches and the entire kind of situation or ambience that existed within the valley being, raked up by various political parties. And now comes this document that shows what happened. 1st of November 1989, Mr. Farooq Abdullah was firmly in the saddle.
This is what many of the community leaders of Kashmiri Pandits have been saying all along. We have been finally vindicated by the document that you are presenting before the public today. In fact, the genesis of Kashmir conflict, Kashmir separatism and terrorism are the seeds that Sheikh Abdullah sowed in early 1950s. And his son Farooq Abdullah just carried on the same, from plebiscite front movement to JKLF to autonomy. All of these versions of separatism have been always embraced by the National Conference leadership, especially the Abdullahs. So finally, this document is proving what Kashmiri Pandits had been saying all along. We had been saying that we were driven out by the dispensation of the time, that is Farooq Abdullah, who was the chief minister at the time, because I was a kid, but lot of our relatives, lot of our acquaintances had begun leaving Kashmir in the autumn of 1989, in fact. And this had followed a spate of violent acts, a spate of terror attacks against minorities, against also, many other civilians. But the fact is that Abdullahs were culpable then, Abdullahs have been culpable now. It's a shame that Omar Abdullah, who was trying to project himself as very different from his father has turned out to be the same. He has been pursuing the same kind of politics, saying something. He said something a few years ago when he became the president of National Conference. He had said that it's the Kashmiri Muslims who are responsible for the genocide and the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits. And now he's going around and brainwashing Kashmiri Muslim people who have already been living in a denial for the last 32 years. And he's telling them that it wasn't Farooq Abdullah, it wasn't his father who was responsible. So essentially, he is also perpetuating the denial factory that has been in place in Kashmir for the last 32 years.
It's a denial factory that's being completely exposed right now. Majid Hydari, please respond to this. There have been several denials and now the truth is coming out, and that's what's completely disconcerting for the Abdullahs and several political leaders who are very active at that point of time and responsible in spreading the hate and the violence.
So let me remind you one thing. Dr. Farooq and National Conference were party to BJP's alliance twice when BJP was in power. Point number one, Umar Abdullah was a minister in BJP government. Dr. Farooq was last year invited, Umar Abdullah was last year invited by Honorable Prime Minister to the residence for a discussion on Kashmir. So they are the legitimate voices who are being even endorsed by the BJP. So if you have to ask any question, you have to ask it to the BJP and only to BJP. Because right from Kandahar to the talks with Hurriyat, to the talks with militants, to releasing of militants, everything was done and facilitated and initiated by the BJP. So ask everything about
there may be elected leaders, there may be former chief ministers, but there is no accountability. Nobody should ask them questions. Huh? Why is that, sir? Are we in a democracy or not? One should not ask any questions of the Abdullahs also.
No, Muslims should not ask questions. That is the problem at the moment in this regime, that Muslims should not question. Why a Muslim can't...
It is not a question of Hindu or Muslim at all, sir. Please don't try and make a perverted argument out of this. That is not at all the question. He is a democratically elected leader. As a democratically elected leader, if there is a certain position that they have taken publicly and we are exposing that through these documents, do you feel that that question also should not be asked now?
See, this heated debate has been caused by a movie which is based partially on reality and partially on fact. So some movie, a Bollywood masala movie is inspiring you to ask this.
Is this document not a reality? Yes or no?
Why are we discussing this document
after 32 years? Because the accountability of Abdullahs is very important to fix. Why don't you understand?
So, sir, let's come up with a white paper.
Responsible or
Let there be a white paper. It can't be a debate, a shouting match every evening. Let the government come up with a white paper. Okay, this happened.
So it's very easy to ask for a white paper while out of power. Very easy to ask for a white paper out of power. Shahzad Poonawala, accountability needs to be fixed at the BJP's doorstep. Everything that has gone wrong in Jammu and Kashmir is because of the BJP. I'm being very soft on the BJP's accusation of Mr. Majid Hydari. Please respond to him.
Madhav, first of all, I want to begin by apologizing to Ashok Pandit and to Aarti Singh Tikku, and the reason for that is that over the last 32 years, Ashok and Aarti must have survived deniers of their genocide. They must have even survived enablers of their genocide. But today we have seen a category so low in the form of Majid Hydari that you have depravity on this genocide. The kind of analogies that were drawn, comparing something that has been reduced to fiction, a very real act of genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits, to a film which is based entirely on fiction, that is Sholay, and to draw analogies between the characters like that of Girija Tikku, who was a real person who was murdered, who was brutalized, to somebody like a Jay and Viru. I feel disgusted and I feel nauseous, and I cannot even imagine what Ashok and Aarti are feeling right now. And you know what, Madhav, perhaps there are several questions that you need to ask of the BJP, and I'm happy to answer those questions. But the first question that begins with, when people say resettlement, rehabilitation of the Kashmiri Hindus, it should start with repentance. R for repentance, P for paschatap before punarvas, and that paschatap can happen when you acknowledge that what happened to Aarti Singh Tikku, to Ashok Pandit and to their entire community was nothing short of Islamic jihad and genocide that took place. But here you have Mr. Majid Hydari, who comes out and mocks it and does not even want to admit the role that he and many like him played in in this entire Islamic jihadi genocide. And let me just cite a few examples. Yes, of course it was Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, but that didn't happen just because of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. There were mosques in the valley that were saying that we want Nizam-e-Mustafa. There were people chanting that you have to stay in the valley, you have to say Allahu Akbar. There were slogans like Raleef, Salif, Galeef. These are realities, and Majid Hydari will be the first one limping out of his chair to say that there is Hindu terror or to say Jai Shri Ram is a Yudh Ghosh, but here he denies to even acknowledge that there was an Islamic jihadi genocide that actually led to what happened to the Kashmiri Pandits. And this is what even the Congress and their ilk does. They have been doing lipa potia, whitewashing, whether it is terming this entire genocide as migrant in the NHRC affidavit, whether it is this document today which accepts that the so-called exodus, I say it is genocide, not even exodus, began in 89 under the watch of Rajiv Gandhi and Abdullahs. It was Rajiv Gandhi and Abdullahs who let 70 terrorists free. It was Rajiv Gandhi and Abdullahs who did nothing when Tapluji was killed, when Justice Ganju was killed. Justice Ganju's son has been on Times Now to say that they put friendship before nation. They put friendship before Hindu lives. These are the realities that we need to contend with. Right. And yes, how can I take Ashok Pandit back with what face if a Majid Hydari tells Ashok Pandit that your pain is not even real? You tell me what face can I take Ashok Pandit back to a valley which is inhabited by the likes of Majid Hydari?
Well, absolutely.
There has to be repentance before resettlement.
Well, this
and
denial,
doesn't come from people like Majid.
There's been denial of the genocide every time that question has come up, and of course, we all understand what the convenient politics is of the politicians of the valley, but perhaps it's time to confront the truth. But let me bring in fact, the Congress leader on our panel, Sheikh Amir. And Sheikh Amir, let me ask you a simple question, sir. We saw how, in fact, Mr. Yasin Malik had met the then Prime Minister, a person who was accused of these grave crimes, a person who has been a terrorist, a person who has been to Pakistan by his own admission in POK and been trained and has come back. Such an individual responsible for these brutal killings is today, or his aides at least, are using the excuse that if he was such a big terrorist, why would the Prime Minister meet him? Now, this is clearly an attempt that they have got to whitewash their own history because of the legitimacy that has been afforded by politicians in the past and politicians of the Congress party. How do you justify this, Sheikh Amir? Is he not a terrorist?
Thank you very much. See, you are talking about Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik was the same person who was invited on Aapki Adalat. What about, you are flashing a pic of Manmohan Singh with Yasin Malik. What about this picture? If you can see this picture, picture of this pic of L.K. Advani with the Hurriyat leaders, picture of Atal Bihari Vajpayee with the Hurriyat leaders. See, BJP has made Kashmir as a poll plank. They have made it a political ground to contest elections in other parts of the country. They are making Kashmir as a political tool. When you are talking about, nobody will deny that Kashmiri Pandits were killed in. But the irony is that this movie is only in your debate. Pallavi said that you are jihadi. Pallavi said aapne naare diye, aapne Musalmanon ko mara. क्या हमने मुसलमानों को मारा है? So that's exactly what I'm saying. In this movie, in the initial stage of this movie, what it is showing actually, it is showing this movie is against Kashmiri politicians, movie against Jammu and Kashmir police. This movie is against the Kashmiri Muslims, those neighbors who actually, and you are trying to show in this movie that...
So everything is fake. Everything is fake in the movie. According to you, everything is fake. Nothing happened. Hindus were not chased out of their home.
Don't put your...
They left of their own volition. That's what you're saying, Sheikh Amir?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why didn't you admit? Why did you call a spade a spade? Why didn't you admit that they were brutalized completely in the Kashmir Valley and that's why they were forced to leave their homes? Which human being leaves his home otherwise?
If current government wants Kashmiri Pandits...
No, first accept, sir. First, do you accept that there was a genocide or not? Do you accept that or not?
It's not only about that. Why are you asking questions like that? You don't listen to me. You just start telling...
Sir, why are you running away from the truth? I am asking you simple questions. Do you agree that there was a genocide or not that the movie suggests? Yes or no? You either agree or you disagree.
You are, from last 7 days, I have seen on your debates, you are trying, every news channel, national news channel is trying to promote and support this movie.
Sir, I am asking you a simple question. Where do you stand? And you are accusing us of having a bias. Where do you stand? And then I will ask a counter question from another panelist. Admit, either you say there was a genocide or you believe there was no genocide. Say yes or no.
No, why would I take that question?
Okay. So this is it.
Congress, you are demonizing Rajiv Gandhi.
I am asking you a simple question, sir. I am asking you a simple question as to what transpired at that point of time. And let me tell you, the allegation also at that point of time, sir, is that Mr. Rajiv Gandhi and Mr. Farooq Abdullah were in the cahoots. We have seen top leaders come out and say that Mr. Rajiv Gandhi had then come out to say that, but Farooq Abdullah is a friend. When he was asked a question about the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits, as has been alleged. Ashok Pandit, I want you to come in now. Here you have a situation where the Congress leader will put the... But himself will neither admit or deny whether there was a genocide, not even taking a position on that.
Madhav, two important things. One, that I don't feel like responding to Majid Hydari, because he feels our pain, our genocide, as Shehzad said, is comparing it to Sholay. So we can understand his thinking, and this person who is a terror supporter, he's a terrorist supporter. He on your show will never accept that Yasin Malik was a terrorist, or Masarat Alam was a terrorist, or Shabir Shah was a terrorist, or Bita Karate was a terrorist. So me as a Kashmiri Hindu or as a victim of terrorism would not like to respond to him. Coming to the Congress spokesperson, Madhav, till now Congress has not accepted that they were responsible for 1984 massacre of Sikhs. So they have not even apologized for that. So apologizing for what happened to us is least what one can accept from them. Now coming to Farooq Abdullah, Madhav, let us understand one thing very simply and honestly. And what they say is Kashmir Files is all fake. I would like to request them that please go and see my documentary And the World Remains Silent, which I shot in 1992 when things were happening there, how our people were killed, and they're live on screen saying that how my people were killed. Victims are talking live. Now coming to Farooq Abdullah, Madhav, it's very important to understand. My genocide and my ethnic cleansing of the entire community is not planned overnight or in a month's time or 2 months' time. Farooq Abdullah was the main strategist of my exodus, entire planning. Wasn't Farooq Abdullah the founder chairman of JKLF? I would like to ask them. Is he not responsible for creating JKLF in Kashmir terrorist organization? Is he not responsible for creating Yasin Malik? Is he not responsible for creating Shabir Shah? Is he not responsible for creating other terrorists in Kashmir or Hurriyat Conference for that matter? Is he not responsible for that? So the entire planning of mine, my genocide and ethnic cleansing has taken at least 10 years. Because we believed in non-violence, we believe in Gandhi, we could have never imagined that somebody staying next to my house with whom we have grown up and we are brought up or we have stayed together will knock at my door and tell me to leave my house or burn my house or burn my temple. Who were those people on 19th January who came on the streets? They were lakhs in numbers when the mosque started shouting. 1986, my first exodus, my exodus happened when Mufti Muhammad Sayyid attacked us in Anantnag. That was 1986. Again, Farooq Abdullah, Congress, they all were involved in it. We went back after a year. Aarti will tell you because she belongs to Anantnag. Then, selective, one sec, just 30 seconds. Yeah. Then, 87, 88, our selective killing started happening. So, my genocide is not 19 January only. My genocide began in 1986 when all these people were ruling. Tikral Taplu was killed, Premnath Bhatt was killed, Girja Tikku was murdered, people were hanged, our houses being burnt, Lasakal was killed. So they created a fear factor in my community from 1986, and my genocide and my ethnic cleansing began in 96. It is not 19 January. So it's very important for us to understand who are the masterminds, who created the atmosphere of fear in our mind. And listen, we were in minority. Right. We were in minority. And then, even after that, we have not killed anyone. We have not picked up guns. We stood on our own and we stood by India and we saw to it that India remains a part of their presence remains in Kashmir. That is our greatness.
Absolutely. And in fact, let me bring in Majid Hydari on that point. Majid Hydari, it's very convenient when Mr. Farooq Abdullah says that I was not in power. But as we all know, in fact, the run-up to what happened in 1990, Mr. Ashok Pandit has very clearly described over here. But today we also spoke to an individual who is a former bureaucrat, Farooq Renzu Shah, who comes out to say that the speech of Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah on 15th August 1989 scared the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists were brought to Kashmir through a political corridor. Gawa Kadal massacre was to instigate majority community against minority. It appears Pandits were forced to leave the valley so that cadre of a political party can purchase Pandit properties. Farooq Abdullah had Vazwan with JKLF founder Maqbool Bhatt. These are all a series of charges that just go to show what the role of this individual who is now claiming and asking for a judicial inquiry was at that point of time.
Madhav, this is a really very important question, but before replying to this, I would like to clarify that I have no hatred against Ashok ji or Tikku Saiba, because I consider them as part of our extended family, divided family. I have no grudges against them. Now, coming to this question about Farooq Renzu Saab, I have very high regards for him. He has been a very prominent bureaucrat. But why prominent? Because during the regimes of Abdullahs and the Muftis, this guy used to get the plum postings. That time he was seen as their almost quote-unquote yes minister. Now, because these two are being hated by BJP, so he has changed the goalpost and he is on to a different job now. So let's not take him seriously. But yes, I have high regards for him. But I told you that he has been good to these parties, so let's forget his.
So the speech of Farooq Abdullah on 15th August 1989, sir, that was not aimed to scare people of Jammu and Kashmir. And he had no Vazwan with the JKLF founder, Mr. Maqbool Bhatt. Properties of Kashmiri Pandits who were forced to leave the valley were not to benefit any particular political parties. There's a series of allegations here. Are you saying all of them are wrong? They're all wrong.
Always stood for the country.
But all these allegations are wrong.
Muhammad Abdullah that Kashmir became part of India.
But sir, when the communal pot is stirred and it starts boiling and it goes completely out of control, who's responsible for it?
Farooq does say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. It is the family whose members are wedded in other religions.
No, that's the whole problem, sir. It's the convenient switching of sides. When it's convenient, say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. When it's convenient, talk the language of Pakistan. That's the unfortunate part. And that's exactly what we're talking about. When in power, it's very easy to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The minute you're out of power or you want to whip up passions, then you talk the language of Pakistan. And that's exactly what the Abdullahs have done time and again. Spoken and folk tongue.
The only problem with Dr. Farooq Abdullah is that he is Dr. Farooq Abdullah. He is not Dr. Farooq Arora. Or Dr. Farooq Anand.
Sorry.
Then it would have been a different case. The problem lies with his name.
Majid Hydari, it is his actions.
He's a brilliant actor.
Madhav.
Yes, of course, he's a brilliant actor as well. Very good singer, very good dancer.
Okay, multiple hands going up. Multiple hands going up. Shehzad Poonawala. I'm going to allow Shehzad to come in and then I come across to the rest of you.
Madhav, as borrowing from the film itself, Dr. Abdullah, as he's called, is a nationalist in Delhi, is a communist in Jammu, and is a communalist in Kashmir. We all know the kind of hats he can wear and has been wearing. First of all, Sheikh Abdullah had named his party the Muslim Conference before it got renamed and rechristened as National Conference. So please don't come and lecture us about secularism. And by the way, the genocide of the Kashmiri Hindus, which was targeted genocide and killing of people of the Hindu community, with slogans being chanted out of the mosque, with the ambition to create a Nizam-e-Mustafa, with the ambition that convert, leave or die, and if you leave, please leave your women behind. This is not at all communal. This is not at all Islamic jihadi narsangar. But yes, the movie made on this is communal. The movie made on this is extremely Islamophobic. This is the kind of double standards and two faces that people like Majid Hydari wear. I have only two questions from Majid Hydari, and please ask specifically for him to answer it. A, Majid Hydari, you are the one who shouts on Madhav's show that this is Hindu terror, what has happened in Malegaon, what has happened here, there, which none of it has been proven. Why can't you accept that what happened to Ashok Pandit is Islamic jihad? Secondly, will you consider Burhan Wani a terrorist? Because I want to see what your mindset is. Has it changed? Is Burhan Wani a terrorist and it was right for the Indian army to kill him, or was it wrong of the Indian army to kill him? Please answer these two questions specifically before you come here and show that you care a lot for the likes of Ashok Pandit and Aarti Singh Tikku.
Okay, Majid Hydari, quick response to that.
I really respect your repeated questions all the time on all the shows, these two questions, but let me tell you that the then BJP leader
you haven't been able to answer them, therefore I have to repeat.
You haven't answered any of the questions, that's the point.
I'll stand by the word of BJP leader Dr. Nirmal Singh. who said that if we knew that Burhan Wani was there in the hideout, we would not have killed him. That is your reply to your first question. The second question was it Islamist jihad or anything Islamist against Kashmiri Pandits? No. The fact lies in the reality that Sikhs who live in Kashmir, the Christians who live in Kashmir, the Buddhists who live in Kashmir, continue to live in Kashmir. And every year, some 5 lakh people from the rest of the country who are non-Muslims come to Kashmir to earn their livelihood. And nobody harms them. So if they are safe,
what about the shootouts of the Pani Puri seller and others, sir? What were those targeted killings of people on the street?
Those have
Aam Aadmi was shot on the street. Fear is sought to be put in the heart of anybody who's come from outside. What about the attack on Kashmiri Pandits and the chemist? What are you talking, sir?
That is the point. When did it happen? It happened during the chokidari of BJP government.
Oh, okay.
So ask the BJP government about this.
No, I want Ashok Pandit to come in on this. Ashok Pandit, the argument fits both ways. Mr. Farooq Abdullah is not responsible, but it is BJP that is the only one responsible. I mean, I'm not understanding this argument. Even now, when there are attempts made to strike fear in the hearts of those who are not from Kashmir or those who are non-Muslims, very clearly then the convenient argument is that it is BJP's responsibility, whereas what has happened and the root cause of it, one will not visit.
You see, Madhav, one has to understand one thing, that they will never accept it because they are involved in it, some way or the other, because there are educated people also who are part and parcel of terrorism in Kashmir, because terrorism is a business for them. It's a business of terrorism in Kashmir, which they have thrived on, which they have lived on. So, because the strictness has come in, this government has come in and all those kind of things, so their shops are shut. So it's become very difficult for them to make money and make, go here on all these kinds of business for them. Now, I only want to reiterate one thing, Madhav, is that the fear which was created in Kashmir, the fear psychosis which was created in Kashmir, the person who was responsible for the fear psychosis was Farooq Abdullah, Mufti Muhammad Sayyid and the entire team of Hurriyat Conference. There is no two opinions on that. Every terrorist, all those terrorists who are responsible for my killing, for my genocide, for my, all kinds of activities, these are the people from the Congress, from the National Conference, from PDP and Hurriyat who are responsible for this. And it's there. By them denying or by them being on denial mode, things don't change. History doesn't change because we have seen it with our own eyes. We have witnessed to entire thing, and you cannot say that this never happened and we were responsible and they were responsible and they were not responsible. You cannot. Okay. You cannot. Truth always prevails. Let me tell you. Today, if the film has worked, today if Kashmir, one sec, Madhav. Today, if the film has worked, believe me, I am telling you, because it has hit the soul of people. It has hit the soul of the nation. It has hit the soul of the world. International community, internationally people have come to say, because it has spoken the truth. And truth only works, and truth only is always successful, and truth always prevails.
So, Aarti, your quick thoughts on that, because those who have denied the genocide, those who have denied the killing, those who are not willing to even talk about who's responsible, for them this becomes extremely difficult to even defend once this is out there in the open, because there are so many people who even deny the fact that Kashmiri Pandits had any kind of threat to them. There are people who I've spoken to in Jammu and Kashmir who've told me they were so surprised that their Pandit neighbors had left without even telling them when there was a threat of death hanging large over their heads. So that's the kind of denial that has taken place in the past, and now it becomes very difficult for them to continue denying this.
It will become increasingly difficult for the Abdullahs and the Muftis and their entire network, which was connected to Hurriyat Conference and JKLF. It will become increasingly difficult because I think the Indian nation has finally woken up. They are asking questions. People have finally understood what really happened to us, to me, my family, my community in 89-90. And I think everything that Kashmiri Pandit community has been saying but had no audience whatsoever in the last 32 years will finally come out to be true, because we were witnesses to the history that the Abdullahs and the Muftis and their entire network of separatists created by ethnically cleansing us. So we will be giving testimonies, and of course you will also find files and documents which the government of India has, I'm sure.
So what will happen to all of those files and documents? Let me ask the BJP spokesperson on the panel, Shehzad Poonawala. Yes, Aarti, we're very limited time, so excuse me for interrupting you, but Shehzad Poonawala, that's the question that everyone wants to know the answer of. Now, the issue's out there in the open. What is the government of India going to do about it? Because when it comes to Kashmiri Pandit rehabilitation, clearly the targets and promises of the BJP have not happened on ground. Why not order an inquiry commission post haste to ensure that the truth at least comes out now?
Madhav, I can assure you, just like with the Article 370 and 35A, which nobody believed would be abrogated and removed from the face of the Constitution one day, all historical injustices, particularly those heaped upon the Kashmiri Pandits, will be addressed and will be addressed in a timely manner. But yes, before we resettle anybody, we have to start at the stage of accountability and also repentance. And that repentance will only come when there is acceptance. Is there acceptance? Tonight of your panel is any display of that. I don't think there is acceptance amongst those who are the worst perpetrators and enablers of this genocide.
All right, we'll have to wait and watch what the government does on this very sensitive issue. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us. Shehzad Poonawala, Aarti Tikku Singh, Ashok Pandit, Majid Haidari, Sheikh Amir and Sanam Shah for joining us on the debate on the News Hour this evening.
The News Hour at 9 will be right back after the break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person, and I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated,
watching the News Hour at 9.
Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, the Aam Aadmi Party today picked its nominees for the Rajya Sabha, for which elections will be held on the 31st of March. After winning 92 seats in the Punjab Assembly elections, the AAP got a chance to nominate 5 members to the upper house, and the choices include the architects of the party's Punjab victory. Cricketer Bhagat Singh is also one of the 5 nominees. Listen to the 2 nominees on being picked by the party.
मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है। मुझे इस काबिल आप सबने समझा कि मैं पंजाब की बात, हिंदुस्तान की बात जो है वो सबके सामने रखूं और स्पोर्ट्स को मैं जो है बढ़ावा दे सकूं।
तो राज्यसभा में किस तरह के जो इशू है वो रेज करोगे आप?
देखिए, फिलहाल तो मेरा जो फोकस है वो स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर। मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि जो स्पोर्ट्स है पंजाब की या फिर हिंदुस्तान की, इसमें जो यूथ है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोड़ा जाए। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो इतना बढ़िया क्रिएट किया जाए ताकि यूथ जो है वो बहुत कुछ सीख के पंजाब का, देश का नाम जो है।
मैं अपनी मदर के साथ आज राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन भरने आया हूं और मेरे लीडर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री मेरे बड़े भाई भगवंत मान साहब ने इतना विश्वास मुझ में दिखाया है कि इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में, इतनी कम आयु में इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मेरे कंधों पे डाल ली है। मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि इतनी शक्ति बख्शे कि हम ईमानदारी की राह पे चल के जो जिम्मेदारी मेरी पार्टी, मेरे नेता, मेरे लीडर, मेरे मेंटोर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुझे दे रहे हैं, मैं उसे बखूबी निभा सकूं।
But the opposition has taken objection to the choices made by Team Kejriwal. The one-point question was why Punjabis were ignored and the party chose to pick those who are from outside of the state, including IIT Professor Sandeep Pathak, the party's co-in charge of Punjab Raghav Chadha, as well as LPU Chancellor Ashok Kumar Mittal, all of whom hail from outside of the state. They call this an insult to the mandate of the people of the state. AAP's rivals have even alleged that these individuals were being paid back by the party for their campaign funds. Listening to the war of words that has erupted.
वो किसी को भी राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाए, चाहे कोई रेडी वाले मेरे भाई को बना दे, चाहे कोई समोसे बेचने वाले को बना दे, ये उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन होना पंजाब से चाहिए।
ये ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी है, जैसे वो आए थे लोभ लालच देकर, यह बताकर कि हम तुम्हारे भले के लिए आए हैं, फिर लूटते लूटते और एक दिन वाइसरॉय यहां पर आकर बैठ गया और क्वीन को रिपोर्ट करने लगा। वही अरविंद केजरीवाल का मॉडल है, बेची हुई राज्यसभा, दूसरे प्रदेशों को दी हुई राज्यसभा, और आज ना कोई सिक्खी की बात उठाने वाला रह गया, ना कोई पंजाबी की।
The Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked all those questioning them. They cited a long list of netas that were nominated by both the Congress and the BJP for the upper house from states that were not their home states, including former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and former Home Minister P. Chidambaram being the most notable examples from the Congress camp. So the legitimate question that I want to ask tonight is this: is the opposition criticism in this case unwarranted?
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 2 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
All right, Shehzad Poonawalla continues to be with us, but joining us on the panel is Lokesh Jindal, leader of the Congress. Also with us is Sanjay Jha, suspended Congress leader and author. With us also is Abab Grewal, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me begin with Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad Poonawalla, is this criticism for the sake of criticism, opposition for the sake of opposition, or are there some legitimate concerns in terms of representation that have been thrown up? Because it's not happening for the first time in the Rajya Sabha that a person from one state is nominated from another state. It's happened in all political parties, including your party, the BJP.
Absolutely, Madhav, and that is not the crux of our criticism at all. In fact, let me articulate what our entire position is. Rajya Sabha, Aam Aadmi Party has 8 MPs now, 5 from Punjab and 3 from Delhi. If you see, they do not have, they quote Babasaheb Ambedkar, they say they are the biggest fighters for Dalit rights. Not a single person out of those 8 happens to be a Dalit. Not a single person happens to be a woman. By the way, the 5 who've been nominated from Punjab, for Punjab, none of them have a track record of raising a single issue for Punjab. Yes, Mr. Bhagat Singh is a Sikh, but he's more of a sports person than a person who's been involved with the issues of Punjab or issues of Sikhism, which is the majority of the people in Punjab. Then, out of these 8 MPs that I was telling you, 4 of them happen to be from the business world. I can understand you send 1 representative, 2 representatives from the business world. Of course, you need people from the business community also articulating positions in parliament for the country and for Vikas.
Okay.
But to have so much emphasis on business businessmen. And by the way, Arvind Kejriwal prides himself about having good state schools being done under him. He sends a private institution person of lovely university to parliament.
Okay.
Now, what are the considerations for which
number of points.
4 out of 8 MPs are businessmen?
Okay.
And none of them is a Dalit, none of them is a woman, and all of them have no experience of raising issues of Punjab.
You made 3 points. So listening to the AAP spokesperson, Abab Grewal is with
Punjab.
us. Mr. Grewal, 3 points.
Talented in Punjab.
3 points that have been made here by Shehzad Poonawalla.
Yes.
He says, A, there is a 50% skew of businessmen. Why is that? That is bound to raise some questions. Number of people who are from outside the state, of course, is a criticism that has come in the past. But a party that says that it's speaking out for the rights of Dalits has not given due representation in the Rajya Sabha. It's entirely the party's choice, of course, and nobody is going to take that away from the Aam Aadmi Party. But has this decision given a chance to other opposition parties to criticize AAP? Your response to that?
Mr. Madhav, they will criticize irrespective. The fact is that the 5 people nominated for Punjab, the first one is a businessman, the second one is connected with education, the third is a sportsman. These are the 3 virtues we want to promote in Punjab. We want to tell the industrialists of Punjab that we are with you. We want to promote education and higher education in Punjab, and we want to promote a sports culture in Punjab. As far as Mr. Chadda and Mr. Pathak are concerned, these 2 gentlemen have worked as hard as they could. They have gone into every nook and corner of Punjab. They have covered the whole of Punjab. They met Punjabis left, right and center, and they have brought about this change that has come in Punjab. Now we as a party want our Punjab experience to be shared with the country. And if these 2 gentlemen who have lived in Punjab, who have worked in Punjab and who will now speak for Punjab, believe you me, all the Punjabis who've been sent to the Rajya Sabha by the BJP, SAD or the Congress have never spoken for our party. The one person who spoke for our party was Mr. Maan. Now he is in Punjab. We need voices.
Okay.
We need Mr. Poonawalla. Wait a minute. What Mr. Poonawalla is saying, he's giving you number crunching. Women, Dalits, of course, sir, our time is coming. We will give time to everybody. We will give space to everybody.
Okay.
But we don't need...
I have limited time. Mr. Grewal, I have limited time. I'm going to go across to the other panelists as well over here. I'm going to give... Okay, Shehzad, quick 5 seconds, please. Quickly respond to what he has said. 10 seconds, quickly, please.
Just 5 seconds. I don't have the time. I don't have the time to show this clip, but Bhagwant Maan wanted to nominate Bibi Paramjit Kaur Khalra. I want to ask Mr. Grewal, is Miss Khalra is Bibi Paramjit Kaur Khalra more competent than Raghav Chadda? Yes or no?
Okay, Mr. Poonawalla, do you know who Miss Khalra is? Her husband was a human rights activist who was killed by the Punjab police.
I know about her, and even Mr. Maan knows about her. That's why he wanted her in Rajya Sabha. Can you answer the question?
Okay, one at a time. Answer the question. Mr. Grewal, answer the question, please.
I have to
go across to other panelists. Shehzad, 1 second. Let Mr. Grewal answer, then I'll go across to other panelists. Mr. Grewal, quickly, please.
Miss Khalra is a very, very respected lady, and she will be given her due respect. I assure you. That's all that I want to say on this issue.
So look at what happens in the future. That's the crux of the argument coming in there. I want Lokesh Jindal to come in now. Shehzad, please. There are others also, Mr. Grewal. Please... Lokesh Jindal and Sanjay Jha on this. Lokesh Jindal, is there any legitimacy in the criticism? Because you heard Mr. Grewal, he says that just give us a chance. We have just started. There are definitely proportional representation, other issues that we will consider when it comes to the future. So this criticism is not really warranted, is what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying. Your response?
Yes, good evening. First of all, I would just like to highlight that Aam Aadmi Party's nominations, they are clearly showing that there is a quid pro quo that is happening with respect to the nominations to the Rajya Sabha members. We cannot compare it with those nominations that has been filed by Congress, because we can understand that the Constitution does provide a window whereby any member can be nominated, can be made a minister, and we have a 6 months time period via the route of Rajya Sabha, we can have that person being included into the parliament. So in this particular nomination, when we are talking about Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak, Ashok Mittal, now these particular individuals have nothing to do with the formation of ministry. These people, they do not have, especially Ashok Mittal. Now,
but can you really say that? Raghav Chadda virtually led the campaign. Mr. Santosh Pathak, who's an IIT professor, was working on ground for 3 years, sir. So can you really say that they don't deserve it? It's the party's prerogative ultimately, but the point is they've also been actively involved in the politics and the rise of AAP in Punjab in this election.
When I'm talking about Rajya Sabha, No, listen, when I'm talking about Rajya Sabha, it's the house of the state. So philosophically and theoretically, Rajya Sabha is supposed to represent Punjab. The nominations are supposed to represent Punjab in the Rajya Sabha. It's never that you can have members from Delhi so as to represent Punjab in the Rajya Sabha.
No, but what about Mr. P. Chidambaram? Which state is Mr. P. Chidambaram elected from, sir? The Congress party, the Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh was elected from Assam. Mr. Chidambaram was elected from Rajasthan.
Yes,
similarly, in the ruling party also, Mr. S. Jaishankar comes in from Gujarat. So that's not a principle that's universally applied.
Dr. Manmohan Singh has shown his mettle with respect to the economic policy that
so there's a different yardstick.
1991.
So there's a different yardstick for the Prime Minister.
Dr. Manmohan Singh with that of Raghav Chadda.
Okay.
Raghav Chadda.
Don't compare Manmohan Singh with Raghav Chadda.
You cannot compare him with Manmohan
Singh. Sanjay Jha, don't compare Manmohan Singh with Raghav Chadda. There is no comparison there.
Don't compare.
Please come in on this, Sanjay Jha.
Absolutely not. Absolutely, you are comparing a statesman with
so
a
it is the principle. It is the principle ultimately if a person should be elected from that particular state or not. If that principle is violated, then it's violated or it's accepted by all. Let Sanjay Jha come in now. Sanjay Jha.
No, but that the Constitution has to define. That the Constitution has to decide.
The Constitution is very clear on these matters. Let Sanjay Jha come in now, please. Sanjay Jha.
Madhav, it is deeply unfortunate that both the national parties, the BJP and the Congress, are demonstrating political gracelessness. It is hypocritical and, in my opinion, disingenuous on the part of both the BJP and the Congress to assume this big moral posture that somebody from the outside the state being a Rajya Sabha member is against the political protocols that have been followed. It is constitutionally permissible. More important, if you take even a Lok Sabha election, Prime Minister Narendra Modi may be from Gujarat, he fights it from Varanasi. You see, as an Indian, you have a right to represent any constituency.
So has Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
I never raised this issue.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, all right, to be fair, Shehzad actually didn't. It is Mr. Jindal who has raised this point. Mr. Jindal, Mr. Jindal, so is Mr. Rahul Gandhi fighting elections, so why not also wrong then?
Remove the headphones he's put in and to open his mind and answer the questions I asked. Where are the women? Where are the SCs? Where are the OBC representatives that the Aam Aadmi harps about?
Okay,
Those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Jha. Mr. Grewal, I'm coming to you. Let Sanjay Jha respond to that question. Okay, pointed question for Sanjay Jha from Shehzad. Please respond to that.
Well, let me tell you something. Understand this very clearly. The AAP government has just been sworn in. The government is not coming to an end. They got a brute majority. They're going to be there for 5 years. How they rehabilitate or appreciate or reward their leaders is their prerogative, and I'm sure they will exercise it judiciously. This is not the time. I always believe that in
this is about representation, not rewarding.
Elections are over. 1 minute, Shehzad, let me finish. Once the elections are over, you know, the party has...
This is Rajya Sabha, Council of the States. You send representatives to articulate positions on Punjab. This is not a reward. This is not a political handout that is being given. This is the Rajya Sabha. It's the Council of the States, the House of the Elders. Please treat it with some respect. We need people who can articulate positions for Punjab.
Okay. I'm going to allow Mr. Grewal to come in now. Yeah,
Sanjay, just let me make one short
Okay, very quickly make your point and then Mr. Grewal.
Yeah. With this young guy, Raghav Chadda, I got to give him huge compliments today. You know, it's wonderful to see a young man graduate into politics, assume such a senior responsible role and get into the Rajya Sabha, but I hope he does an extraordinary job. I've seen him from the early days of 2011 when AAP came into the whole political arena. And I think these are times of...
Okay, I think we've lost that line there with Sanjay. Mr. Grewal. Mr. Grewal, your response to the questions that were raised by Shehzad, he says that this is about representation and not reward. Please respond.
Well, sir, rewards are even given left, right and center in our society. The Supreme Court has also been up for grabs. So I would not want to go there. But the fact is that the man who worked in Punjab, the two gentlemen, Mr. Pathak and Mr. Chadda.
What do you mean by Supreme Court has been up for grabs, sir?
There have been appointees made left, right, and center. Somebody.
Please name these appointees, sir. Please name these appointees.
Not take names.
Please tell us because you seem to know. You seem to know a lot more than the average person does.
I'm not.
Please enlighten us.
All I'm saying is there have been appointments made to suit the people in power, and we all know that. first of all. And the BJP talking about constitutional institutions, about the Rajya Sabha, about the Election Commission, about anything. It does not behove them. You have done whatever you wanted to. You have put everything at stake. And now you are accusing us. These two gentlemen have worked very hard for the past 2 or 3 years in Punjab.
Well, I will only say that if there are two wrongs committed, that doesn't necessarily mean a right. But certainly, of course, at a time when Aam Aadmi Party has had a stupendous victory in Punjab, certainly the aspirations of the people of Punjab are what are really being looked forward to, and how the governance and its own standards will it change under the AAP regime? That certainly is a question that many will want to know the answer of over the next few years. Thanks so much to all of you gentlemen for joining us. Shahzad Purawala, Lokesh Jindal, Sanjay Jha and Abab Rewal.
You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है? क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे. बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now. She asked.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda. I am Padma Joshi. The big story breaking at this moment is coming from Tamil Nadu. On Saturday, the Chennai police arrested former ABVP National President Dr. Subbaiah Shanmugam in relation to a case that's almost 2 years old. He was accused about a year and a half ago of urinating at the doorstep of a neighbor with whom he had had an ongoing parking dispute. He was also accused and seen on camera throwing disposable surgical masks at the door of the aged lady. However, the two eventually reached a settlement on the issue later in the year. But here is when things got really curious. 3 days ago, the Chennai police decided to take action on that FIR, on the complaint that had subsequently been withdrawn by the 65-year-old lady. They arrested Dr. Shanmugam on the 19th on a day that happened to be a public holiday. Today, the court was hearing the bail plea of Dr. Shanmugam, and while granting him bail, was scathing in its indictment of the police. Not only did the Madras High Court say that the doctor was arrested belatedly in a case that was several years old, but also that the unwarranted arrest, and these are words of the court, the unwarranted arrest on a public holiday was with the sole intention to prevent the détenu, which is Dr. Shanmugam, from getting legal assistance. This, according to the court, was in violation of fundamental rights. What's interesting is that this entire chain of events, the arrest of the doctor, was set in motion just days after the ABVP held protests on the issue of Lavanya seeking justice for her and holding dharnas against MK Stalin. Now, doesn't the court's indictment of the police's method and motive give teeth to the BJP's charge of political vendetta?
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
All right, senior lawyer C. Rajashekharan is joining us live from Chennai. Mr. Rajashekharan, tell me, isn't this a misuse of government machinery and the police?
Good evening. And see, first and foremost, let's understand this whole events and developments, how it happened. Chronologically, let us speak on merits. I have nothing against the accused nor the victim. See, bail is a rule, jail is an exception. I am a defense lawyer. I always fight for bail. Keeping that aside, Subbaiah Shanmugam was the president of ABVP, the ruling party of this country, the most powerful political party in the world, the BJP. And a person of this stature, he claims to be a doctor of so many years of experience and expertise in oncology, blah, blah, and all. Fine. So such a person goes in front of a senior citizen woman and he urinates in front of that house and he throws some mask and other things and creates a lot of problem. Not only law and order, it's in women harassment.
Sir, we already know the sequence of events.
Yes,
I literally spent the last 5 minutes giving the chronology. Now I have a very direct question to you, and my question is, isn't this misuse of the police to act against political opponents? That's my question.
I'll tell you, he was under suspension. For what? He violated the conduct rules of government service and going and supporting a group of people from ABVP by saying that they trespassed into the Chief Minister's residence and his high security.
Sir, I will come to that in a second. My question to you is straightforward. If you arrest a man on a 2-year-old complaint on a public holiday so that he doesn't get bail until Monday, isn't that misuse of the police against your political opponents?
Not only Tamil Nadu police, if the government in place, whichever government for that matter, if they are going to arrest somebody for any kind of activities like this illegal activity or a powerful person who has committed a crime, they always arrest on the Friday evening. That is the general unwritten law by the prosecution. It happens everywhere, not only in Tamil Nadu.
Where is this a law? Where is this a law? Mr. Rajashekharan, you are a lawyer and you just made up a law that if somebody wants to arrest, they will arrest on a Friday. So if somebody commits a murder on Monday, they will say, let's wait till Friday. Where is this law?
No, it is not law. It is an unwritten law, I said. It's not a written.
Unwritten law.
Yeah, you should understand my point.
So you are agreeing this was vendetta?
No. It is not political vendetta because what he had done, you just go through the recap.
Sir, I am pretty certain that neither... Sir, just a second. First of all, the complainant has withdrawn her complaint. Okay, point number one. Point number two, I am asking you the question. Actually, I am the medium for what the Madras High Court has asked. The Madras High Court is asking, why did you arrest him on a public holiday? Why?
I'll tell you. See, the arrest is the prerogative of the investigating officer.
No, sir, it's not. There is no prerogative with the investigating officer. The investigating officer has to function as per the law. Just because you are an IO, you cannot say it's my prerogative. Mr. Rajashekharan has a 5-year-old parking dispute, so I will pick up Mr. Rajashekharan. This is anarchy, sir. This is not the law.
The Padma has a parking issue, and subsequently the cause of action arises when he goes and supports violating the conduct rules of a government servant.
So you pick up Padma.
He openly supports the offender who had committed a very serious offence of violating and trespassing into the high security zone of the Chief Minister. Let's understand it that way.
So Mr. Rajashekharan, essentially you and I are saying the same thing. You are saying that the entire dispute with the lady was an excuse. Dr. Shanmugam was picked up because he supported the ABVP protest on Lavanya. That is what you're saying. That is why he was arrested.
That is the second offence. Subsequently, he goes and violates the conduct rules because he is under suspension. He is under suspension. So when somebody is under suspension, he cannot do all these kind of politics because he should resign. He should give a voluntary retirement and he should go and do politics.
That is not something. By all means, if he has violated conduct rules, by all means you dismiss him. Why just suspend? But that still doesn't explain why the government went on a 1.5-year-old complaint that had been withdrawn and picked up a man on a public holiday and bunged him in jail for 2 days, knowing that he could not apply for bail for 48 hours. That, as the court said, reeks of a motive. And I will end. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajashekharan, for joining us with your legal views and what an unwritten law is. I will read out to you the last paragraph of the court order today, where it says, since the learned additional public prosecutor requests time to file counter, and this court is also eager to know what prompted the investigating officer to arrest a person on a public holiday based on a complaint given 1.5 years ago. It's not just the court, even the people who are curious. We'll wait for the answer. The next hearing is on the 24th. We'll keep you posted. Thanks very much, Mr. Rajashekharan, for joining us. Now, within the last 1 week, India has managed the unthinkable in an act of what would seem like some kind of diplomatic jugglery. India has managed to draw praise from Japan, Australia, Russia, and America, all in a span of 7 days. In fact, things seem to have become truly incredible when even of our neighboring country, Pakistan, decided that India's fine balancing act between Russia and United States, for one, is something that is definitely worth looking up to.
वाला हमारा मुल्क है हिंदुस्तान। मैं आज हिंदुस्तान को दाद देता हूं। इन्होंने हमेशा आजाद फॉरेन पॉलिसी रखी। आज हिंदुस्तान उनके साथ मिला हुआ उनका अलायंस है। क्वाड के अंदर अमेरिका का अलायंस की हुई है और अपने आप को वो कहता है मैं न्यूट्रल हूं। रूस से तेल मंगवा रहा है जबकि सैंक्शन लगी हुई हैं, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान की पॉलिसी अपने लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए है।
One person would be wrong. I think we have received praise across the board for many of our foreign policy initiatives at the level of the Prime Minister. And I think, our record speaks for it.
The funny thing is that even though the Foreign Secretary says our record speaks for itself, the world is recognizing India's slow but steady move up the ladder when it comes to maintaining relations with disparate countries with competing interests. But most political parties in India beg to differ, variously calling India's diplomatic outreach useless diplomacy, thoughtless swinging between extremes, and finally directionless altogether. It's another matter that now that there is global recognition of what India has managed to achieve, always putting Indian interests first, the Congress has quickly owned it, calling it a carryover of Nehruji's achievements.
Nehruji articulated this vision of standing firm and alone, if necessary, in the world, to taking our own judgments, respecting our strategic autonomy. And I think it's to India's credit that we have continued this approach and that it's recognized even amongst a hostile neighbor like Pakistan. Today, we have to punch up to our weight. We have weight now in terms of the economy, in terms of our strength.
तो हम अपनी पहचान पहले से ही अलग रखे थे, तो यही पॉलिसी अभी भी चल रही है, तो उसमें ऐसा कौन सा नई नीति नहीं है, ये पुरानी नीति है नॉन अलाइनमेंट जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने शुरू की थी.
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 2 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
All right, Dr. Sumansi Raman, political analyst, joining us along with political analyst Tehseen Poonawalla, national spokesperson of BJP, RP Singh. But I want to start with former ambassador to Russia and former foreign secretary Kamal Sibal. Mr. Sibal, your analysis, is this a carryover of Nehruji's diplomatic achievements?
Well, I think that would be falsifying the narrative in a political sense. But the reality, of course, is that a large country like India, with the kind of geopolitical challenges we face, our geography, our neighbors, we always chose to be as independent as we could. And this was the beginning of the policy of non-alignment during the Cold War. Now, Cold War is not there any longer, but the world is still divided because the West dominates the world. We've been making efforts to try and carve out some role for ourselves independent of the West. That's why we joined the RIC dialogue, the SCO, the BRICS and everything else. We've always supported multipolarity. And the intention was, once again, to be able to play a relatively independent role. Now, this is being called strategic autonomy because the non-aligned movement is no longer relevant. And strategic autonomy simply means that we look after our interest primarily, and where we can join with others and we have convergence with them, we will side with them, and where we have differences with them, then we will follow our own path, but in a manner in which we don't create animosities and tensions and confrontation. So in a larger sense, what the opposition is saying is not wrong, that there is a continuity in India's foreign policy. But on the other hand, it is a foreign policy that is being pursued in totally different external circumstances. Our challenges in the meantime have grown, our capacities have grown, and to be able to fashion a policy which meets our national interests as effectively as possible goes to the credit of the government. So let's not get into this whole situation of whether it is because of Pandit Nehru or not because of Pandit Nehru. It's because of India and the position we are in. And any sensible government will ultimately pursue its national interests. The Nehru government committed a lot of mistakes. There's no doubt about it, whether with regard to China or Pakistan or Kashmir or United Nations or what have you. But on the other hand, it goes to their credit that we stood our ground in terms of finding an independent voice for ourselves in international affairs. And that tradition has continued, as I said, in different circumstances. And it goes to the credit of the government and the previous governments who have broadly followed the same line with some mistakes here and there.
And yet, Tehseen Poonawalla, it's for good reason that it's said, failure has many fathers, or pardon me, success has many fathers,
failure
is an orphan. So whenever there is a Galwan, then it is Mr. Modi's cross to bear. But when you have Russia to America saying that, you know, this is a good thing what India is doing and it's quite commendable, then somehow it is the legacy of Nehruji. Aise kaise?
Good evening, Padma, and good evening to all your viewers and to all my fellow panelists. And I agree with what Mr. Sibal has said, and I would like to take it forward. Yes, this is a continuation of India's foreign policy. Of course, the external circumstances are different today, as are India's internal circumstances, because we've added a lot of heft and muscle to the Indian aura, as to speak. So India is a different country from what it was in 1947-48. India has always maintained a position of balancing, whether it's been with Iran and Israel. Narasimha Rao opened up relationships with Israel, Israel and Palestine. We've been pro-Palestine, but have been maintained our relationships with Israel. Whether it's been entering the 123 nuclear deal with America, despite not signing the NSG, and yet continuing to trade with Iran on our own terms, despite America saying no and India saying no, we will continue to trade with Iran. So India has maintained an independent foreign policy, and Prime Minister Modi is expected to carry forward that, and he has done that.
He has?
Mr. Sibal,
he has done that. Let me just pause you for a second.
May I please allow me to make a very important point.
Yes.
But as Mr. Sibal said, Prime Minister Nehru made some mistakes, all governments made some mistakes, as has Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi's mistakes, while he has carried on India's foreign policy, have cost us. It's cost us militarily, especially in China.
So
for 40
let
years,
me try and understand. I want to understand two things which you have said, but they are very mysteriously woven in you, not without stressing. First, you said India now has an aura. What is this mysterious aura you speak of? Why does India have this aura?
This aura that I speak about, and India's rise in global superpower as a global superpower, happened in 2007-2008 when President Obama said that Dr. Manmohan Singh led world leaders in helping them formulate the double taxation agreement and help the world get out of the 2008 crisis. It also happened during the George Bush-Manmohan Singh era, started by Prime Minister Vajpayee, when India got the 123 nuclear deal.
So just out of curiosity, why is it that an aura acquired in 2007 has led to Russia or say Japan or say Australia in the year 2022 commenting that India indeed has a robust foreign policy and nobody in the Quad has any problem with the stand it has taken?
That's great, and that is important because Quad is Prime Minister Modi's achievement. There is no doubting it that India being a part of Quad is Prime Minister Modi's achievement. Though I personally think, I don't know, please, I have to make the point.
You have returned a changed man from lockup. You are talking about Mr. Modi's achievements now.
No,
this is very worrying.
Criticizing. I'm only returned temporarily. I'm on parole. I have to go back in. But I'm not. I have to still be critical of Mr. Modi.
Right.
While Quad is an achievement of India and Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy, we are still not sure whether Quad will militarily interfere with China. And therefore, was making the earlier point when you interrupted me. At Galwan, the entire failure.
So
was
just
Prime
hold on
Minister
for a second. Even though you are quite generous in at least conceding that there are achievements in terms of how many countries we have managed to engage with. Here is what our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, said only in February this year, where he said that essentially what the Prime Minister is doing is forcibly hugging people and all that we are getting out of it is diddly and squat. Let's listen in.
ये सरकार विदेश नीति दे मोर्चे ते भी पूरी तरह फेल साबित हुई है। चीनी फौजी पिछले एक साल तो साड़ी पवित्र धरती ते बैठे हैं, पर इस पूरे मामले नू दबाउण दी कोशिश कीती जा रही है। पुराने दोस्त लगातार साडे नालों टुटदे जा रहे हैं। सत्ताधारियों नू ये समझ आ गई होवेगी कि नेतावां नू जबरदस्ती जफी पाउण, उन्होंने झूठे दवाउण या बिना बुलाए बिरयानी खान पहुंच जाण नाल देश रिश्ते नहीं सुधर सकते।
Sumansi Raman, now it turns out that all those forced hugs, as Dr. Manmohan Singh put it, led to something.
Padmaja, your audio is not coming through very clearly, but if I could say, you spoke about what were the moral standing of India and so on. It is a moral capital that has been built up over decades. And to say that we are actually debating and are expected to feel grateful to the government for having put our national interest first, I mean, seems to me quite bizarre. Obviously,
it is actually, and nobody is saying it is the achievement of this government alone. But explain to me how, if international recognition is built up over decades, then Galwan is not something that has also built up over decades.
No, we are talking about how the world perceives India, and the world does not perceive India or any other.
You're absolutely right, sir. The world's perception has grown over decades, and so has China's animosity. But nobody ever speaks of that. Nobody said after Galwan, oh, this is Chinese aggression which has grown over decades. That started only in 2014.
People very clearly did point out that China has had inimical interest towards India way back from 1962 onwards, and the issues of problems at the border have
actually not, sir. Actually not. Yes. Immediately after Galwan, the first thing that the Congress, the party that you support, said that this is a result of Modi sleeping at the wheel. Not talking about how, since 62, successive governments were sleeping at the wheel, allowing China to become that aggressive and invasive.
What happened after the 1962 debacle? Heads rolled at various levels in the government, did they not? Therefore, when some loss of territory happens, naturally the government in power is questioned. I mean, I think we are being very, facetious here, because look, the end of the day, the duty of the government is to put national interest first. This government, in this particular case, has put national interest first.
I'm glad at least there is a recognition. I'm glad there is a recognition, because every single time, sir, that there was any foreign engagement, I can show for you all the reactions that came, whether from the Congress, whether from the TMC. It said that you are going and you are piling on to foreign leaders without anything being brought in return. You are saying now that there was an incremental change, and yes, there were policies of the past governments which this government has built on. That is a mature political approach, great. But RP Singh, don't sit here and expect everyone to be grateful to you. You're just doing your job.
BJP as a party, the government led by leaders, are performing their duty to the nation. They are not performing their duty to allocate certain vote banks or to make certain other friends happy. That's very clear on that. It's nothing like that. Oh, one thing he said, Pakistan is also suffering for terrorism, for poor terrorism. So we know that, and I remember Mulayam Singh Yadav also when we did nuclear test here, and Pakistan had to follow the test. Oh, we have to pay him the money. We have to pay poor Pakistan money for doing the nuclear test. And we should not forget, when we got Abhinandan back, what was the message which was sent totally across? And when we revoked the 70-30 way, what was the direction of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and what was the direction of the world leaders? Because everyone said that, oh, probably world will go against you if you revoke the 70-30 way. So on every account and every occasion, the Prime Minister's foreign policy has proven to be a policy which is independent policy, which is policy for the country, which is policy for betterment of the country. And yes, we have leveraged the economy, we have leveraged the 135 crore people, saying yes, we have this market, so you better know how to deal with us. And if you deal with us, learn how to deal with us at par. It's not that, oh, we'll deal in separate ways with America, we'll deal in separate ways with Russia. For example, none of the politicians have raised objection of India's policy to Russia, and then we are importing oil from India for betterment of India. So today Tahsil Punawala's common policy, thanks to him and thank you to his leaders also, if they have given him that line to go. But that has been the Indian policy, and that has been the concept Prime Minister Modi specific. Okay. When a member of parliament in the Pakistan parliament says that aapki taange kaap rahi thi, he said about the the Army General of the Pakistan कि उनकी टांगे कांप रही थी.
Mr. Sibal, would you agree that India is now speaking from a position of strength, definitely better than where it stood maybe 10 years ago? Even in terms of the different engagements that we have, the different groupings.
This is addressed to whom?
Mr. Sibal, to you.
Oh, I would say that Prime Minister Modi has put a very strong mark on our foreign policy. He has built on the achievements of the past, no doubt, but he's carried them much further, and I can explain how. Look at our relationship with the United States. It has always been difficult. There always will remain difficult areas, but look at the manner in which this relationship has become the most important for us and the most wide-ranging. This has not been done at the cost of our relationship with Russia, although US and Russia today are actually now involved in a serious conflict. But US has identified Russia as one of its two adversaries, and yet we have very good relations with Russia, to the point that when the Ukraine crisis has occurred, we have consistently taken a neutral position and have not allowed us to be buffeted by pressures on us from the United States. And if you look at what the Pentagon and the State Department and even the White House are saying, they accept the broad rationale of what we are doing, even though they may not be very happy with this. Look at the Middle East. Look at the transformation of our relationship with UAE and Saudi Arabia. It's remarkable what has happened. And at the same time, look at the expansion of our ties with Israel. In fact, we have anticipated the movement of reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel by some years. And today, UAE and Oman and Morocco and others, they have normalized, Bahrain, they have normalized ties with Israel. Insofar as Japan is concerned, we have built on our past ties with Japan. Prime Minister Kishida was here. You've seen what has happened on the ground. We are members of Quad. We have aligned ourselves with the broad concept of the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, we are members of BRICS. We are members of RIC. We are members of SCO. And everybody is accepting that India has now the heft, the power, the capacity, the international standing to act as a growing world power. And therefore, they have to accept what we do, whether they like it or not.
Tehseen Poonawala. And just look at how...
One last point.
Yes, sir. Please go on. Yes.
You know, we have been ignoring the small island states, the Pacific island states. We've not been making bilateral visits for years to our neighbors, whether Nepal, Sri Lanka, or what have you. But look at the manner in which the Prime Minister has personally filled up these gaps. Even with Australia, he visited Australia after 18 years, after the visit of our previous Prime Minister. So he has put us on the map, and we must recognize that.
He's put us on the map, and look at how there's been a balancing of competing interests. We've got a delegation from UAE in Kashmir even as we speak. And then you have the Israeli Prime Minister who's expected in a few weeks from now. You have us buying oil from Russia at the same time supporting Ukraine and sending them medicines. That's how you balance. That is diplomacy. And when you then sit and say that this man is doing nothing, it just seems facile.
I say that this man is doing nothing. That would be unfair of me to say about the Prime Minister.
Said? The former Congress President Rahul Gandhi has said multiple times, repeatedly, with even more emphasis.
I'm allowed to make my points because I'm here to make my points. And look, it's with people like Mr. Sibal and the Administrative Service that India's continued its balancing act. Padmaja, in the last segment, I told you India balancing Iran and Israel.
It's quite amusing, though. You would give credit to everyone. You would give credit to the Foreign Service, to Mr. Sibal, to the diaspora, to the soft power, to the computer engineer. Just say the Prime Minister has...
Please allow me to make my point. I'm on your show. You're just interrupting me.
Everyone but the PM is responsible.
No, I'm not saying that the PM is not responsible. Of course, he heads the government of India. Of course, he's responsible for the growing heft. As is Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. And Prime Minister Manmohan Singh also rejected the NATO offer. As is Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, who looked at Obama in the eye and said, look, we are going to continue to buy oil from Iran. We balance Iran and America. We balance Saudi and Iran. We balanced Saudi and Israel. At that time, Saudi and Israel were not close as today. Saudi, UAE and Israel have come close. So we've done this balancing act. And one more thing, with Russia, while we are buying oil, we've also continued to buy oil from Venezuela, despite America objecting to us. So let's understand, this is not something new that Prime Minister Modi has done, but congratulations, India's heft has increased. But I want to make a point. If Prime Minister Modi gets credit, and he should, then I want to go back to the point on Galwan. The reason he's criticized on Galwan is simply this. 18 warnings were sent to Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah ji that there was intrusion in Galwan and they were snoozing over it. That is why Prime Minister Modi is criticized. He's criticized because he told Times Now, na koi gussa hai, na koi ghuspa hai, and China used a statement to give themselves a clean chit.
Okay,
so
at least we are at the beginning of a conversation where you're saying, yes, if there has been growth, where there has been any achievement, the government should be credited. But Kamal Sibal, would you agree with the argument that it has been the same throughout? There is nothing exceptional that we've seen happen or any changes that have happened in approach over the last 7 years.
No, I think there have been a lot of changes. On terrorism, we are much tougher. On Pakistan, we've ended up by being much tougher. I mean, don't forget that after the Mumbai terror attacks, which were horrendous, within 6 to 8 months, we were back to dialogue with Pakistan. I mean, this was such a tremendous, from my point of view, folly on our part to have done this. Now, insofar as our other relationships are concerned, we have expanded the horizons of our foreign policy in manner in which it was not done earlier. But let me address this issue. Two things. One, I think that Taseen is not right when he says that we continue to buy oil from Iran. No. We stopped buying oil from Iran altogether. I can understand why, because that was the price we were willing to pay at that time.
That was Prime Minister Modi.
No. This was before. Because of the sanctions imposed on Iran.
But we worked out a rupee deal we worked out a rupee deal in the UK in the bank with the Axis Bank. They could get wheat against our purchase of oil. That was worked out by Prime Minister Modi.
Okay,
Let's
one
be
at a
fair
time,
to
please, one at a time.
This is by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Let's be fair to Prime Minister.
Insofar as China is concerned, if you look at the visit of the Chinese Prime Minister Li Keqiang to India, when Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was in power, and look at the joint statement. Apart from the fact that we established a strategic partnership with China, we actually agreed that both of us, that the policies of China in our neighborhood were not a problem for us. It is stated in black and white in the joint statement. And it's amazing that we could have said that. In fact, I said at that time that why are we objecting about China's ingress into our neighborhoods if we are ourselves saying in a joint statement that both countries have a right to pursue their own policies in our neighborhood, and there is no competition in that regard. So a lot of mistakes have been committed vis-a-vis China right from 1954 when we recognized Tibet as a part of China. So therefore, I don't think we should pick up on Galwan and spin a tale around it as if that was the most egregious mistake committed by any government with regard to China. We've not been able to manage our China relationship right from the time when China occupied Tibet, and a lot of mistakes have been committed.
Mr. Sibal, we lost 20 brave hearts for the first time in 40 years.
He stood up to them in Bhutan. He stood up to them also today in Ladakh, where if they have massed 50,000 troops, we have massed 50,000 troops.
Yes.
We've maintained them for 2 winters at great cost to the economy and to our resources, but yet we have shown the grit and determination, and China has learned that lesson. China has learned the lesson that beyond a little nibbling here and there, they cannot afford to take on India. It will be mistaken on their part. And finally, what happened in Galwan or in Ladakh is not simply which is a result of any folly on our part. This is preceded by China challenging the United States even in the South China Sea, where they militarized the islands under the nose of the 7th Fleet, the US military alliances in the region, Japan, and everything else. And they have been pursuing this wolf warrior diplomacy. And if you look at Xi Jinping's policies about the PLA, they must win wars, and how China is going to expand its presence globally to protect its interests, develop this navy, which they have been doing in an unprecedented manner. The challenge from China is not simply because because India has committed any mistakes.
And it's not about
nationalist policies which India is standing up to, and in the only country that is standing up to China. No one else has done that, even the United States of America.
Absolutely. Sumansi Raman, and the bottom line is, it's not just about China. It is about finally having a muscular policy and not waffling, not being pushed around by countries and saying, listen, we need to take this from you, so we will have you push us around. Russia is giving us arms, so we will be pushed to say something against Ukraine. You take a stand now, and you stick to it. If you don't talk to Pakistan, you won't talk to Pakistan.
Padmaja, you have to accept that over the last few years, there have been several mistakes which have been made, but due to larger problems with our neighbors, things seem to be working out. You take Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka had a pronounced pro-China tilt. Now their economy is in shambles and they are in deep crisis, so it gives us an opportunity to, to flex our muscles, so to speak, vis-a-vis Sri Lanka. Nepal laid claim on Indian territory at one point of time, in a few years ago. Bangladesh was furious. In fact, if you remember, there was a 6 month or 1 year period in between after the Home Minister called or suggested. Use the term termite to describe, people who
had come in from Bangladesh that you refer to has 3 days ago profusely thanked India for rescuing its nationals from Ukraine.
Right.
So obviously, that's what diplomacy is. That you might have episodes, yet you are very firm on where you stand vis-a-vis your foreign policy. You give them vaccines, you're giving them financial aid, and at the same time, you ensure that when it comes to basic humane gestures, your neighbors are with you.
Delegation talk over a period of 1 year if they were delighted. Look, the point is, this is a constantly changing landscape. Nothing is set in stone. And each nation tries to protect its own interests without looking at what has happened in the past beyond a particular point. Therefore, Sri Lanka is more than happy to now come to Delhi and lobby for $1 billion.
Okay.
Which remember, there was talk of a Chinese nuclear submarine docking in Hambantota, right? So what are we talking about? These are things which are changing, and it is true that this government, in the last few months, thanks to larger problems with our neighbors, things have managed to improve.
All right, so things have improved. It is not an achievement of the government. It is because of the larger problems in our neighborhood. It is thanks to Nehruji's policy. It's thanks to our foreign service. Thanks to whatever, at least we are all in agreement that things have improved vis-a-vis our diplomatic engagements, and India does have a diplomatic policy. This acknowledgement in itself is perhaps a huge beginning from being told we hug and then nothing else. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's end on that positive note. Meanwhile, in Karnataka, another face-off is brewing between the state and the pro-hijab groups. What has happened is that the flashpoint is the demand of PU2 students, the Karnataka equivalent of class 12. Earlier, remember, these students had boycotted their practical exams, which were held in February and March. Now they are saying that these tests should be reconducted. At that time, some had skipped the exams to oppose the restriction on wearing of hijab inside the classroom. After the government order passed in Karnataka and subsequently the High Court order as well, everyone was told explicitly, you want to give your exams, you want to appear for practicals, please come, but hijab will not be allowed. In solidarity, they boycotted those exams, but now they are indignant as the state has made it clear that there will be no exemptions given to them and there will be no opportunity for them to retake the tests. They insist that they be given a special treatment. The Karnataka government is having none of it.
Whoever is absent for the final exams, no exams will be conducted for them. Whether the reason may be different, whether it is maybe because of hijab, maybe because that he did not prepare for his examination, maybe he may be feared of examination, but no alternative exams will be done for that. And clearly, High Court has given its final verdict saying that students should follow the uniform code. And that is what government is going to do.
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 3 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
RV Singh, National Spokesperson of BJP, continues with us. We are joined by member of AIMIM, Sayyada Falak, KP Fatima Shireen, National Committee member of the Campus Front of India, which is threatening further protests if a retest is not given. Ms. Shireen, why exactly should a retest be allowed?
See, all this happened because their constitutional rights are violated. This is intentional, very much intentional plan to deny the education to the minority students. You see this, you are showing in the screen that we are the radical groups, we are those one who instigate all these violences. But why are you not seeing all those people who are yelling Jai Shri Ram towards...
Ma'am, we didn't say that as a matter of fact. The Karnataka High Court said there is an unseen hand that must be probed. That being said, I have a very simple question. The students were given an option to appear for the exam, but follow the uniform rules. You chose to not take that exam. Why should you be given another opportunity?
If the students are saying that they cannot suspend their constitutional rights, the right to practice their religion for a particular time, then that has to be heard. That has to be addressed.
So, ma'am, I'll ask you a simple question. Let's assume you missed your practicals in February and March. The government says, I will allow you to give your exam on the 25th of March. Will you appear with or without hijab?
If it is a very objective and personal question, as for me, I will stick on to my constitutional rights. That I would have preferred wearing a hijab. Also I will struggle to write that exam by wearing my headscarf itself, because I don't know why are you having this much intolerance.
Ma'am, this is a simple yes or no question. If on the 25th the government says today you can give your practical retest, will it be with or without the hijab?
It has to be with my hijab. That is how it.
But the hijab is not allowed. So why are you demanding a retest? A hijab will not be allowed even in a retest. The hijab is not allowed according to the Karnataka High Court order.
Why? Because why this is so rigid? What is the concept of uniform at all? Is it to exclude all the religion or all the diversity?
No, madam, the concept of uniform, now if you're going to start asking existential questions, then I'm afraid I have no answer to it. Why this concept of uniform? Why this concept of state? Why do we have rules? Why are we civilized? We can't answer these existential questions. There is a uniform, there is a uniform.
Yeah, there is a uniform, but we are demanding, we are asking that it has to be inclusive.
It is absolutely inclusive. You can go inside class. You had the option of giving your practicals, but you chose not to take them. And now you are asking for a retest, which will again be pointless because you will still not be allowed with a hijab. The court has said it will not be allowed.
You are compelling us to suspend our religious freedom.
I am not compelling. The Karnataka High Court has passed an order.
That is the problem. That is why that is why the students are protesting. Their rights are violated. That is why they are protesting and demanding for a retest, and they are demanding.
RP Singh, just as a measure to meet these children halfway, will you allow this group to give their exams separately with hijab, just so that they can have education?
Padma, I'll answer that. First, let me answer the first part. She is saying it's a religious right. I have Holy Quran in my hand. With due regard, I ask you, please let me know which part of the Holy Quran, I go to complete Quran. Which part of the Quran says that wearing hijab is mandatory? No. Secondly, you say it's a constitutional right. Court has already defined the constitutional right.
No,
please don't interrupt. Fatima beta, give me.
This is not the question here.
Please hear me out. I don't interrupt you, beta. Please hear me out, Fatima. Please. So, court has said, so we are going to Supreme Court against that. Let the court decide. Then be there. We have to go by High Court order. Thirdly, if we do this, then there is some other set of students who say we boycott Janses, allow us again. So
See, don't take me wrong.
The way the country is. Padma, give me a second, beta. Give me a second, Padma. Give me a second. I'll answer all your queries. Give me a second. I never interrupted you. Tomorrow someone else will say, please allow us to do that. So you have to abide by the constitution, one, or if you're saying religion, please show us where it is. It's not there. So don't just create falsehood or create a narrative. You have a reason.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I really have to interrupt you because I can't understand a word of what you are saying right now. We'll just try and fix this audio once and for all, please. Let me get in Sayyida Falak. Sayyida Falak, is this a complete disregard of the law? You have now exceptions being sought to what the colleges and the court have said. There are death threats to the judge, there are death threats to the government, and now saying we want a retest. Why? Nobody else has that luxury. Why should an exception be made to people who willfully boycotted? Nobody stopped them.
See, I think the girls who couldn't attend their practical exams should be allowed to write the exams again, and I think as a special case, the authorities should consider
madam?
exam for them.
Nobody stopped them. They themselves boycotted.
Okay, they themselves boycotted because they were fighting for the constitutional rights. In fact, at that time, the college authorities should have told those girls that the hijab will be banned or not. We will see it later. You first come and write the exam.
Ma'am,
because
why?
Writing exam and education is more important, right?
Exactly. Writing the exam was important. Why did you boycott it in the first place?
Is uniform more important or the education more important?
Education is more important. Let me turn that around and ask you, is hijab more important or is education more important? Why did you boycott the exam?
Ask that question because education is important. If
education is important, right? Then why did you boycott the exam? Why did you boycott the exam?
Are those girls not supposed to follow the religion and demand their constitutional rights?
Ma'am, again, when you will go in for the exam, hijab will not be allowed. Then why are you asking for something? You're basically saying, I will not listen to anyone and I will demand exceptions for myself. Why?
We are listening. We are fighting. Those girls are fighting for the constitutional rights because hijab is an essential part. They are supposed to follow the religion.
But the court has disagreed.
No.
The court has disagreed. Why should anyone be made exceptions for? Why should there be a retest?
Are Islamic scholars? Are those court judges Islamic scholars? Have they consulted an Islamic scholar before making any decision?
They have consulted the Quran. They have heard multiple representations. And just by the way, the court doesn't have to consult religious scholars. It has to interpret the Constitution of India. The court goes by the Constitution, not by religious scholars. My simple point is, why should anyone make exceptions? Why should you be given exceptions?
Because our constitutional rights are being violated.
Court says no. Court said no. Court said none of your rights are violated.
No. How come the verdict itself is unconstitutional? It is a violation of our rights. The court has not consulted an Islamic scholar.
If the verdict is unconstitutional, then who will pass a verdict? Will you pass a verdict? So you think the college is not entitled to make rules. You think the government is not entitled to pass orders. Now you also think the court cannot rule on the constitution.
Listen, Padma Ji.
Who will decide, madam?
Padma Ji, I'm telling you one thing. Listen, the state, the government, no one has the right to interfere in anyone's religion until and unless.
So basically, you are a law unto yourself. You have decided you are a law unto yourself, and you will demand exceptions based on what you want.
No. Is the hijab?
RP Singh.
Is it harming anyone? Is the hijab?
RP Singh.
Thank you, Falak. Thank you. Hear me out now. As per them, it's only Shariat which should be implemented. The country should be run as per Shariat. I never interrupted you, Falak. Please hold on. Country should be run as per Shariat and only Shariat. Constitution, court, they don't matter. Maulanas, Imams, they will decide that how the country has to be run. Not the court. The court gives order or court has no right to. I just asked them which part of the Holy Quran says that wearing hijab is mandatory. They have no answer to that. When I said show me what part of the Constitution says that wearing hijab is mandatory, they have no answer to that. So only answer is that we will go by Shariat. Only Shariat will tell us what we have to do. We will go by Maulana, what Maulana tell us to do. Ma'am, this is not fair.
Fatima Sherin, if you start by asking for exceptions, tomorrow it will be a free for all. You say, I want a retest for X reason. Tomorrow somebody else will say, I want a retest because it was too hot on the day of the exams. I didn't feel like getting out.
Those are silly reasons.
Ma'am, according to the court, even this is a silly reason. The court has made it very clear that your reasons are also silly reasons. No offense, but the court has made it very clear that your reason is a silly reason.
And we are being targeted.
Nobody is being targeted, madam. Nobody is being targeted. Surely you cannot be suggesting that everyone in this country is targeting you, from the government to the school to even the court. I mean, nobody has anything against you. Nobody is targeting you. You are being allowed to give your exam, but you have to follow the rules. It's as simple as that. Why should anyone make exceptions, Fatima Sherin?
Kick out the Muslims from this country.
Nobody wants that. Don't worry. Nobody wants it. Please stop making unfounded assertions. Nobody wants it. Nobody. Fatima Sherin, why should you be given exceptions?
This cause was intentionally created by the government itself. That is why we need exception. See,
but you are seeking exceptions from the same government that is out to get you, apparently.
See, government is supposed to protect its people.
But you just said the government is out to get you.
Then what else was happening there? That is why the girls are demanding, protesting in the streets. Who pushed them out of their classes?
So if you're protesting in the streets, why do you want a retest?
Answer the basic question. Will they abide by the court order now? What court has said now? Will they abide by the court order?
They want their education. They want to get their education.
All right.
What is the point of all these problems? That is because they want to regain their rights.
All right. Let me just remind you, ma'am, that of all the people, the 3-judge bench which gave its verdict, and all of whom, according to you, are out to get you, Fatima Sherin, and are unconstitutional, according to Sayyada Falak, one of them actually was a Muslim lady as well. Let's just end on that. Unfortunately, some people have been misled and brainwashed into jeopardizing their future. It was unfortunate, but to now expect that exceptions will be made is even more unfortunate. Thank you very much, RP Singh and both ladies, for having joined us.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement.
Watching the News Hour at 10. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now.
The News Hour at 10.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padma Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
अयोध्या और मथुरा की बातें हो रही थी तो गोरखपुर क्यों? सेफ सीट है इसीलिए.
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
काशी विश्वनाथ की झांकी हो गई, अब मथुरा बाकी है. तो ये क्या गवर्नेंस की बातचीत है?
क्योंकि चुनाव है उत्तर प्रदेश में, इसलिए आपने कृषि कानून
क्या चुनाव जीते तब नहीं गए थे जब कृषि कानून पास हो गया था? जीते गए थे.
बंगाल में आप हार गए थे.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
In which country would a murder accused not even be arrested for 4 days?
पात्रा, आप ऐसा करिए, अगर कोई इस देश में कोविड से ना मरे तो वो या तो जीएसटी से मर जाएगा या आपकी पेट्रोल प्राइस से तो मर ही जाएगा.
Someone over whom the taint of a pre-planned murder conspiracy hangs is the ideal person. I think the best judge, people you will go seeking a mandate from.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
She asks tough questions like no other journalist.
आपकी तो पार्टी के नाम में ही मुसलमान है, तो सेक्युलर कैसे हो गए?
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
तो लत की बात होती है तो लोग आपके सीएम पर भी उंगलियां उठाते हैं कि पैगवंत मान कहते हैं उनको. हिजाब को लेकर जो इतना बवाल मचा हुआ है, ये इसलिए बवाल मचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि बवाल कर्नाटका का है, लेकिन इसका फायदा आपको उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
India Upfront, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Times Now. For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda...
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is News Now Overnight and I'm Poonam Burde. Over the next 1 hour, we're going to get you all that's made news across India and the world. But first up, a quick check of the headlines. Times Now accesses J&K government's document from 1997, which acknowledges that exodus began under Farooq Abdullah as the chief minister. Nails an attempt by the Abdullahs to shun responsibility from Kashmiri Hindu genocide. Yasir Malik's aide and an accused in the killing of IAF personnel case reveals on candid camera the political patronage they enjoyed puts the Congress in the dock. Court grants bail to former ABVP national president in relation to a 2-year-old case. Indicts Talent's police, says unwarranted arrest on a public holiday is in violation of fundamental rights. No Class 12 re-exam for students who boycotted practicals demanding hijab be allowed. State says relaxation impossible for students who chose to defy the High Court's order. AAP shortlists non-Punjabis for its quota of Rajya Sabha candidates from Punjab. Choices raise opposition's hackles. Aam Aadmi Party cites Congress precedents to bust the outsider charge. World powers hail India's fine balance between Russia and Ukraine amid the conflict. From superpowers to not the biggest fan, Pakistan. Will NDA betas acknowledge too? BJP reposes faith in Pushkar Singh Dhami to remain Uttarakhand Chief Minister, unanimously elected in the legislature meeting. China Eastern Airlines flight with 132 on board crashes in southwest region of the country, triggers wildfire in the mountains near the crash site. No clarity on casualties yet. Ukraine refuses to surrender Mariupol as attacks continue. Russia says no breakthrough in peace talks. Now, for the last 10 days, Times Now has been digging deep and trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle that is the truth behind the Kashmiri Hindu genocide of the 1990s. Tonight, we piece together that puzzle and bring to you a 2-part investigation that is going to leave you completely stunned. Let's first begin with a paper trail that leads right to the door of Farooq Abdullah. Times Now has unearthed a document that proves that the Abdullahs could have saved Hindus as they were in power and also very much aware of the attacks that Kashmiri Hindus were facing in Jammu and Kashmir. Times Now has accessed J&K government's Migrant Immovable Property Act 1997 document. Now, this act was passed when Farooq Abdullah was the chief minister, and the government then had acknowledged that the exodus did begin under Farooq Abdullah as the chief minister. The act specified that migrant means a person who migrated after 1st November 1989, very much when the National Conference patron was at the helm of affairs. Now, this document blows the lid off the claim the Abdullahs have made so far. Both Farooq Abdullah and Omar have maintained that the Kashmiri genocide and the consequent exodus did not happen under their watch. They claimed that it was the then governor, somebody who they tagged as a BJP RSS man, Jagmohan, who was held responsible. But let me refresh the memory of our viewers and of all those who seem to have conveniently ignored the truth so far. Listen in to what the Abdullahs have maintained and now how they would be running for cover as the proof stares at them.
जनाब वो गवर्नर थे उस वक्त सर, अब वो जिंदा नहीं रहे, नहीं तो वो बता देते। इससे मैं चाहता हूँ कि इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में फिल्म से दिखती है, हर फिल्म अपनी अपनी बयान करते हैं। ये नहीं ज़रूरी है कि हर फिल्म सच्ची है। इसको अगर देखना है तो इसकी जांच करिए, ईमानदारी से इसको जांच करिए, देखिए कौन इसमें जिम्मेवार है, कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ।
उसमें तरह तरह के झूठ दिखाए गए हैं, बिलखसूस उस वक्त की हुकूमत के बारे में। हकीकत ये है कि जब ये वाक़ये हुए, जब कश्मीरी पंडित यहाँ से निकल गए, उस वक्त फारूक अब्दुल्ला वज़ीर आला नहीं था, उस वक्त गवर्नर राज था, जगमोहन साहब गवर्नर थे, वीपी सिंह साहब की हुकूमत थी और वीपी सिंह की हुकूमत के पीछे कौन खड़ा था? बीजेपी।
Now on to part 2 of our investigation. The visuals on your screen that we are just going to put out are of the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh meeting Yasin Malik, the self-confessed butcher of Kashmiri Hindus and a former Pak-sponsored terrorist. Yasin Malik and his aides, who were never brought to book for their role in the anti-Hindu genocide despite being visibly guilty of the crime, are today using this photo op to protest their innocence. Listen in to Yasin Malik's aide, who was stung by Times Now, who came out and spoke about the political patronage all of them enjoyed under the then UPA government.
देखिए पॉलिटिकल मिलता है, लिखना कुछ होता है, वो तो पॉलिटिकल लीडर है, उनसे लेकिन उसकी बात ऑल ऑफ द सडन ये पॉलिटिकल लीडर है। अगर ऐसा होता ना, इसको पता होता कि हमारे खिलाफ केस है, पहले वो उनसे जो मनमोहन सिंह जी से भी मिलते। ये बातचीत कब हुई? बातचीत कब हुई? लेकिन चार्ज फिल्म तो आज चार्ज फिल्म से क्या हुआ? चालान हो गया, क्या हुआ? चालान आपके खिलाफ चालान पेश हुआ है। मैंने एक चीज बताऊँ मुझे, अगर मोहम्मद यासीन मलिक कातिल था, हिंदुस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर उसे क्यों मिल रहा है? मुझे बताइए, कातिल से क्यों मिल रहे हैं? अगर इसने उनके एयरफोर्स के आदमी को मारा है तो वो भी कह रही है हमारा आर्गुमेंट 30 साल जब 30 साल आप 30 साल मत छोड़े। आपको क्या लगता है इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहे? आपका मतलब यही 30 साल बीच में छोड़ ही दिया था सारा मसला ही। क्यों छोड़ा? उस टाइम पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग पैट्रोनेज रहेगी वो तो आज भी चल रहे थे, वो तो 20 साल पहले तो 2000 के बाद हुई ना स्टार्ट। 2000 तक क्या कर रहे थे? 1990 से 2000 तक तो एक बड़ा अरसा है ना, 10 साल का अरसा है। 10 साल में क्या कर रहे हैं? आप कहेंगे आपके 400 दिन सरकार सॉफ्ट थी, वो अब्दुल गुरु को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? मकबूल भट्ट को किसने फांसी पे चढ़ाया? बीजेपी ने चढ़ाया, कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया, उसको भी कांग्रेस ने चढ़ाया फांसी पे।
Now, wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna has lashed out at the UPA government, saying that it was disappointing to see a former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh meet India beta Yasin Malik.
यासिन मलिक को गांधीयन कहा जाता था, तो तब भी मैंने बताया था कि गांधीयन कैसे, कि जिसने गन उठा ली वो गांधीयन कैसे है? कहने से पहले थोड़ा शर्म आनी चाहिए हमको। और स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना जो निहत्था था, वो उसके सीने में आर पार गोली कर सकता था। एक गोली लगने के बावजूद वो उसके साथ स्कफल किया है, गन में उसने एयर में खाली की है, एक साथी की जान बचाई है। पीछे से उन्होंने आके दूसरे साथी ने उसके 27 गोलियों का पूरा मैगजीन खाली किया है, तो उसकी बात को उजागर नहीं कर सके ये। लेकिन यासीन मलिक के साथ पता नहीं इनका ऐसा क्या था, हुकूमतों का ऐसी कौन सी चीज थी कि जो ये उसको तो हीरो बना के, लीडर बना के बिठा रखा था।
Now that's not all, because insider Farooq Renzu Shah has indicted Farooq Abdullah. The former bureaucrat has told Times Now that Farooq abetted Kashmiri Hindu genocide in Kashmir. When Times Now spoke to him, listen in to what he had to say.
Shah Saab, can you tell us what exactly happened in 1989? Because you had joined at the service in 1985 around. So, being in information department, that's a very important organ of government. So, what really happened during 1989? Can you tell us, the viewer?
I tell you one thing. It was not only a 90. It was the circumstances were being created. Before that, this was, if we go little bit earlier, 94, 95, you see that we will make a masjid, a mosque in secretariat, which is basically a government secretariat. So this type of things have started working, and there were the political parties there were a family was in loggerhead with each other for the political power, and for that political power there have been attacks in the different religious institutions in the southern Kashmir also. Now, I also feel that that speech on 15 August 1989, when one responsible